stop that. Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Shoes, check out the crease. Flow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run, tell me step out the case. When the whole pitch screen, gotta get out there.
It's the Power Series, ladies and gentlemen, and we are still at Killarney. Don't worry about it. But we are undercover. Having said that, though, if I do blink awkwardly, it's because a couple of droplets are falling down from the dew. But the thing about Killarney, I feel like this tent is a microcosm of what's been happening at this place. Other than the people trying to distract me by mooning me, we're not going to mention names, but this is a microcosm of what's happening at Killarney now, because there are a multitude of small improvements that are happening at this track, and I think the people that are at the track, the members, the people that visit, the vendors, the people that run the show, the drivers can feel the difference.
Absolutely. It feels great to be covered from the clouds.
Yeah.
And also usually we don't let it be exposed to the viewers, but when it starts to drizzle, we cut and we run. So
Yeah, I think
we don't want our cameras to get wet, and now we're protected.
I think they've seen us cut and run at least once or twice. But folks, to give you an idea, this is the 4th round of the Power Series, and it is going to be an absolute cracker. The GTI Challenge guys are out at the moment. They are about to go qualifying. You'll see them on your screen. We had some qualifying yesterday, BMW Car Club, for which I qualified 11th in class.
It's a big class now, a 30-car grid, right?
Yeah.
It's huge. It's just growing. So you're going to have to bump down a little bit and make way, okay?
Guys,
And then you're going to have to fight.
These guys, I'm going to have to fight. These guys are getting fast, but we'll talk about that more later. The GTI Challenge guys, we had Sports and GT yesterday. Look out for Jason, Boost SA's Sports and GT coverage. There's a lot of information on Sports and GT now, and it's so cool to watch that class not only grow, but watch it increase its social media presence, which a lot of times in the modern world equals growth.
Yeah.
You know, so the class itself is growing. Tate Bishop qualified on pole there yesterday in his GT4. So there's a lot going on, but we'll get into that with, of course...
Listen, I just want to say, I need to start making dinner for Nia and Jason, because their faces on my TV in my lounge so often, okay, that I need to just be like, do you want a meal? Because you're standing right there all the time. That's all the faces I see in my house. So that channel is really boosting, Boost SA. Excuse the pun there.
Yeah.
But it really is giving a lot of good insights into what's going on. So, I mean, leading up to the racing, the days to follow, they tell you what day it is so that you know how many hours they have left until the race and what went wrong. Oh, there goes my pen. And what they're trying to fix.
Local heroes, ladies and gentlemen. I was about to introduce you until you started talking. This is Simon Boertes. My name is Dennis Page, and welcome to the Power Series. Over to you, Simon.
Yes, it is the Power Series.
You've got a clipboard today.
Round 4. It is the 30th of May today. It's a Saturday. The weather is going to play ball. It's a little bit cold now, but I do see some sunshine shining through the clouds there. So it's going to be for an exciting day.
Yeah, we've started a little bit earlier today because of the winter, of course. This time of year, there's a lot less daylight hours, so we've got to get as much racing in as we can. Yesterday was absolutely action-packed with multiple good qualifyings, but also multiple red flags.
Yeah, so I mean, speaking of, for viewers that are new to the Power Series, if this is your first time tuning in, it's so cold I can't even pronounce words today. What is going to be different from round 4 today? What can people expect? Looking at the entry list, the names, what is tickling your fancy today?
I think the biggest thing for me is Sports and GT. Tate Bishop qualifying on pole position yesterday. and he's in a GT4 car. And I think there are a few cars that are super quick that haven't turned up today. Davi's not here today.
Yes.
Carruthers isn't here today. And I don't see the Hop Motorsport car here either. But this means that things are slightly different. It doesn't mean that the numbers are smaller, though. They've actually got a very large grid at the moment. And I think you got to watch out for the guys in Sports and GT. It's going to be exciting racing, especially with the angry car. Tate Bishop in front. Tate, of course, VW Super Cup champion. And just an incredibly quick local individual, one of Cape Town's fastest. He definitely fits into that pool, and I'm excited to see Sports and GT. And I have to be honest, I'm usually not that interested in Sports and GT, but again, their social media has told the story of what's actually happening, and now I want to know what's happening.
And I think a very interesting dynamic for me, because I've always been biased, that the V8 Masters have joined the Sports and GT, and they are on the grid with them.
Yeah.
Yesterday's qualifying, we did have quite a severe accident.
Yeah.
I say severe in terms of the damage to Killarney, the wall, the car itself. There is no engine left.
Yeah,
so
there's no engine left.
Yeah, so Tian Berger was driving Roy Campos's car. He's actually bought Roy Campos's V8 car.
How long ago did he buy that car?
I think it's very recent, and he was coming down. I can't remember the turn.
Towards turn 5.
Yeah, so coming down, he went through a couple of walls. He landed on the outside of the track, through all the tires.
Yeah. So the thing is, it's important to note that nobody got. He managed to hurt his foot. No major injuries. But it is something that overnight the WPMC has had to fix, and now we're in a situation where we can go racing. But that car is absolutely destroyed.
It's destroyed. And I actually got an update this morning, which I do want to share, because we did say he's absolutely fine. He broke a foot, he broke his collarbone and a couple of other bruises and scratches, but he's going in at 9:30 a.m. this morning for surgery on his foot. He's happy, he's chirpy. I don't think he cares too much about the car. I think he's just grateful that he is okay. But since immediately after the accident, he's been happy.
I care about the car? Because that car, he just bought that car. That car is destroyed. If he is watching from his hospital bed this morning, he should be going into surgery soon. To you, to Clint, that I know is also watching out there, and all the others that are watching, we wish you nothing but a good weekend and as much health as possible. Please, guys, let's be safe out there. And if you do want to race, you know where to find us. The track is always going to be here, and we'd love to see you guys that want to come join us and race with us. Come over here to the track if you want to race for the first time. We'll talk more about that later for those of you that want to race for the first time as well.
So just following on that note, in terms of this racetrack, the straights, the corners, which corner, I mean, you've raced here a while, Ernest, which corner of the circuit separates the brave from the rest?
Turn 3. It has to be turn 3, because it also separates the brave, the stupid, and then the rest. So, like myself, my first crash there was because I was brave and stupid at the same time. And because you think you're unbeatable, undefeatable, you're unbreakable when you're younger, and then I crashed. And then you start to realize you have to think about these things. So turn 3, it's kind of like, it's not a 90-degree turn like this.
Yeah.
It's more like an 88-degree turn. So when you come through on the exit, you tend to run a little bit wide potentially. I've been off there a couple times. I've crashed there once, I think. And it's always take a breath and commit.
Yeah.
And commitment, as someone that I've been chatting to recently, Pierre Martins, he wrote an incredible book that I'm reading right now, Supersede Control. It's a very, very good book. And he talks about how commitment is actually something that's supposed to be planned. But a lot of us see commitment as something that you just do. You know?
Just do it.
Yeah.
Brave, stupid.
Yeah. All of that. So to answer your question, the long answer to a short question is turn 3.
And do you think that turn 3 is also the section of the track where it's gonna be the defining factor between you win or lose, or is that straight always that thing that you look forward to?
These are great questions, by the way, as I wave to Phil Harold over there, our clerk of the course. But when it comes to turn 3 gets set up by the kink. The kink leads into turn 3, which then leads into turn 4, which leads onto the back straight. Now, an old saying for those of the guys that read books like Drive to Win and Going Faster by, I think it was Carol Shelby that wrote that one.
Very well versed, eh? All of his books he's reading.
I've been reading a lot lately.
And he always has a quote. If you ever walk past Ernest Pitts, there's always a quote written on the door.
So now my quote for today is, the most important corner is the one before the longest straight. So turn 4 is the most important corner because it's before the back straight, which is incidentally where that car went off at high speed. But turn 4 is preceded by 3, which is preceded by the king. So that complex set of corners over there, although it's not a complex in the traditional sense, it is, in my mind, the most important set of corners here at the track.
Awesome. Well, thanks for sharing. Have we got anything that, I know that these guys have been going around the track for a while.
Yeah, I don't see anything on the live
see any data. I'm not sure if you guys can see on the screen right now, hopefully, but we do want to give you some updates as to what's going on there.
Yeah.
So just another question while we're waiting for that. Any rivalries right now? Because I have to ask the question because there is always something going on behind the scenes at Killarney.
Plenty. So from my side in the BMW Car Club, we've got a multiple. I think the championship is tied at the moment between myself and Dylan Joubert overall. The class championships are currently being fought for. A couple of wild cards have joined. Our grid is gigantic. So there's so many rivalries that are taking place right now. Now, when it comes to the naming and the shaming of the rivalries, I have to say, I think Dylan Joubert and Dexter Bruce are two guys that are going after each other. In my class, it's myself and Shane Williams. Shane qualified pole in class yesterday. Well done, Shane.
So touch on this quickly, because Shane used to be GTI all the way, and now he's in the BMW.
He's still racing GTI.
Is he still racing the GTI?
He's still racing GTI, okay. But he's also racing BMW.
And he did pretty well. We'll get to the qualifying. He qualified pretty well yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was a good day for Shane. But as they say, as his rival, the race isn't won on Friday. So I qualified 11th though. He's in first, so I've got some work to cut out for me. But you're right, there are many rivals, and there are some guys that have separated themselves from the pack. Franco Donadeo lost a race, ran away from the pack, and there's always someone that's trying to beat him. In Clubmans, you've got these guys that, Clint Reinhardt, for example, that's always at the front in Class A. And then you've got guys that, like Shane Justice, that's coming. Zach Groenewald, that's in there. Dexter Bruce with his old turbo car, that's incidentally now been bought by King's Auto Body. James King has bought Dexter's turbo car. So now there's a new rivalry that's going to build there if he goes to Clubmans. Who knows, maybe he joins us at BMW. So yes, to answer your question, there are always rivals, and the easiest way to find those rivalries is generally to look at the championship points.
Okay.
And that's where you can see, because everybody's going on with. People say they don't look at the points. I don't believe that.
Yeah, no, they want to stand with that trophy at the end of the season.
Yeah, it's a big trophy, and it's nice. So. So yeah,
cool.
so to answer that question, there are many rivalries.
Okay, so we are still waiting for these times. Can the viewers see it on the screen? Also, no. Okay,
So,
we're checking your YouTube channel that you're watching right now to see if we can see anything on the screen.
Before we get to that, people can see that on the screen, so I have to take this off my screen. But yeah, Pirelli's Superbikes last race winner was Malcolm Govender. Last race winner was Wesley Hendricks in Club 600. And I want to mention the guys, Henny Shalaza, that won the breakfast run last time. I want to mention the guys that won at the previous event, because oftentimes those are the guys you want to watch when you're watching for the first time. Go find out what the previous winners are so that you can see who the guys are to watch. Francis Carruthers, as I mentioned, is not here. Connor Kilbride qualified pole. He is here for Sports and GT. And Eric Solomon as well is another name that won his class. So I'm going to see if I can jump to the Power Series round 4 live stream so that I can see us on screen.
So just to also mention in the Sports and GT, Tate Bishop did a 13.8. That's like 1.7 above, or faster, not above, faster.
Yeah, 1 second, yeah, 1.0. 1.0. So Tate Bishop again, that GT4 car, he's not often here, but he does find himself in a position where now he needs to be right up front. And speaking of Shane Williams currently pole in GTI Challenge, leading off Class A.
There he goes. He's still rivaling all the way.
By quite some distance. And then Zach Layden, who again is someone I think that should be watched. Zach Layden is leading off Class B. Dylan Joubert, Dylan Joubert's brother, can't remember his first name now. Joubert is leading off Class C over there. Schroeder in second place, Dreyer in third. Now, if you look on the left of your screen there, folks, you can see all those names. Those are all color-coded. You can also see our sponsor on the top there, Lime Property Management, Castrol in the bottom right corner, and of course, Smile FM. And then if you look next to the names, you can see the gaps. So it's important to note that in Shane Williams' class, there's 2 of them, and then in Class C, you can see all that competition lining up there in Class C. And a couple of guys there like Smith. John Smith was your winner at the last event. He finds himself way down the order, so he's going to try and get in there. I think he had an engine problem last night that they're trying to fix.
Yeah. So we know that this class that's qualifying right now is always bringing excitement. It's the rowdy guys at Killarney, and we've spoken about the sports and GT as well. But which other class do you think provides the best racing for the spectators, for the fans?
It's got to be GTI Challenge, I think. The BMW Car Club, I think, is a fan favorite because the cars look cool.
And everyone loves a
And
BMW.
everybody
That's
loves
why
it.
they don't break.
They don't break, yeah. Your husband had a BMW.
Yeah, we just bought a
Everybody's-
BMW
They
a
don't
month
break.
ago.
They don't break. They sound cool. They go fast. So I think we're the popular kids at school at the moment, I have to say, the BMW Car Club. But when it comes to the most exciting racing to watch, don't tell anybody, but people do like to come to racing to see crashes. They don't want to see people get hurt necessarily.
Listen, back in my younger years, we used to come to stock cars. And the only reason I came was to see the bumper carring. That was it.
So when it comes to that, I mean, the last race we saw Faisal's car in GTI Challenge with a car on top of his car in GTI Challenge. Then there was Sandenberg, who's back now. His car's been written off. We thought it was written off, but he's back today. So Danny Sandenberg Jr. So last time there was a massive accident at turn 1, and that's what the guys want to see. They want to see those big incidents and bumping and bashing, and we don't want to promote it, obviously,
Yeah.
but at the same time, it's exciting when guys are rubbing. Rubbing is racing, as they say in Days of Thunder.
Yeah. Guys, just a quick one. You can see the sun is glowing on us because I just saw it now on the actual live stream. The weather is great. Power Series round 4, Saturday 30th of May. Please get down to Killarney. If you don't, obviously you can watch us all day long and stay up to date with the most current happenings while the races are happening. But please do get down here to Killarney because it's going to be an exciting day. Cape Town's weather is playing along with us. And a huge shout out again to our sponsors, Lion Property Management, Castrol, Pirelli. Jonas can open up his shirt
Yeah.
because
So
there's
I
a
just
whole
got
lot
to
of them.
give something, a little note to our producer. If we look on the left of the screen there, we are showing the gaps to the leaders. We actually need to see the positions.
Yes.
And because this is qualifying, this isn't a race. So we actually need to see the fastest times on screen, not the gaps too. So we look at fastest times. If you don't get it, I'm going to pull it up here so long on my Speed Hive. Speed Hive is, of course, what you want to use
Yes.
if you want to check out who's fastest. And again, yeah, Shane Williams does seem to be the quickest in class. Nikita Thiem is second. Zach Layden is first in class. And John Smith, who was our previous winner. John, sorry if I misquoted earlier on. John Smith is in first place. Now, John Smith runs with DVE Motorsport. I'm working with DVE Motorsport. So my excitement there was a little bit excited because I'm looking forward to seeing how he does. Patrick Walton in third place there in Class C.
And Tristan was the name you're looking for. Tristan Ubad.
Tristan Ubad, correct. So Zach Layden leads off Class B. Shane Williams leads off Class A.
Awesome. How many laps do these guys have to go? Because I can see the other guys are lining up already, ready to go.
So they've got about
waiting.
30 seconds left of qualifying.
Nice.
30 seconds left of qualifying, and then we should see them going very, very soon. At least the next guys, we've got, of course, Clubman's going out now. So Clubman's will be doing their qualifying. We had a couple of qualifying sessions yesterday, but not all of them. So
Yes.
some of the qualifyings will
There were
happen
two
now.
classes, I believe, that did not manage to qualify yesterday. So I was actually just keen to understand if they are going to qualify this morning. Will the schedule be shifted?
Yeah. Yeah, so the schedule was shifted, and I see we don't have us on screen. We got us on screen at the moment. We can show some picture-in-picture, and let's see if we've got the qualifying. Yes, we do. Thank you, producer.
Thanks for listening, our eyes in the sky.
So Judy Wallace says, can't wait to watch Byron Orense. Good luck, Byron. Henny says, good morning, everybody, and thanks for the stream. Good, safe racing to every competitor. Thanks for that,
Awesome.
guys.
Guys, thanks for commenting. And just so you know, you have to subscribe to the channel, and you can only start commenting 1 hour after you subscribe to the channel. It's just a moderation thing. So please do hit the subscribe button if you are watching so that you can comment. You can tell us what you want to see, who you want me to go interview throughout the day, what is the most exciting thing, and more importantly, root for your favorite drivers. And speaking of, you can vote for your favorite competitor. I can't
Oh.
say driver because there's riders.
No, because the
also.
bikers are going to win again. The bikers are going to win again. Okay, we get it. You guys are popular. Okay, we get it.
Biggest fan bases ever.
Hugest
okay?
fan bases. The thing is, I think why that the bikers have the big fan base is not just because bikers generally have a lot of pretty girls around them, but Because I think it's gladiatorial, isn't it? Because on a bike, if you ride out there on a bike, it is legitimately dangerous, and you can't compare the levels of risk of a bike versus a car. I just think that that's not comparable on those scales. I wouldn't get in a bike. I would 100% get in a fast car, but I wouldn't get in a bike. So the bikers do risk it all when they go out there, and I think that's one of the reasons their supporters are so vocal. So I'm gonna push to get this thing split up, but
rider of the day, driver of the day.
But at the moment, it is competitor of the day.
Competitor
so
of the day.
Good luck to those competitors, and vote for your car. You'll watch the instructions on your screen through the course of the day, and then we can see who the competitor.
So
eyes of the day
speaking of
is.
competitors, because you know so many of the people around you, you know almost every single driver and rider. Quirky question. Who?
Quirky question time, ladies and gentlemen. It's quirky question time.
Who would you not trust to get your coffee?
Oh, Shane. Shane Williams and Shane Justice. The
Both
two Shanes. Both Shanes. Because the one will spike it with something, and the other one will put salt in. I'll leave you to decide which one would do what.
Well, there you have it. Our two duo troublemakers around here is Shane and Shane.
100%. And I'll give a different answer next time. But this time, the quirky question answer is, who would I not trust to get me a coffee? 100% both Shanes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another question.
And then the third person.
Yes.
The third
There's a
person,
long list.
There's a lot. And if he's watching this, he knows the conversation we had last night. To Mitch Pasquale and Miguel Pasquale, come back to the track, we miss you. But I saw Miguel last night here at the track. Miguel Pasquale, legend of the game, paved the way for people like myself, people of color like myself. He was one of the first to do it, him and his dad, and won championships, raced at a national level, very, very quick, but also not trustworthy. You're never going to ask him to get you a coffee. Get me a single, he'll get you a double. Get you a coffee, he'll bring you a brandy. So, so Miguel Pasquale.
I feel like this list is going to grow.
Yeah, I add him to the list.
As he keeps remembering.
Yeah.
Okay, we are still waiting for the next round to go out.
Yeah, so next is Clubman's. Next is Clubman's, yeah. Clubman's guys are going out next.
So, speaking of Clubman's, cars, classics, all of that, which road car would you want most to take on the track? If you could just go and get any standard street road car and take it around this track, which one would you choose?
So I've driven, as a motoring journalist, I drive a lot of cars. One of my favorite cars to drive is the M3 V8. But because I work with Traction and Faisal and I are very close and Dexter and I are very close, I get to drive the Traction V8 M3 all the time. So I took that car for 1,500 kilometer drive recently. I take it around the track pretty often. So my favorite car that I want to drive on the track has now been taken off the list. Then I got to drive the new one of the M4s recently, Tosif Haruan's M4. And those new BMWs are just phenomenal, man.
Now, all I've heard is a BMW. Okay, let's scrap BMW out of the picture, Ernest. Can we just let it go?
Let's go front-wheel drive.
Okay.
Then I would say something like a Civic Type R.
Oh.
Or, yeah, Civic Type R if I'm going to go front-wheel drive. I would generally just go rear-wheel drive. But because I want to be slightly different, I'll go Civic Type R. If it's not a BMW, Civic Type R. Mr. Jonas, Mr. Lance Jonas, to thank for this tent over here. Thank you, Mr. Jonas. He's the one. Him and Paul Simon were the guys that were instrumental.
So for those who missed the announcement, please tell them the importance that Mr. Lance Jonas is now
the chairman of the WPMC. The Western Province Motor Club as a new chairman. It's now officially official. It's been official for a while, but now it's like officially official. They've announced it. They had a party. It's like a whole thing. We said farewell to Des Isom. We welcomed in Mr. Lance Jonas. So Mr. Lance Jonas is the chairman, and then Wayne Wilson is the vice chair. And these guys have been doing a phenomenal job running this place. I have to say, I've been on the ground talking to drivers and teams and people at the circuit. And there is a genuine sentiment of improvement here at the circuit. That's what we want. I was speaking to Astrid Duckstedt. She's all the way in Germany at the moment. We often talk about the well-being of the circuit. She's been a member of the track since 1990 something.
Wow.
96, I think she's been a member of the circuit. And we always talk about the well-being of the track. And I was saying, and we agreed, that if this track improves 1% every month, we're winning.
Absolutely.
Just 1% every year, 12% every year. So that's the kind of interest you get with a Capitec account, you know what I'm saying? So if we can just be improving 1% every single month, and look at this, I think this is more than a 1% improvement, at least for the media department. So very happy
even
to
our
be
coffee truck is benefiting because at least all of the customers don't have to stand in the brutal sun in the summer or in the rain, because this coffee truck is here come rain or shine.
I think that location is better. I'm not sure if the coffee guys agree with me. I'll speak to them later. But I think that's a cool location.
It gives them space for a longer queue.
It does. It does. It really does. So it does in the shade. So and also, I no offense to the people that come and get coffee, but we know a lot of people here, and they're always in exactly our line of sight. So we always like, hey, hi, how's it going? So I'm very excited for all the improvements that's happening here at the track right now, and that just being one of them. Here come the sweets.
I'm seeing him coming.
Here come the sweets.
He's gonna get through everything here now.
I'm gonna just get a fistful. I'm just gonna get a fistful. Yeah. Come on.
Thank you so
it's
much.
good today. Look at the weather.
But we'll be fine, thanks to Killarney.
That of course.
I want to hand this over.
It's not often that I'll take it. We can split it off.
Thank you.
It's not often that you get given sweets by someone that's got a building named after them at the track.
Yeah.
And that gentleman is that person. Mr. Brian Hoskins and I have shared the car together at the altar. Always a good time, always fun, and always giving us sweets, clearly.
Cool.
So, Mr. Hoskins, we thank you for your service and thank you for the sweets. Now, if you look on your screen, you should see the qualifying standings about to unfold. And we've got the best lap on there. Feel free to send those comments through, guys, and let us know what you're thinking. It should pop up shortly. I'm noticing that mine is a little bit ahead of what's happening on the screen. But we're waiting for the guys to complete their first laps, and there they go. Skulk Caldenes gets his first lap. Skulk is in class X at the moment. We've spoken about class X, just a short summary. Those are for the people that have not classified yet and have still got to classify, and they stay in class X for a predetermined amount of time based on what their classification is. Avi, one of our bikers over there, in the queue for coffee. Then Shane Smith in Class A takes the lead, but he's just put by Jaco Lambert, who is your Class A champion from before. Stephen Gous in the mix there. Gary Smith, also always fast, leads off Class B. Faisal Jacobs in the BMW M3, of course, my teammate at Traction. And he's leading off in the 144 in the BMW M3 E46.
Nice.
Yeah, let's see. So far the times aren't that quick because it's still early days. When I got here, the track was a little bit cold and a little bit wet in patches. It wasn't raining, but there was some dew. And I also know that because the clothes that I put on my washing line was wetter than it was when I left.
I've been struggling all week. Don't even get me started on washing.
I bet you my story's better than yours. How's this? I was supposed to get a tumble dry at my new place. I bragged to Lindiwe, we're cleaning the place. I bragged to Lindiwe, don't worry about it. I just got to stick it in the tumble dryer. She leaves. I look at the tumble dryer. It's not a tumble dryer.
No.
Yes, I know. So I'm looking, for 5 minutes, I'm looking for the tumble dry button. It's not a tumble dryer. So that's my story.
And I thought my story is going to beat yours because in the rain, I thought, but no, that's better. In the rain, my roof leaked in my laundry.
Oh, no, that's better.
Tripped all the electricity and power in the house.
You win.
And my tumble dryer blew.
Oh, okay, you win. Okay, fair enough.
So now I feel like a spoiled little brat that doesn't have a tumble dryer.
A roof leak is one of the worst things, which is why I was joking about this over here. But this is actually just dew on the inside. We don't have a leak, so if you see a droplet falling, it's not that.
Yeah.
But what is falling are those times. And Jaco Lambert now on a 22.63 as his fastest, I apologize. 22.3 as his fastest. Shane Smith, if we just go according to that screen over there. Yeah. So Jaco Lambert is still the fastest. Shane Smith second. Justice is first in his class. Caldenes is first in his class. Jacobs in second now. Joubert just pipping him. And Nayans in first place currently in class. And you can see that all on your screen over there. Check out the color-codedness of things. And yeah, so, somebody's run a little bit wide there. And this is also good for us to commentate on what we're seeing.
Yeah,
It's
we usually don't actually watch the live stream, so
I
we don't
know.
get to see what you're saying while we're talking.
I know, because it's a little
Changing it up.
It's a little bit delayed there. We just saw Faisal on our screen coming through. Faisal in the yellow M3. That's him in the yellow E46 M3 over there. And then you see the Shane Smith E36 as well. Shane Justice in his Golf Mark 1 coming through. There's Dylan Joubert in his E46 BMW. Clint Reynard going through there. That isn't Clint actually in his Golf Mark 1. That is, I've got the name here somewhere. That is... Nah, I'm not sure who that is. So we'll have to figure out who that Golf Mark 1 is. Lee Fielding out there as well in his BMW. Bernard Lehman, Everett de Toy. Carlos is back. Carlos is back. Carlos Goncalves is back. Carlos wrote his car off a couple months ago. I'm so happy. I'm so happy because, yeah, I was sitting with Carlos giving him some coaching. And then, unfortunately, the next race that he raced, and I hate when this happens as a driver coach, you try and give the correct input, but things happen on track, and then people crash their cars, and unfortunately, Carlos had one of those moments. I am genuinely happy that he is back. Adam Omar back on the grid. Basi Berger, of course, supposed to be there, but I don't think he set the time yet. And JJ Olafir out there as well. I think JJ Olafir is the son. He's Olafir Jr.
Okay.
Yes, so excited to see how he does over there in Class C. So Clubman's is out there at the moment. So the qualifying for Clubman's will be a little bit shorter. They've only got a 10-minute qualifying session. So they will go out at in the next 3.5 minutes or so. But I think the time has stopped. Yeah, the session has been red flagged. The session has been red flagged. Let's see why.
Oh, whoa.
Somebody's crashed into the tires or what? Let's see, we can re-watch what's happened. There's a car that's parked on turn 4.
Okay.
There's a car that's parked on the inside of turn 4. So our camera turned to check it out. You can see there, that is the Jetta. That's a Mark 1 Jetta. But then the camera seems to have fallen over. So we got a Mark 1 Jetta over
we
there.
think the car went into the camera, perhaps, or knocked something and the camera fell off.
So that's a Mark 1 Jetta over there in the infield inside of turn 4. An interesting place to break down. That's usually you got some sort of electrical or fueling issue where the car just cannot go any further. Yeah, usually if the car blows up, you're probably going to pull off to the left. But if the car just like pra 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 pra.
Wait, how did it go? Pra, pra, pra.
I've been there. I literally had that exact experience.
This is the PTSD mode.
It's so terrible because you're hoping like, please start, please start, please start, please start. And it just didn't. And then you pull in on the inside of turn 4 because, and the reason I say that that is more than likely some sort of breakdown like that is because yeah, he's a cute one. Because you can try and fix it yourself. If you pull off on the outside of turn 4, you can't get out the car and fix it because it's on a dangerous spot. If you pull in on the inside of 4, and I've started a car there myself already because it was a fuse issue, you can pull in, you can pull against the wall. They might let the race go on. And you might be able to get away with starting your car, especially if it's an endurance race. Qualifying like this, they're going to stop the qualifying. It's a red flag now, and now we can go back to racing once they clear that car.
Okay.
Or back to qualifying once they
So
clear
we
it.
had some other qualifying yesterday. Cultron, cars and fine cars. You want to walk us through that?
Yeah, so
what's happening there?
This is my old alumni.
Yes.
Glenn Phillips with a dominant time of 25.7. That's way faster than your championship leader at the moment, Pia Pinard, who's leading the championship off right now. Andrew Moffat in the mix there. Andrew Moffat is one of those guys that's going to be fast in the race, so watch out for him. Brad Fenner in 4th place over there. Carl, I know they had a clutch issue, I think, on Carl's car. So Carl's sorting that out overnight. Darren Liebenberg, a young driver that's got lots of experience, though, is getting faster and faster. I think that 29 might be his fastest time ever in that car. So let's see how he does. And then, of course, Fine Cars. So Fine Cars is once again back, and they are trying to get those numbers up. Dierwald Lambert is first in Fine Cars. Gilberto Nobrega is second, and then we got Arnold Lambert surprisingly in 3rd place. Normally he's winning. Melanie Lambert is back in the car, so welcome back to Melanie Lambert. The Lamberts, of course, a staple of Killarney racing, so without the Lamberts things would be different around you, so welcome back to Melanie Lambert. And of course with Natasha Tisch, I always say I pronounce her name in Afrikaans, Natasha.
Natasha.
She's Natasha Natasha Tischendorf. in the rounding up the top 5 over there of the fine cars. Combined grid with Formula Supercars because Supercars is now combined with fine cars because they've moved from the V8 Masters. They're no longer with V8 Masters. Yeah. What else have you got on your little sheet
We
of
have
joy
got some
over
of the 650s, and that was quite intense yesterday. Slade van Niekerk with 18.8 over there. Booming, Max Munton behind with a 19.9.
Sure.
These are all 650 bikes except for the I think there's about 4 300s in there. Nicholas Hutchins, 21.3.
Yo.
Another Munton brother. Yes, Clinton.
We need to find out.
Clinton
What I'm
Max.
looking for next is I'm looking for a bike representative. Got a couple of bikers standing here, maybe they can hear us. I'm looking for a bike representative to join us on camera sometime. So
we had to bloop a lot of these things out last time on the interview.
Okay, so not in there.
But best interview I've ever had.
Awesome. So this is what we're looking for, and we want to call it the Brad Bodsworth Invitational because Brad was that guy to all of us. Brad was so willing. Ooh, check on my phone. What am I looking for? Something's on my phone. Maybe there's a comment on my phone. Just got to check something. Brad Bodsworth, of course, is one of those guys that.
Crash.
Oh, we got a crash. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. There's been a crash. Red flag and qualifying, camera down. Yeah. So there's been a crash. So yeah. So Brad Bodsworth is one of those guys that would join us here in on the breakfast show. And he would just be so helpful, so kind, and just give us all the information we need in such a cool way. And at the same time, he even interviewed me and Dexter once, which was super fun, actually. That was kind of fun. So we're looking for one of the bikers to come join us here at lunchtime. Just pop in for 5 minutes, give us an update on what's happening. So there does seem to be a crash that was happening. We need to just find out what's happening in turn 4. I don't know exactly what's happening. If we can get some info on our earpieces here, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
Well, I've got some comments here from people that are watching the live stream. Andrew is watching all the way from the airport in Egypt. Andrew, enjoy the racing.
Thanks for tuning in.
How cool is that? Astrid is watching
Very
all the way from
cool.
Germany. And Astrid corrected me, not 96 or anything. She's been a member since 80.
Literally, she sent a message to correct him on the date. Well done.
87 and 88. There's a camera down in turn 4. We know about that. David Christie also watching, one of our commentators. Brenton Gregory watching, talking about an S15. I'm not sure what he means by that, but he did swear at me.
Yeah, I know.
So,
I was like, are you going to read that?
No ways. Clint, of course, watching as well. Let's see who else we got over here. We can't read some of these comments because these are the comments I'm getting to my private.
Yeah, these are personal comments straight to Ernest. So
it does. Yeah, there we go. The stream is still going. We are still on camera, so we need to keep talking. And this is what they call padding. We're gonna just keep talking until the racing starts again. We're waiting for the red flag. It's still red over there. The clock is still ticking, and we're still waiting to see what happens. Can't wait to see the BMWs on track. Tawfiq Ajohar. Tawfiq, of course, a good friend of mine, a cameraman himself, and his brother-in-law is also racing here in GTI Challenge, so he'll be watching on to see what's happening over there. Linda Phillips says, thanks for the live stream. Good luck to all competitors. Great work to all the pit crews and to all the sponsors. Without you, there would be nothing to watch. That is all. What does that mean? I don't understand what that means.
So currently we are watching the live and we are seeing ourselves, but we believe that there should be some interesting footage coming our way, and I'm getting a huge thumbs up as they're running back. Stay tuned. Our faces will not be on the screen for much longer. They are going to cue to some footage on this live stream now of what could have happened, and we're dying to find out whilst you are going to find out. So This is live. This is what happens at Killarney. We're finding out as you're finding out. So while we wait, Ernest, another question.
There we go. There we go. We got replays.
There we go.
We got replays. Now,
Oh, our replay team, thank you so much. Thank you.
let's see. So I'm not sure if
So we've got to watch this while you're watching it to understand.
slow motion replays as well.
Okay.
Whoa, whoa.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
Oh no, that's not good. That is very close. That looks like Shane. That looks like the truck port.
But
Oh my God.
okay.
Oh my God.
So wait, help me understand where you think that could be coming from, because I saw smoke immediately. Did something seize up? Did something explode?
So
We don't know.
That looks like that looks like either Gary Smith or Shane Smith. That looks like Shane Smith's car, the Truckport Logistics car. It's one of the Truckport Logistics car. It could be Gary, because I just saw Shane go past.
I
I think
didn't see
that's
a
Gary.
knock. He didn't hit another car. Something obviously just locked up
That's
there.
the 422. Let's see if we can just get that again. I think that's the 22. I
Guys,
just want to.
comment on the live stream right now. You're watching it with us, so maybe you can see something that we're not seeing as to what
That's the
actually could
22.
have happened.
That's the 22. So that's Shane Smith's car over there. And the reason I want to clarify which car it is because in these situations, you don't want to put panic in the hearts of
Yes.
the family members that are watching. But they are from the same family, those cars there. Let's wait for feedback as soon as possible to hear that he's okay. If we can just get feedback on that as soon as possible to get confirmation that he's okay. So what happened there? That's called oversteer as the car steps out. So if you look at the camera, if we can get that on screen again and we can walk everybody through, the car steps out, the back of the car steps out, and yeah, so if he immediately hit the brakes afterwards and the brakes locked up. And then unfortunately, once the brakes lock up, you're kind of heading to the scene of the accident. We saw a very similar incident happen a couple of weeks ago. We saw it was Sean Tube's crash there a couple of weeks ago, and Sean, unfortunately, or fortunately for him, was able to get going again. Sean was able to get going again because the speed that he hit that wall was much less. So I don't know if you saw my reaction initially was that's going to be a fast one, because the point where the car started the accident was very close to the wall.
Okay, we've just gotten confirmation that the driver is fine, so Shane is fine, so that is good, because watching that and then you see a camera fall to the ground, you think the worst. He's absolutely fine, guys. We're not so sure about the car, but we will get some information on the car.
I think that car is definitely toast. I think that car is toast. That was a hard hit at a location where the wall doesn't give that much. It's the part where the corner kind of comes to itself like this. It's open runoff. But if you lose it here, you crash into that wall over there, it's going to hurt. So I hope they get that car sorted.
Yeah.
As far as I know, they do have a spare car in that stable.
Okay.
As far as I know, they do have a spare car in that stable. So let's see if Shane can join us again. But yeah, Shane with a time of 23.4 qualified in second place in Class A. And stuff like that really concerns me, because that's similar times to what I would do in my car, and you just get the series like you're not going that fast, but you kind of are. Yeah. You kind of are. So yeah, Shane, I hope you're feeling good, man. I hope the car's okay, and I hope maybe you can get into a spare car. So that is why, folks, the session was red flag. I think if we want to, we can. Ian says maybe he caught the dirt on the corner exit, or maybe the car in front was a bit slower than expected. I like the second theory there. The car in front was a bit slower than expected, because it could have been lift off, oversteer. I think if it was dirt, it might have happened a bit earlier, Ian. But I do think that's potentially it was the lifting off suddenly, the car stepping out, and then just on the brakes.
So for those that don't know, just the terminology used in the racing, when you say stepping out.
Yeah, that's when the car oversteer, rotation, stepping out. The back of the car comes out, as they say. So when you see a sort of a mini drift, that's the stepping out part, and the car might have stepped out, and then he slammed. It
looks like they were quite close to each other, but I didn't see a knock, because otherwise the front car would have also done a little bit of a
jink. So that's why I like Ian's theory about the fact that potentially the car, he lifted off because there was a car choking him up. He got choked up in front, and then he lifted off. Whew, yeah, that was a big one. So guys, keep those comments coming through. It really does make things more interesting for us, gives us stuff to talk about. And we would like a lot to talk about. We got 170 concurrent viewers at the moment, and the day is only starting. So
still very early on a Saturday morning.
Very, very early on a Saturday morning so far. And I suspect that today is going to be action-packed. So while we wait, I'm going to go onto my laps over here and get some of the qualifying results. We got GTI Challenge qualifying. Shane Williams in pole position in Class A. Nikita in second place in Class A. Zach Layden in first place in Class A. Daniel Sandberg, I'm not sure if that's junior or senior, but I'm not sure, but he's second place. Either way, both Daniel Sandbergs are back on the grid after almost writing his car off. Razik Harris, whose son is doing exceptionally well in the karting side, is in third place. Brett Roach in fourth position. Faisal Jacobs in fifth. Faisal gets so excited to drive this car in GTI Challenge. The guys love GTI Challenge. Sean Liebenberg in sixth place. Then you got John Smith in pole position in Class C. Tristan Hubert in second place. Patrick Walton. 2 DVE Motorsport cars in the top 3. Ross Schroeder in fourth position. Uzay Borden in fifth. Daniel Munna in sixth place. Ishmael Davids in the mix there. Roshan Khan also back. I'm not sure if it's the Roshan Khan senior or junior, but Roshan Khan also back in on that grid. Sports and GT, Tate Bishop in pole position. Wayne Hoffman in second place. But let's look at those class structures. Mike Verrier leads off Class A. Rob Franco leads off Class B. Connor Kilbride, Class C. And Tian Berger at pole in class. And then unfortunately crashed his car yesterday. So that was Tian Berger in Sports and GT. Man, that was unfortunate. Yeah, crashing that car over there, and everything's been repaired as far as the tire wall goes, and we are going back racing. Tian is in hospital, about to go into surgery.
Yes. We wish you all the best of
all the best, and I'm sure the doctors are making sure that he is in good hands for that surgery. Then,
so just to lighten the mood a little bit, because we've had some crashes yesterday, this morning now, and we just. It is part of motor racing. It is part of everything. What is your favorite Power Series memory? And I'm sure you have many. Because there's so much happiness and excitement and crazy. Oh, wait, we're just being told to look at the live stream. So before you answer that question.
Yeah, so guys, when you let us know to look at the live stream, please let us know why as well. Because we are on a slight delay.
Okay, there we go.
And so now that needs to be repaired before we can continue. So we are going to have a massive delay at this stage now.
Yeah. Shame, these guys that are lining up here ready to go qualify, they're going to be waiting a while.
Yeah, so, oh my God. So, yeah, so as per the rules of the FIA, as per the rules of MSA, there will be MSA stewards over there now repairing that wall, making sure you can see Arlene on the bottom right-hand corner over there. You'll see Arlene, or Auntie Arlene as she's affectionately known, inspecting the wall. You see the gentleman pointing over there. That looks like Leon, our groundskeeper. Mr. Lance Jonas with his hands in his pocket. Chairman doing nothing. Watching on. The marshals assisting over there. So, few things need to happen. They need to put in the wall. They need to fix the concrete wall there. They need to put the tire barrier in place. The wall has fallen over, and this is and could be a massive, massive, massive delay. Paul Simon now heading through to go see what's going on there. I think this is going to be a massive, massive delay for what's going to be. I think a fairly long cleanup. I don't think this is going to be a short cleanup. So I need our producers to give us some feedback as to what the plan is, what's going to happen going forward. Are we going to continue discussing what's happening? Are we going to cut and go to highlights? I think maybe a highlights package of last race weekend would be appropriate.
Get the excitement going again. Get the excitement going again. Just also, a slight setback, but
or some interviews, because I think this is going to take quite some time, at least 10 to 15 minutes. And I think, we're padding at the moment, just trying to keep you guys informed as to what's happening, but I think we're probably going to need to put some visuals on screen, some old clips.
There's a lot of movement. We're seeing a lot of the people coming out of the offices and walking around. I think they all need to coordinate what's going to happen, how it's going to happen. That's quite a lot of dirt.
Yeah, we also need to fix our camera.
Yes, clearly. I think that's the camera that's on the floor right now.
Yeah, so when we saw
on the live stream.
Yeah, so when we saw the car parked on the side there, that wasn't the cause of the red flag. And this is what I'm saying. That part over there is generally considered safe.
Yeah.
If you pull off there, you're kind of shielded by the wall. And when the cars come past, you kind of don't have to worry about them just crashing into you randomly. They kind of got to crash past you. So, yeah, folks, we're going to wrap it up now and say goodbye. It's going to be an exceptionally exciting race day today. It's already started off.
If it starts like this, stay tuned.
Yeah,
Please stay tuned, because it's going to be exciting.
It's going to be exciting.
It's round 4, right? We're halfway.
Halfway through. Are we already halfway?
Yeah, there's 9 power series in a year.
There's 9.
So we're technically halfway.
Yeah, we're almost halfway. I'm thinking of points here. I need to calculate my points.
Yeah,
but folks,
you've had qualifying 11th. You're going to please
any closing thoughts from you?
No, just everybody be safe. Have fun racing today. For all of the viewers watching, thank you for staying tuned with us. It's clearly going to be an exciting day. There's lots to catch up on and see what's going to happen. How long is this going to take? So go grab your coffee, make a quick breakfast. Don't miss out the next qualifying as soon as we get that track ready again. And thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, folks. You can see this beautiful lady again in lunchtime. I'm going to go race and be as safe as possible out there, but also as fast as possible. Thanks for joining us once again. We'll see you guys later on. Cool. Nice one. That was a little one. Yeah.
One and all, and so welcome to everybody at Killarney International Raceway, and wow, we've had lots and lots and lots of action that's happened so far this morning and yesterday as well. Take the headphones off. The headphones, you can't set the headphones because the rate's been set up here. As I'm sure a lot of you know, we've had lots of interesting stuff that's been happening here. Knocking walls down yesterday, we're knocking walls down today. So for now, what do you do?
I took out the headphones.
That's the microphones.
Where's the headphones? Are these the phones? Yeah. Can I take this out? Is this the phones?
Don't touch.
No, but you're going to get feedback. You're getting feedback.
Don't touch.
You don't know what feedback because this was on. I turned it off.
Right, folks, it's been pretty interesting up until now. I must say, you name it, it's been happening here at Killarney International Raceway. But what I can tell you is we are live on IMUSAT, and good morning to everybody here. And we've got a full commentary team upstairs. Francois Butler, good morning to you.
Morning, Gary. It's fun to be here. Very crisp morning already. It's been an eventful weekend of note. We had 2 quite big accidents yesterday, another one here this morning now. It looks like Killarney is crumbling under the might of the cars plunging into the walls, but I'm sure they'll be repaired in due course. There's great remedial work happening down in turn 5 and now a little bit here just after the exit of turn 4 down the back straight. So, yeah, everyone hard at work.
Yeah, well, let's put another person to work. David, good morning to you, and welcome to Killarney for your, what about your 8th visit to Killarney International Raceway as an official commentator for Western Province Motor Club.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. A bit of a wild start to this weekend, certainly with yesterday and now today. Obviously, some lengthy repair work going on. But
being a building contractor, do you see opportunities at Killarney International?
I see a lot of invoices going out after this weekend. That's for sure on that one. But listen, I mean, the great news out of all of this is that everyone gets to come out of this relatively unscathed, and it'll take a lot of work. There's obviously a lot of equipment goes on to protect the drivers, to protect all of the stewards and the marshals, and also all of the members of the public as well. So it's great to see it's done its job. Yes, it'll take a little bit of time to replace it, but we'll get there and we'll be back out on track shortly.
So you class our walls as a modern crash version. You let them collapse. and then you rebuild them.
Well, Gary, if you've ever seen me drive, then yes, yeah, that's exactly what they're there for. But no, again, obviously two very, very unusual incidents that have caused some really, really big damage. But again, you can just see if you're watching the IMUSAT stream on YouTube, you can see just behind the timetable for today, a lot of the work that's already done to clear up that incident coming out of turn 5. So again, it just feels like if this is the build-up, what on earth are we going to see in terms of action?
That's how we promise you lots of action. Putting somebody else to work this morning. Jordan, good morning. You were down in turn 5 yesterday, and a fair amount of mayhem, and a big entry number 5. We only got 4 entrances. We've now got 5 entrances to Killarney. Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Gary and the gents upstairs and everybody else around the circuit and on the live stream. And yes, as David said just a moment ago, that is sort of, or this has been the build-up towards today, but I would call it more of the breakdown of today. So I thought I'd catch it before you did. But yeah, I mean, mighty unfortunate that we've had 2 major incidents, actually one after another if you count it yesterday and today. But it's all just extremely unfortunate ones. I mean, like Ernest was saying in the pre-qualifying or during the qualifying show, is that Shane locked up. We watched the replay and he just possibly got some snap oversteer and just sort of swung himself out, heading straight towards the wall. And once you lock up the brakes, I mean, you're going straight for where you're heading. And unfortunately, with those fiberglass walls are only one layer thick in actual fact, and with 3 or 4 layers of tyres, if I can see correctly on the live stream. I mean, the force that car is bringing at the 140, 150 that they go through turn 4 Sorrel sweep, I mean, you're going to carry that speed right through that wall.
It is a very fast part of the circuit. Frankie, you were on the telephone this morning and you saw the results of the driver that went off yesterday, and what's happening with him in hospital this morning.
Well, hello everybody, Frank and it's Mike's side. Yes, he is okay as such, except he does have a broken ankle and foot, and I was reported basically in 35 minutes from now he will be going to have an operation. That's a Tian Burger on his foot to sort that out, but other than that he seems to be fine. The V8 Master, the Ford Mustang, is a total wreck. It's a write-off, but Tian Burger will be okay. He's a tough guy, and he also campaigns with the BMW on main circuit in the BMW series, and also every now and then at Rallycross as well. So he's a seasoned campaigner, Burger's Transport, and he will be okay. It's just going to be a while for him to recover.
And it was, David, as we saw on the photos, not driver error. It was in fact a brake pedal failure that created the incident yesterday. Probably you take a top-end clubman's car somewhere between 200 and 220 at the bottom end of the Killarney back straight. Being a V8 Master, probably a smidgen quicker than that. And also, if you take the camber of the circuit, if you go off there incorrectly, you do a little bit of low flying as well. And that doesn't help to slow the car down whatsoever. So massive, massive impact.
It really is, and as commentators we see a lot of things from week to week, from month to month. I've never in my life seen anything as vicious or as damaging as the wall being broken down.
Oh, welcome to South Africa.
Exactly. But the thing is as well, I think that the positives we can take out of this is the absolute testament to the strict safety regulations of the MSA, how these cars have to be. Let's face it, if a car had gone through that on the public roads, it would be a very different outcome. To be in that state, we saw the photos internally of what was left of the car, and for lower leg injury, that is again a huge thing to come out with. But the other thing is obviously the amount of repair work now that has to go in to that, because You know, these walls here at Killarney have stood the test of time. They've been here for years. So for two of them to go down in the space of a couple of days, again, just shows how fast the cars are going round here. But you were mentioning about the incident itself. It's one of the most frightening things for a driver to experience, because there's very little time to react to it, very little you can actually do, because if the brake pedal shears off, there's at least a second of where your brain freezes up completely in absolute shock and panic, thinking, what do I do? Obviously, if it's at the beginning of the straight, you can then try and just blow the engine, pull through down the gears and try and break off some of the speed that way.
Which is difficult when you're in the air.
Exactly, but then you lose, that's what I'm saying. So if you'd had the time at the start of the straight, but at that point when you go to hit the brake on the entry to Cape Town Corner, you're already past the point of no return anyway, because a lot of these drivers are trying to be brave. They're trying to get as much speed into the corner as possible. As you said, likely launches across the curb, negating all of that sand that's in there. The car just goes straight in, and yeah, a very, very frightening episode. And as you said, our thoughts and recovery wishes are with Tian Berger, hoping he makes a very speedy recovery and back out there on track.
Well, the positive to my mind is if this wall and the wall down in Cape Town Corner was 4 times the thickness, the amount of damage to car and driver would be multiplied out as well. So maybe given the fact that there is no more space to make Killarney bigger, to make the runoffs any bigger, the fact that you've got a wall that is hard but not impenetrable as such, actually to a certain cynical degree increases the safety. If this wall here was rock solid and it was 3 times the strength that it was, you probably find that BMW would have been totaled. And you might even find, I'm not sure, we haven't seen a close-up of the car, it's not simplistically impossible with the tires that is there and the wall that has given way a little bit, that there's a possibility that car might still even get out on circuit today.
Yeah, and it's actually a very interesting topic, because obviously from what we're seeing here, we can see live pictures of that wall repair going in. It's at a 45-degree angle to the main straight there, so you know it looked more of like a front side-on blow to that wall rather than being head-on. But as dramatic as it looks to see, you know, walls tipping over and pushed back, that's the job of them. The more dramatic it looks, the more energy is being dissipated, so the less impact actually gets passed through the car and to the driver as well. So the tyres can be replaced, the wall can be replaced with something else. That's done its job here. But obviously now the difference between the incident here and the one at Cape Town Corner is that this is very much closer to the track. This needs to now absolutely have more attention given to it. They'll stack more tyres up to it. They'll probably put something behind that fencing to secure that.
You'll probably find, if you look at the wall nearest where the camera is now being loosened off the pole that's been displaced, you're going to have a whole lot of tyres on the edge of this wall. Otherwise you don't have a continuous wall. You've now got a piece of wall jutting out, and if you had to hit that head on, it would be a completely different scenario. Keep in mind that most everything that goes around the circuit in today's racing will be doing minimum 120 kilometers an hour at that point, so you don't want to hit the edge of that wall whatsoever. You can see the West Bromwich Motor Club marshals are all down there. I see Paul Simons on the phone. I see Arlene Brown is down there. Our head of the marshalling section is down there as well. I did see Lance Jonas there a little bit earlier on as well, and Paul Lehman. So I'm pretty sure that they will ensure that we get this sorted out ASAP and we'll be able to go live. We're going to go off mic for a couple of minutes so that the guys concentrate on what they're doing, that the camera be sorted out on that side. So good morning to you one and all. Everybody sitting around the circuit, in the pit area, up in the lounges, in the West Bromwich Motor Club clubhouse as well. And to all of the folks at home watching the IMUSAT stream, good morning to you one and all. We'll be back with you shortly.
Good morning and welcome to a sunny, rather wrecked Killarney. First race of the day. Clubbins was out for qualifying. Unfortunately, one of the drivers came off track. Luckily, he is fine. But as you guys can see, the track, not so much. Second one in 2 days. Yesterday, a car went through a wall down at turn 5. But in Killarney fashion, everything is sorted, everything is safe for the drivers, everything is safe for the spectators. But these guys are working feverishly to get the track back to normal for today's racing.
don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again.
Right, folks, just to give you an indication as to what's happening, looks like we'll be going live on circuit in around about 15 minutes from now. We're just bringing some additional sand in with the front loader to make the exit of Sorrel Sweep safe, and we will be changing the program slightly. First out will be the GTI Challenge, the API Property GTI Challenge race number 1. Then we will go to the first race of the day, which according to your calendar, which was the bikes, and then we'll go the normal route thereafter. So for those who just arrived, good morning to you one and all from the WPMC commentary crew, Frankie Innes, Francois Butler, Jordan Human, and our man from Scotland, David, that will be live with you, bringing you as much information as we possibly can during the course of today's racing.
That's what we said. I'm watching. One, two. One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two. 1, 2, 1, 2.
So, to all the folks watching the IMUSAT stream at home, good morning to you one and all. Welcome to Killarney International Raceway round number 4 of the regional series, Power Series, brought to you by Line Property Management, conjunction with Smile 90.4 in the city of Cape Town. And, well, of those of you that have just joined, yeah, we've had a pretty bad incident earlier this morning. In turn 4, one of the BMWs went and took out part of the wall in Sorrel Sweep, on the exit of Sorrel Sweep, and the necessary repairs have been done to ensure the safety of all competitors and everybody marshalling around the circuit as well. And that has created the situation that we've lost a bit of time. We will be moving the first race of the day, the bikes, will be moving to race number 2 due to the dampness and sand and everything that was thrown onto the circuit. It's been cleaned up as best as possible, but obviously a bit of sunshine, a little bit of wind and a little bit of time will create more grip in that area. So we're starting off with the API Property Group GTI Challenge race number 1. That'll be our first race for the day. They did have their qualifying this morning, and Shane Williams from the Kita team in the front 2 in Class A, Zach Layden from Daniel Sanderberg and Rasik Harris in Class B, and then John Smith was the fastest qualifier in Class C. A massive class of Class C cars out there. And I do believe that John Smith, Tristan Hubert and Patrick Walton, that was first, second and third in Class C on the qualifying. That was the very first thing that happened this morning. Joining me Mike's side for the API Property Group GTI Challenge is the voice of West Farmers Motorsport, Frankie Yennis. Frankie, good morning to you.
Gaza, good morning, and hi, welcome everybody, and we are going to be in for one fantastic day here at Killarney. The weather is absolutely awesome, and there's slight wind, a slight breeze out on the track. There was a bit of a situation out this morning on the exit inside of turn 4 Sorrel Sweep. That has been cleared up, and because of that, the classic car qualifying has been cancelled. The opening race was supposed to be in the Superbike category, but that's been swapped around with GTI Challenge. They will then come out second so that the circuit can bed itself in, so to speak, at the exit of Sorrel Sweep, and then obviously we will continue the rest of the event from there onwards. So it is API Property Group GTI Challenge race number 1 over 8 racing laps. As I said, hello everybody, my name is Frankie Yennis and welcome to Killarney International Raceway for the 4th round of the Line Property Management Main Circuit Series. The challenge cars have rolled out onto the circuit classes A, B and C. Only 2 Class A cars. There's about 8 or 9 Class B cars, and the rest of them out there are all in the Class C category. The field that we're looking at now, so hello to the folks around the track. It's a lovely day. Glad that you're joining us here, and to the people in Cape Town and all over the country and overseas, welcome. That is a situation I spoke about early on the inside exit turn 4 Sorrel Sweep, and the marshals had to rebuild a tyre barrier there to make it safe for all competitors. So the cars are working their way down the back straight. They're beginning to work their way towards the main straight already. The first car that's coming to pole position is Shane Williams, and he's one of 2 Class A cars today. This is the second Class A car. That is Lady Racer Nikita Tima, and that's the ex Charles Visser car. That car's been looked after by Chase Herald of Chase Herald Racing, together with Zach Layden today. Zach Layden is also part of Chase Herald Racing, and Zach will be racing here today, and he'll also be racing in the 2.1 modified class at Vescas Oval later on this evening, and Chase Herald will be making his way up to the Vescas with him later on. So, talking about Zach Layden, There he comes. He'll be doing double duty today here in that Polo. And the Polo Classic, and of course the BMW, and then racing this evening at Vescus as well, Gaza. As the cars are lining up, the rest of the field is working its way out of a Cape Town corner.
Well, that's pretty much the Class C cars that we see coming through there now, and there's our two safety vehicles at the back of that. And yeah, with the accident we had this morning, has created a bit of havoc with our camera selection. It's busy being sorted out by our very capable crew. Unforeseen when you get poles driven out of the ground, poles that are 1.5 meters back behind the retaining wall. Take out the retaining wall and go and find our camera. So yeah, we'll get that one sorted out during the course. There you see the commentary box on the right-hand side of your screen. And that head that you see sticking out of the top, that is Mr. Yennis himself.
Gary, I just got some information that's been relayed to me by Jordan. The entire day, that part, the second part, the entrance of turn 4, Sarl Sweep will be full course yellow. There will be no overtaking allowed in that area. So as you approach it, you can overtake, and when you get past that accident scene by the subway, you can overtake again. But that whole little area there is a no overtaking zone for cars and bikes the whole day.
Well, that's where
just for safety's sake.
That's where the tactical drivers will take advantage of that. You set yourself up coming up the Tygerberg Straight to be closing on the car in front of you, going through the double right-hander Sorrel Sweep, but not getting to the back bumper too quickly, and then you've got to roll out of the gas because it is a yellow section. So that's going to be a bit of a difference that's going to be happening down that side of the world. The 5-second board is up, and off the line we come Class A with a bit of a gap to Class B, then a bit of a gap coming through to Class C as they work their way down towards turn number 1, and it's Shane Williams that's got the whole shot.
Yeah, the Kita team sits in there just behind them all, and someone's already turned themselves around going into turn number 1 into Blockpoint corner. That's one of the Class B Polos, as the Class C brigade rolls out of Blockpoint onto the Jabez Straight. There's another motor car in trouble, just went off on the exit of Blockpoint corner, and the safety vehicles are racing towards it. The marshals are running towards it as well as we wait for the leaders to make their way into Damstep.
Unfortunately, we don't have that. With the incident that happened this morning, we don't have that camera shot there, but look at Shane Williams, Class A, and there's two Class A cars. Nikita team is the second of those, but look at this Class B battle, and it sounds like the red flag has come out. We've got a car that rolled. There you can see the marshal that's busy running towards turn number 1. And, well, what else can happen today, Frank? Anything we haven't had is fire.
I actually saw as that car went into, I saw it go up onto its side, so it wouldn't surprise me if that Golf 1 in Class C did roll on the outside exit of turn 1 Block 1.
Oh, massive amounts of accidents and incidents that's happened here so far. If we have a look there you can see the hole in the wall. That is where our V8 Master went through the wall yesterday. You can see that has been now sorted out to the best of the ability using the necessary tire barriers. And frankly, we've got big banks of tires that have been bunched together, strapped together, chained together, and that is what the guys use to make the best of what they possibly can in terms of those dangerous areas.
Yeah, already we had drama. So definitely was a Class C Golf that rolled. As you followed the camera shot through one, I could actually see the car up on its side already. So the car has been moved out the way. We'll just get confirmation on the radio of the number of that Class C Golf 1. And then we'll let you know exactly who it was that turned himself inside out there at the exit of Blockpoint corner.
So our gents at IMUSAT are busy doing a quick reset after the electronic mayhem that we've had earlier on. And I believe it is in fact
car 41 that has rolled, yes.
Yeah, so it was definitely one of the Class C cars that went through there. See John Smith, Tristan Hubert and Patrick Walton were the front runners. Roshan Khan, wow.
Roshan Khan rolled the car. He seems to be okay.
I mean,
but
that's a very experienced driver.
Roshan Khan, Boxy BMW, Clubman's Class A, a couple of years ago.
What was it? Cool Tech, Cool Tron?
But either way, he did race a boxy shape BM in
Cool
Clubman's.
Cool Touch was
yep.
the sponsorship on the
Yes,
side
eh?
of that. 325.
What did you have for breakfast this morning, bro?
No, I just had the same thing. I had two of them. That was the Cool Touch 325i Shadowline BMW that used to be campaigned by that man that just decided to dop the VW upside down.
So on the shot there, you've got Donnie Sondenberg Jr. in that 49 car.
And he's come along very, very strongly.
He has, and so is his dad, Sondenberg Sr., who's in the 77 car. That is Sondenberg Sr. And hopefully by the end of today, we'll see Sondenberg Sr. in the Dave Kopka Mazda R100. He has bought that car. He has entered in Class X4 challenge, so we hope that we will see him there. Behind Sondenberg Sr. is the B5 car, that is Brett Roach. Behind him is Sean Liebenberg. And we've also got Faisal Jacobs in the yellow car. He's just ahead there of Sondenberg Sr. And then we've got Nur Abbas that will be there in the number 8 car. Those are just some of the Class B cars that we pick up. Ijaz Majid and John Smith is in there as well. They are in Class B and C. So John and Tristan Hubert, that is the front row that you see there, the Golf 1s. That's a front row in Class C. So, drama. The day hasn't even got underway. I see Nur Abbas had his arm out the window there looking for some assistance. There, arm back out the window again by the 8 car of Nur Abbas. So he's obviously looking for somebody to come and help him there.
Frank, you remember the days that you could jump over a wall like that and make it look
I could.
athletically easy?
I could.
What, 25 years ago?
I'm challenged now. Yeah, there we have a look, a replay as the cars come through. Don't think. There we go. That's the 41 car, and that's what I saw just before you panned down. And I was almost certain that car rolled, but I wasn't too sure. And did one roll and then ended up on all fours again.
All right, let's see what happened on the entry to the corner. There we see one of Class B's turning around. The Class C's work their way in. API property cars all... Oh, there, the back end started to break away. And we'll see it come into frame soon. There we go. Picked up the tank slapper, got it sideways, got tipped on the nose, flicked it the opposite way around, and from there on out, well, you just a passenger.
Right, this is a better shot as the lights go off, and away we go once again. Hopefully we'll get it all right this time. Shane Williams and Nikita Tima, that sits out there in P1. Then we have got Zach Layden. Sonnenberg Jr. is in there with him as well. So is Brett Roach. Right behind Roachy is Sean Liebenberg as they make their way along the Tigerberg Straight towards Castrol Corner. Onto the brakes they go, and have a look at Zach Layden. Leading Class B is on the case of, there's a car that spun out there. That could be Liebenberg. It is. It's Sean Liebenberg that got spat out there in Castrol Corner.
Well, it's all happening out there on circuit with, you name it, all kinds of action. Anything we haven't had so far is flames. We've had everything else, so let's hope that 2 incidents for the day is enough as they work their way through. It's all about Shane Williams, Nikita team, but it was a very, very good run at the front end there of Class B initially.
Well, there is a yellow flag in turn 1, Gary, in block coin. There's a Golf 1 that's in trouble. It looks like it's going to get going again, but it's going to be way at the tail end of the field as we watch the leading pack make its way down the Killarney Straight towards Cape Town Corner. into Cape Town. The leaders go as we look at all this Class B cars going through. The front runners of Class B has gone through. That is the front group of Class C that you see there. That's John Smith, Tristan Hubert going through. That's Faisal Jacobs coming through there as well as the leaders are making their way towards turn number 1. And here we go into one. It is Smith with Tima, then behind Tima it's Zach Leyden, then it is coming through there, Zach Bus coming through, I'm not too sure about that. It is actually Razik Harris that is now the leader of Class B.
Yeah, coming up to Castrol Corner. So the two Class A cars pulling away, but look at this battle in Class B. Crazy stuff. And the front end of Class C, I think this might be where a lot of the action is going to be today.
Now, Leyden sits out there, P1. That was the second man we saw in Class B. That was Razik Harris just ahead there of Brett Roach. There they come. That's your two Class A cars. There is Leyden. There's Harris. There is Roach. Then Sandenberg is right on his case, followed there by Adriano Ferroli. Near Abbas, Faisal Jacobs, and Ijaz Majid coming through. That's Majid. There's your leader of Class C coming through. That's John Smith, and right behind him is Tristan Hubert and Devon Dreyer.
Going down towards Cape Town Corner, and that 1-2 up front is, I think, going to stay pretty static the way it is. Look at that front end of Class B. Zach Leyden has been closed down just a little bit by Harris, and well, it's like Brett Roach has actually made a bit of a gap. He had the man behind him, which was Sandenberg Jr., right on his back bumper for a period of time as the Class C battle comes out into the front main.
The Class C battle heading down the front straight as Williams and Tima go through a bit of a lock-up there by Leyden, and running very wide there is Razik Harris. He's got Roachy in there as well, and behind Roach it's Nir Abbas, Daniel Sandenberg. Here comes your fight for first, second and third in Class C. It's Smith, Hubert and Dreyer that is going one-on-one. Then they've got that other Sandenberg car, that's a 77, that is Sandenberg Senior Class B car. He is lost there amongst the front end of Class C.
Probably got tied up with some of the other incident that's happened out there on the circuit, but team is doing a brilliant job holding on to Williams.
Yeah, her last lap was a 127.1 and Shane was a 127.2 there last lap, so she is right there in the fight with Shane Williams in class.
But this battle, Zach Leyden having got away, Harris being closed down now by Roach, Abbas, Sandenberg and Ferroli. That's your Class B battle. Here comes Class C.
Yeah, that's John Smith, Tristan Hubert and Devon Dreyer. That's first, second, third. Fourth is Walton, but he's behind the Sandenberg car as they race down towards Cape Town. That's Brett Roach leading this group out of Cape Town Corner. He's got a bus in there behind him. And then he's got Sandenberg Jr., Adriano Ferroli, the yellow car of Jacobs. That's Faisal Jacobs in there as well. There they go, all racing down into turn number 1. And they have been left way behind here as Zach Leyden goes through.
This is an amazing, amazing struggle that we've got going through here. Roach leading them out, and you don't get past Brett Roach that easy. But I must say, Harris is putting massive pressure on, and Sandenberg is doing none less than that.
Harris has now dropped to that third position because Roachy now sits in that second spot as they come out there. Then it is Sandenberg Jr., Abbas and Ferroli. The Class C cars are working their way out. So Sandenberg Senior's got ahead of this group of Class C cars as we go back to this fight for second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh in Class B.
Look at Roach. Roach is not taking no for an answer at all. It's Leyden that is now scoring big time as they're holding one another up. Rack 'em, pack 'em and stack 'em. Brett Roach doing what he does best, work the traffic as he works his way down the Killarney back straight. Leyden is pulling away hand over fist. Nobody's going to catch him. This group is going to fight it out.
Yeah, Razik Harris sits there on the outside of Roachy. Then behind them it is Abbas and Hamel. They're rubbing each other up there. Then here comes the rest of them through. That is Sandenberg Jr., Bus, Ferroli, Jacobs, Majid. They're right in that fight. There goes your leader of Class B, and into shot comes his other 6 Class B cars heading into Brockwine.
Pick a side, inside or outside. Either way, you've got to decide who in front of you is going to be the quickest. Is it going to be Roach or is it going to be Sunderberg? Roach closes that line off. A bus goes for the move on the outside. At the back of that pack is Ferrari and Majid.
Yeah, we are having a look at this massive fight here between these 7 cars for Class B. But we've got to look at this Class C. Oh, there's a car that went off there. It's one of the API property cars that's gone off in Class C. But they're sliding it out of Castrol Corner, these Class C cars, as we back with this fight for second and third in B class.
You just saw Zach Leyden go through there. Roach, Sundenberg, Harris, Abbas, Ferrari, Majid, they all in there together. Line astern, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them line astern as they work their way down towards Cape Town Corner. Keep in mind that Williams and team have updusted and disappeared with those Class A cars at the front.
Yeah, as they work away. Look at this group coming out. This is Rochi that is leading them out there, and he has got Sundenberg Jr. right in there with him. There goes your 2 Class A cars.
And she's holding on.
And here comes your leader of Class B, that's Zach Leyden. And then you've got this dogfight being led here by Brett Roach with Donnie Sundenberg Jr. just there on his outside. And then it is Razik Harris, Noah Bus, Jacobs right at the back of that lot as we keep an eye on them. But we're going to look at this Class C fight. Here we go. Walton is now shown as in P1, followed there by Schroeder and by Muna. Remember, we had one of the API property cars that was in a spot of trouble going down the Jabez Straight towards Castrol Corner. But it is Walton, Schroeder and Muna that are first, second and third in that C class, followed there by Robinson and John Smith, who was one of the front runners there early on as the Class B cars work into Saddle Sweep.
Sundenberg once again going side by side as they work their way through. Zach Leyden has taken at least 4 seconds out of this group, but when they come down towards Cape Town Corner, it will be 2 more laps to go. It's completely undecided. It doesn't get any tighter in Class B.
Yeah, and as they work their way down, that's your Class A cars that's going into turn number 1, Williams and Tima, but here comes your fight for second and third in Class B.
Oh, we got off on turn 5. That's at the back of the pack. That could be Majid.
That's probably Ijas Majid, yes, that has gone off as this fight for second, third, fourth rages down into Brockwine Corner, and I'll tell you what, they are locking up big time, and he's gone. He has gone. That's Sundenberg Jr. that has spun the car there going into turn number 1 into Brockwine Corner, and he will probably rejoin again, but it'll be way down as this group makes its way into Castrol.
There's your Class C battle, and it's still Patrick Walter from Schroeder, from Muna. I think I saw a car that's standing on the... Yep, there's a car that's turned around. We can see it there. That is looking back from Sorrel Sweep as Zach Leyden, the leading Class B car, comes through. And, well, as Jordan says, the magnet has caught yet another car out.
Well, we're going to have to go to the leaders because this is the last lap. We're going to have to pick up Williams and Tima. They are on their final lap. The checkered flag will be coming out for your front runners shortly. Here they come towards the checkered flag. And it's going to be Shane Williams coming home in P1. Crossing the line is Nikita Tima. Here comes your leader in Class B in the Polo Classic. That is Zach Leyden Gaza, and bring this fight for second and third to the line. It's led there by Brett Roach.
Yeah, Zach Leyden goes across the line. Well, he was a little bit lucky because he was the one man that stayed out of that fight. Roach did it all right. Roach from Sundenberg, Harris, Jacobs, and then it is Ferrari that comes through 9th overall out there. And here comes well, they're just going out of shot. That's your leading Class C's, Walton and Schroeder, alongside one another.
And it is going to be Walton by 200ths of a second across the line ahead there of Muna, followed by Schroeder. Yeah, Class B was won by Roach and Harris. A bus ended up in third place, followed by Jacobs, and only then Sundenberg. Remember that Sundenberg, talking about that fight down, Sundenberg went off in Blockcoin corner, and that threw his second spot, shall I say his third spot away. It was therefore inherited by Razik Harris, followed there by Nur Abbas, and then Faisal Jacobs, and only then did Sundenberg cross the line ahead of Ferrari and Majid. Pity that Liebenberg had problems early on.
Yeah.
He did finish, but he finished second last in Class B. Yeah, he had problems in Castrol Corner. He was spat out
That's right.
in Castrol.
But a massive, there was a brilliant struggle in Class C initially until the first incident coming out of Blockcoin corner, and then it opened them up. And obviously, don't forget about Williams and team up front. Kudos to team to hold on to the back end of the quietly spoken Shane Williams in the only 2 Class A cars out there. At Patrick Walton, he looks pretty much on it today. One of the longest standing GTI Challenge drivers.
Yeah, he's been around since the 2010s, or just before 2010, 2008, 2009. Well, this is a replay of that Golf that you were talking about that was facing the opposite direction, looking down towards...
Serious attempt to stay away from the wall there.
Yeah, and he did crunch the tires there, but lucky for him, he was okay, and he lived another day. This is a massive fight here. Razik Harris on the outside of Brett Roach. Then Sundenberg sticking his nose in there.
Roach tried to come down. He could see Sundenberg was coming, and he didn't worry too much about the car on the outside. He tried to close Sundenberg, but Sundenberg timed it perfectly on the apex, dropping down onto the curb, and somehow Brett Roach managed to recover the lead from there in the class.
Yeah, that was just this humongous fight going on here in Class B. So much that the guys were bouncing on the tarmac, bouncing on the dirt, and just trying to find their way back onto the circuit again. But they were all fighting each other for second and third because Zach Layden in Class B had disappeared down the road by then.
And some beautiful replays. A big thanks to our IMUSAT crew downstairs. Here you can see that incident that happened going down into turn number 1 with Sundenberg and Roach. Sundenberg picked it up pretty well at that stage of the fight. Lost out a bit of ground, but not too much. And here's the lockup going into Castrol corner. See the car bouncing pretty heavily as the back end broke away. But luckily moving towards the outside was Liebenberg and away from the rest of the oncoming traffic, and also making sure that it takes a wide berth to get back onto the circuit again to ensure that nobody goes and redecorates the driver's side of that motor car. a little bit of an update on the latest information. For all the races from now through until lunchtime will be 7 laps for everyone up until lunch. They'll reassess at the luncheon interval where we are at time-wise at that point, and then reassess the number of laps per class. Remember that we are supposed to finish up by 6 o'clock for the sensitive people that bought houses near Killarney that don't want us to make noise after 6 o'clock on a Saturday. And all efforts is always done to ensure that we do it timeously. And then the other thing is full yellow from exit of 4 until past Owens Gate. So that is where that incident was this morning. For those of you that have arrived late, good morning to you. We had a BMW that left the circuit on the exit of Sarl Sweep and plowed into the wall just before you go underneath the subway. And hence that continuous yellow to ensure that there's no passing in that area to limit the amount of possibility of further incidents in that part of the circuit where the safety measures are not at 101%.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, well, morning and welcome to Killarney International Raceway, the first of the Pirelli Superbikes and SPK Challenge with the 600s. And we look forward. We've got some beautiful names out there. We've got Kieran Steyman back on the BMW, Tristan Pienaar, who was lucky enough yesterday in joining me, Jordan, a nice new TT helmet there for Tristan. And, you know, it's actually nice to see sponsors coming forward and I won't say helping, but motivating the youngsters to do better.
Absolutely. I mean, the biggest thing is, especially on a bike, is you've got to protect your melon. And we know that. And Tristan even said to me yesterday, he said, please just shout out Arai and David Goosen, obviously bike-wise.
Yes. No, look, big shout out to Goose for coming forward. That beautiful TT replica with the little shark fin on the back and all that. And Arai with a proper Arai race helmet. You know, it's higher, the visor's higher, so that when you drop your head, you can actually see where you're going. It's got a wider vision, and it's also got a special shape that when you fall, that your head gets guided. It doesn't bounce, you actually slide. So it's a big positive, and a big shout out to guys like David Goosen and the rest of the sponsors that come forward to motivate the youngsters.
Absolutely. So a big thank you to all that are on board for all the bike classes, or especially Pirelli and Motul, Bike-Wise, and the likes. And I must say, as the Superbike grid comes up towards us, that this is a heavy one today, Francois, because exactly 2 years ago, we lost Leighton Thomas.
Yes, no, we have. We've lost a couple of very good riders over time. But that is the nature of the beast, you know, and at least I always say, and I'm not being nasty when I say this, but you die doing what you love most. So, yeah, we see on pole, Kieran Steyman, alongside him, Tristan Pienaar, and then the fastest accountant in Africa, Mr. Malcolm Rapson, is there. Second row, we've got Eden Haynes with his buddy Koenie Bottas and young Xander Talliot on that 88 machine. Then we got the seeker, Michael de Tooy is out there, together with young Richard Slamet and Sean McCrill. Daniel Frost, Lubabala Tisana, Wayne Orenser, Samkela Lawani, and Byron Orenser. I tell you what, this is going to be a crackerjack race.
Absolutely. And all in memory of our good friend Leighton Thomas today. 2 years on, we wait for the lights to go on. The red lights are on, and they're off right away. And away we go, everyone off the start line in good succession. And it will be Pienaar and a Sneyman that go 1 and 2 down in towards turn number 1. Side-by-side action, some braking, getting into position through Block Coin Corner on this opening lap off the grid. Look at the speed between these two down towards turn 2, Castrol Corner. It's Pienaar and Sneyman. Now, obviously, Kieran being on that BMW, that 79 bike. That is the Gavin Lowe bike that he's currently piloting for Missile Motorcycles. And those two out front racing down towards Damstip turn number 3 now.
Well, Tristan Pienaar on that 1000 RR going exceptionally fast, but I can tell you what, watch the back straight with Kieran Steyman on that BMW. It's got beautiful legs on it, I promise you. He's going to be pulling harder. Tristan on the back wheel. Another work the way down the back straight, down towards Cape Town Corner. And And Snyman is alongside Pinar. Pinar devastatingly late on the brakes, hooks up turn 5, knee down in the cambered corner. He will hook it over to the left-hand side and work his way up through 3rd gear, 4th gear, 5th gear, come up towards us, up under the City of Cape Town Castrol Bridge and give it absolute horns down towards turn number 1 as the rest of the cyclists are coming out of turn number 5, Cape Town corner.
We'll watch them as they come through, as we see the leaders, Pinon, Snyman come by. Then it is Rapson from Haynes, Boertus, De Toy, Slummert. That's your top 7, all in the Superbike class. Then it's Talyot, the first of the 600s, ahead of Frost, Nsana, Arendse, Mackerel, Lawani back once again after a massive crash a couple of rounds ago with Ethan Dinner in turn 5 that actually saw Mr. Lawani up in the air, but back after recovering and back to racing, and then Byron Arendse down at the back end of the grid.
Having a look there, Kieran Stayman right up the back end there of Tristan Pina up the Tigerberg straight away up towards Solo for the Maver sweep, that double right-hander. And they're going to work their way through 3rd place there. Malcolm Rapson comes through, followed there by Eden Haynes. Then it's going to be the likes of Kudi Boertus, Richie Slamet and Talyot as they work their way down towards turn number 5.
What a move between those 3 going through Sorrel Sweep. We've got to remember, however, it should still be double or yellow flag into turn number 4. But look at this, Kieran's name on the Rocket Man right behind Tristan Piston Pinar. He's putting those pistons to work in that CBR 1000 RRR SP. There's Malcolm Rapson, there's Eden Haynes. The first time into the 13s, he told me yesterday after qualifying. So down they go, all exiting Cape Town corner now. And then in to turn 1, Block Coin corner once again.
Yeah, now you see the riders dipping down there, the likes of the 4 and 5 there. It's the Toy, Talyot, Frost and Tissan and Arendse all come hurtling down into Block Coin corner. Your leaders already on their way towards turn number 4. So, Kuni Boertus off the bike down into turn number 1. So a bit unfortunate there for Kuni. And the rest of the riders going there into Castrol corner. Hurtling in there into 3rd gear as they work their way around now. Down on the knee, work their way out and slide through. As we have a look up the Tiger Wheel, some of the 4th place, 5th place riders there. It's the likes of the Toy Talyot. And then we'll have the likes there of Frost and Desada coming through there, having a little bit of a squabble.
Yep, look at those 2. There is Michael De Toy and Zander Talyot, both on the Superbikes, and that GSXR 750 of Zander Talyot, the 888 Motorcycles, Tiny's Pitbox crew. As down towards 1 will jump with those 2 Missile Motorcycles between the pair for Tristan Pina. Oh, and Kieran Sneyman right still on the case. He's not giving Tristan anything to play with as he stays right on the tail. And I think, yeah, it was maybe a lap or 2 ago that Kuni Boertus unfortunately went down on that new S1000 of his. As there we see Malcolm Rapson and Eden Haynes come through the picture as well.
Yeah, there comes the like of Michael De Toy behind him. Zander Talyot on the first of the 600s, followed there by Antasana and Arendse.
Out of Block Coin corner they go. So we see this group coming towards us now. That is De Toy, as well as, Talyot, Frost, Nsana, Arendse, and Mackerel on the other BMW S1000 that come on through. And those at the tail end as we jump back to the lead down the Foster Straight in the Western Cape.
Well,
into the heaviest braking zone as well.
I can tell you something. Tristan Pina's working very hard here to keep the likes of Q and Stayman at bay. Stayman on that SP BMW coming out there, and he's really hurtling up. But Tristan Pina is throttling that 1000 as he goes down into Block Coin corner. Have a look here. Their leg out, a la Rossi style as they go in there and work their way through. No Jorge Martin shoulder on the tar here at Killarney.
As I must say, when we tune back to the front runners in a little bit from now, there is Rapson on the GSX 1000. Just behind is Eden Haynes, moving away from the S1000 BMW, now jumping on a Gen 4 ZX10 as the yellow flag still waves into turn 1 for that bike a little bit early on. But look at those 2, Michael De Toy and Zander Talyot, nose to tail, fighting on through a Block Coin corner down towards turn number 2 now.
We see Richie Slamet's also out. So Richie Slamet and Kuni Boertus.
Yeah.
Richie Slamet looks like he's got a bit of a problem, pulled off the circuit. A bit unfortunate for young Richie, but I'm sure he'll be back in heat number 2.
Yep, hopefully they can get that RSRA bike, the young Namibian, back down again with a family. I know his dad and obviously his Uncle Ronald, unfortunately breaking his knee on Thursday. unseen circumstances to me, but we'll find out a little bit news later. As here we watch them go through turn number 4. Sarl sweep, we watch. There's Lawani as well. Mackerel the likes. As down towards Cape Town corner, turn number 5 they go, as we jump back to the leaders as they exit turn at number 1, Francois.
Yeah, no, yeah, they come up towards Castle corner, and still it is Tristan Pienaar leading out on Q and Steyman, but they are literally nose-to-tail stuff there, and running in hot there, taking a little bit of a wide turn, cutting back and working their way down through the kink, down towards turn number 3, and then we'll work their way up the Tigerberg straight away. We'll like for there's Malcolm Rapson, up behind him Eden Haynes on the Kawasaki. Rest of the riders coming through there into turn number 1, the likes of Frost, Intisana, Orense and Mackerel. So they all work their way through. They're having a lovely spot. We drop down to turn number 5. Leaders coming into, hurtling in there into Cape Town corner. And Tristan Pienaar and Q&. Steyman. It's been going like that. They're going to start their penultimate lap when they come up towards the start-finish line. Pienaar throttling that Honda CBR 1000, and right up behind him is Steyman. Steyman cooking hard up behind him. Is going to be like, oh, Pienaar late on the brakes, keeps the door firmly shut in his face as he works his way through block going corner.
So how's this? I was just about to say, Q&. Steyman, someone we know is extremely surgical. He's very precise on the moves, is this man. But I'm hearing from Frankie Younes that there's a penalty active for Tristan Pienaar for jumping the start.
Oh, Mavis, can you believe it? Well, there we go, as they work their way now through the kink, and Tristan Pienaar has definitely got a bit of a cloud hanging over him here for race number 1. Q&. Steyman, fastest time, 1:11.229. That is absolutely hurtling around Killarney.
So here we go, down into turn number 2, Castrol corner with these two. It is Malcolm Rapson, first in the Masters class and 3rd overall in Superbikes, ahead of Eden Haynes on that Project 60 SA and Team Wayward, number 82, ZX10. As we look around for the leaders, there they go down towards turn number 5, Cape Town corner.
Well, I tell you what, it's neck and neck stuff down in Cape Town corner. Steyman right up behind Pienaar. They're going to start their last lap. They're going to get the last lap board as they come round. They work their way out at turn number 5. Oh, they're on their final lap already. Is the flag out? Oh, the flag is out. It's flag time. Up towards the flag. It's going to be Pienaar from Steyman. Absolutely brilliant stuff. They have set the tone for the two-wheelers for the day. 500ths of a second. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Geordie, bring the rest home there. Well, there's Uncle Malcolm coming up towards us.
Wow, by next to nothing for those two out front. So precise as we watch 3rd and 4th place come towards us. And Eden Haynes, maybe a lap or 2 more, and he maybe would have caught up to Malcolm Rapson, who takes 3rd overall in race number 1 and 1st in Masters, ahead of Eden Haynes. As we wait for the likes of Jatoy, Talyard, Frost, Nsana, Orense and Mackerel. That's your top 10 as they come through Cape Town corner.
Well, I've spoken to Michael yesterday. He says he had the bike detuned from 210 horsepower down to 190 horsepower. He says the bike's still fast, too fast for my brain.
As there, Jatoy comes through in that 5th spot, 5th overall and in class, with Zander Talyard ahead of Daniel Frost and Luboral Nsana. Then, look at that gap between Wayne Orense and Sean Mackerel. 300ths of a second across the line between the ZX10 and the S1000 BMW, as we still wait for the likes of Lawani and Byron Orense. As there comes Samkela Lawani across the line on the 600.
I must say, it's nice to see Sean McCrill out there again.
Absolutely. Always nice to see him back on the bike with the final man on the out on the field, Byron Orense on the Apex Bets ZX10, bringing that car across the line. For those that don't know... Bike, sorry. That bike across the line, that bike is actually up as a competition winning bike, because Apex Bets, the sponsor of our safety cars as well, they have that bike up with the sponsorship of Apex Bets for a random draw at the end of the year, I believe, or at the end of its term, and that bike will be given away.
Best we start entering.
Best we start entering, absolutely.
I can do with a ZX10. I can tell you that much. Even if it's to go to the shop or go visit Granny, one of the two. But lovely. Well, folks, so welcome to all, one and all around the world on the live stream. Lovely to have you with us. To the folk around the circuit, thank you for joining us. A cool day with a little bit of a stiff southeaster blowing. It's a typical winter's day. And I can tell you something, at least the sun is out and we've got a clear sky. And to all those around the circuit, we hope you enjoy your day. And be safe out there. And be aware of your surroundings. If you've got any kids, Little kids, put your cell phone number on their arm, write it on their arm, so if they get lost, we can phone you and say, we've got your little one with us. Otherwise, support the vendors. There are a lot of vendors around the circuit, down at the clubhouse and over here by the new pits. So you have no excuse. You can't go hungry or thirsty. You just have to tap your card. It's that easy.
Here's a replay of the start. Yes, so Tristan Pienaar got that jump. And very tight between these few there. Just as I look to the screen, that looks like Byron Orenson on that Apex Bets ZX10. As we look on through, there's the likes of the EVA Eagle Vision Associates ZX10 of Wayne Orenson, and then there's these two. Extremely good riding from Tristan Pienaar. Now here's the start. So watch for the lights. They'll come up on the top right side of the screen. There they are. It's in slow-mo, and it's going to be so close, as he obviously started on the left-hand side of Tristan Pienaar. So we did hear it on the radio. So they swapped the top two coming across the line. But look at that, Michael du Toit up the inside, taking that position away from Zander Taljaard. Sorry, I lie, from Byron Orenson and then Eden Haynes. So Eden had a little bit of catching up to do through the grid. So the learner definitely doing some teaching, I must say, down into block coin corner turn number 1, and then here into Sorrel Sweep once again. Obviously, we've got that yellow flag that will be running throughout the day, so drivers and riders will have to be very cautious, for lack of a better word, going through turn number 4, Sorrel Sweep, to try and not make an overtake into the yellow flag zone, and then before the exit and back to green down in the Killarney back straight. But as you can see it on the screen for those watching at home and those around the circuit, don't forget to vote for your competitor of the day. We've been running it, this competition, since the end of last year. And just message in the name of the competitor on racing cars or bikes to 060 352 2890. That's 060 352 2890. And then your competitor of the day with the most votes at the end of the day will win something for themselves at prize giving tonight. The people at home must vote. Those around the area supporting your team and your friends and your family, be sure to send those messages in. And we'll just do a little bit of waiting now before the Pro World Supercars and Caltron Fine Cars come out for their first race of the day.
For those of you at home that just joined us, yep, we have had incidents during the course of the morning, and hence all the races, as you see there, up until the luncheon interval, are limited down to 7 laps in an effort to catch up the lost time. Joining you Mike's side will be for the next race, the Pro Oil Supercars and Caltron Fine Cars, race number 1, with Glenn Phillips and Pierre Pienaar on the front row of the grid. Will be David and Mr. Frankie Yennis.
Which class you going to do? Well, I can tell you something, David. I did put it on our commentary group. Craig Hume sent me a WhatsApp early on in the week stating that the 36 supercar was supposed to be out there today with Rob de Vos. I just want to have a look and see if that car is out there. They were going to have a, I don't see that car out on the track according to our timing devices here, but it was supposed to have been out on circuit with a Toyota Beams motor in, and it was an experimental. It's one of the Lime Property cars, and Rob de Vos was supposed to campaign in that car with a Toyota Beams motor in it to see what it's going to handle like, because that could be a possible way forward. Keep the current bodies on that they got, and then eventually make the changes to replace that body. That was the whole idea, but that car is obviously not going to take to track today. But at least that's part of the line of thinking for the supercar drivers to go forward.
Yeah, I've got to be honest, I've really enjoyed what the supercar field has been doing this season, really trying to push the envelope, trying to think of the future as well. Obviously, it's a shame we don't have that car out there with us, but it's nice that they can look to the future, try and bring in new things, and keep the rest of the paddock happy as well. Not many of the classes are like that. A lot of them can be very protective, so it's nice to see them look into the future like that.
Yeah, it originally started when they had Rian Swart with the Toyota Beams motor with the Tigra Flexi body on, to see what that car would do, what the Toyota motor would do. So that's the reason why he took part in that last main circuit event. He was also just there to have a bit of fun and obviously for experimental purposes. And clearly what he did, they liked, it worked. So this is a possible new way forward for the guys in the Pro Oil Formula Supercars.
Yeah, the other thing to bear in mind as well is with us being into round 4 now, we're at the halfway point in the championship. You know, it feels a bit silly saying this, but this is now where it starts to get more serious than ever for championship points. So
yeah,
a little bit more defensive from some of the drivers who are thinking about that silverware at the end of the season. But again, you know, obviously with the supercars, one of the big things that we have to think about is, you know, some of the incidents that we had yesterday. We'll talk more about that through the race as the cars heading out onto to circuit for the Pro Oil Supercars and Caltron Fine Cars.
All right, so here we go. Pro Oil Formula Supercars and Caltron Fine Cars, race number 1. And I must say, I had a chat to Arnold Lambert last weekend at the clubhouse after our Killarney Rallycross event. And there's supposed to have been 5 Jetta 1s that's going to take part in the fine cars. If all 5 Jetta 1s are going to be there today, that I can't say. But initially, there's supposed to be 5. I do see 2 of them coming out onto the circuit. There I see a 3rd one coming out, so there's a possibility that we might see all 5 Jetta 1s on track today, because that was the initial idea.
And of course, the whole look of this is slightly different because at the start of the season we had the V8 Masters and the supercars out in the one class. Now, halfway through, we're kind of mixing things up a little bit, and it's great that the essentially because the supercars aren't going to particularly bother the fine cars as well. But while the cars make their way around, let's take you through the starting grid then, because you've got Glenn Phillips on pole position for the supercars, 125.755. Pierre Pienaar is going to line up alongside him on row 1, 126.938. Row 2 is going to be the 39 of Andrew Moffat alongside the number 9 of Brad Fenner. And then on row 3 it's going to be Kyle Halleck along with Dan Liebenberg in the 22 car. Row 4 of the grid is going to be Leon Chetty with Kirk Williams for the supercars. And then into the fine cars, then it's going to be DeWald Lambert in the 161 on pole for them. The number 20 of Gilberto Nobrega is going to be alongside on row 1 for the fine cars. Arnold Lambert in the number 61 is going to be in 3rd position on row 2 alongside Marius Ferry in the 313. And then on row 3, the final row of the fine cars, Melanie Lambert in the number 90 and the number 1 of Natasha Tischendorf. And then on top of that, it looks like we've got about 5 extra cars joining the field today.
Yeah, I'm just, as the supercars lineup just brought to my notice here by young Geordie, Richard Lovett's car right at the back there of the supercars, that is like a Michael Briggs back in the day livery that he's got on that supercar. Back in the day when he was racing with the Opel Vectras out there, and it's, yeah, it looks very, very nice, that white and yellow color scheme out there of his. As the fine cars start making their way into position, we see the first of the fine cars make its way. That's a yellow Jetta 1 making its way to the line, and that will be DeWald Lambert. Gilberto Nobrega will be there on his outside. So those are 2, 3, I see 4 Jetta 1s out there. The first 3 cars is Jetta 1s. That's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And then Natasha Tischendorf a bit further down. He's also, I know they're all there, all 5. All 5 Jetta 1s are out on circuit, exactly as Arnold Lambert said earlier. And then Steve Whitehead as well with that Mini.
So here we go then, the pace car is at the front of the grids. We'll be ready to get underway very, very shortly indeed. As we said, Glenn Phillips on pole position alongside Pierre Pienaar. They are going to lead the supercars around here for the first of 7 laps, reduced to 7 laps because of the incident during qualifying earlier on this morning. We'll be trying to make up the time, and then I think we'll try and get some of the time back for full races this afternoon. But green flag flies, and we are ready for our formation lap then. It's of course a rolling start for these cars here, as Glenn Phillips and Pierre Pienaar lead the field around, and then down to the fine cars it's going to be Dewald Lambert and Gilberto Nabrega leading off the charge of what looks to be around about 13 to, well, maybe make that about 10 of the fine cars down there. But it's obviously the class title there, Frankie, fine cars, but it lives up to its name. They are very, very fine cars indeed.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, yeah, my personal opinion is that they should change the name of fine cars to something else. Mark cars might sound a little bit better, because I was having a chat to Melanie at Lambert as well last week Saturday. So she says, yeah, she thinks they should change the name of fine cars, and Arnold and Dewald, they actually agreed as well. But either way, they are out there, and it's lovely to see that Natasha Tischendorf, who is the chair lady of the fine car section, being backed up there by Arnold Lambert, is busy working hard to get all those fine car numbers back up again, and it's a decent amount of fine cars. In theory, this is a class that should not be battling to get numbers, because it's the cheapest form of main circuit racing you're going to find. That's a bunch of cars going into saddle sweep now. I would suggest everybody come and build yourself a fine car. You can drive the thing to the track, do your thing, and drive it back home again.
You've clearly
That's what
never
fine
seen,
cars is about.
You've never seen me drive, Frankie. There's no driving mines back from the track. That thing's a one and done. But the car's making their way down to Cape Town Corner then, as the safety car leads them round. We are ready to go then. So as we said, Glenn Phillips and Pierre Pienaar round Cape Town Corner then. The safety car pulls up that beautiful Maserati safety car off the track, and it's up to Glenn Phillips and Pierre Pienaar to light the fuse and set everything underway for 7 laps of supercars and fine car action here. The car's spreading out 2 by 2. They should be all the way down. The red lights go on and the red lights come off, and the engine notes rise, and we are racing then down into turn 1, almost 3 wide into turn 1. That is going to be up the inside as well. They all get away with it. I think it's still going to be a Pierre Pienaar who manages to hold on, but it's still around the inside here. They're still almost 2 wide. That is a much better exit out of corner 1 for the number 7. And that is going to be a position gained. That is going to be Glenn down into, well, I was going to say down into P3, but back up into P2.
All right, so the fine cars are making their way out of Block 1 corner, being led there by Dewald Lambert, and there's a lunge going around the outside. That is Arnold Lambert that's trying to get through. He wants to get the slingshot on them all, and Lambert does get the slingshot on them as they make their way through the kink and towards Damstep.
Here we go then, as they make their way out of turn number 3 towards Saddle Sweep turn 4. And again, these fine cars looking resplendent in this sunshine. But we've already got supercars into Cape Town Corner, as the great thing about the fine cars is that they keep themselves to themselves. They're not on the pace of the supercars. As the supercars make their way out of that final corner, then it is still going to be the number 7 and number 1, the 2 main protagonists coming across the line. But there's a battle for 3rd and 4th just now as well. That's going to be Richard Lovett and sorry, it's Kyle Halleck and Brad Fenner who are going to cross the line.
Right, here goes the fine cars. It's Lambert that's sitting out there in P1. Let's Nabrega, that's there in that second. Here comes Dewald Lambert. Then coming through is Marius Fourie. Marius Fourie in that BMW coming through, and it is Melanie Lambert that's having a go as well, and not too far behind them is Natasha Tischendorf, as these fine cars are. Look at that, it's Nobriga, and it's the two Lamberts. It's Dewald in second, Arnold in first, and then it's Gilberto Nobriga that's there in that third position, and these Jetta ones are going hell for leather, and chasing them down as well, not too far, is Melanie Lambert.
And that looks like that's going to be a problem. Is that Glenn Phillips that's actually going slowly? I know he was absolutely going toe-to-toe with Pierre Pienaar. That looks like it was on the entrance to 4 through Saddle Sweep. That car going very slowly on the right-hand side. There's white flags at turn 4 to signal that that car is moving very, very slow. I think he's actually getting back up to speed unless he's pulled off. But meanwhile, that was a sensational little battle that we've just been robbed of. So that now puts Pierre Pienaar clear into the lead with nobody really to hold him, because behind him is going to be Halleck and Fenner.
Keeping an eye there on the fine cars. Look at those two Jetta ones go hell for leather down the back straight towards Cape Town corner. And it is Arnold Lambert that sits out there in P1. He's got Gilberto Nobriga right in there behind him. It's Dewald Lambert that's got the lead. Dewald sitting out there in P1. Then it's Nobriga in second as they come through towards us. Then that's Fourie coming through, Marius Fourie. That's busy making his way through, and right behind Marius Fourie is Melanie Lambert. She's also going to try and have a go with him as well as they work their way into Blockpoint corner. But these fine cars, nose to tail, it's Dewald that sits out there in P1. It's Nobriga in that second position, and Arnold Lambert in P3.
Huge thank you to Jordan for giving us an update to say that Dan Liebenberg also going slow in the supercar class, number 22, dropping down the order. They're likely going to be retiring from the race here.
Sorry, that BMW of Marius Fourie is just pulled off going into Castrol corner, so that is the end of that BMW in the fine cars.
So 5 laps left to go. It's going to be 4 laps left to go very shortly. Pierre Pienaar with Kyle Halleck and Brad Fenner also fighting out for second position. But that back to the fine cars just now into the final corner here. And this is just a cracking little fight that we've got going on here. In fact, actually, sorry, that's back up to the supercars. We switch now to the fine cars coming down the back straight here. And with 4 laps left to go, really not much time left here, Frankie, for these fine cars to actually make things work.
Well, the fine cars are giving it their all. There they come, right behind that 15 supercar. It is Dewald Lambert that sits there, Gilberto Nobriga in that second position. Then we have got Arnold Lambert that's there in third. Here comes Melanie Cook. So all of these Jetta ones are first, second, third, and fourth. Out of the 5 Jetta ones, here comes Melanie Cook she was Melanie Cook, she's Melanie Lambert, sorry, to the line now, and all those Jettas are nose to tail as they work their way out of Blockpoint corner.
Yeah, they certainly are. Just to bring you back up to speed with the supercars, Pierre Pienaar has checked off, but what a move by Brad Fenner on the exit of turn 1 into Castle Corner into turn 2 to get that move done on Kyle Halleck. So he's now moved up to P2, but it's not done yet because they're coming down that backstretch just now. It's almost going to be side by side, possibly a dive up onto the inside into Cape Town Corner.
Well, if we can make our way towards turn number 4, Saddle Sweep, we have a new leader in the fine car category. That is Gilberto Nobriga, as we watch the supercars come out of turn 5.
Yep, through the final corner then. They're also making their way past one of the fine cars just now. But here we go, Frankie, this is what you were talking about, back to the fine cars into Cape Town Corner.
Yeah, fine cars are heading towards Cape Town Corner as we'll have a look at these supercars coming out of Cape Town Corner. And it's a fight for the lead once again. And it's gone back to Dewald Lambert. Dewald Lambert was not in the lead. He's back in the lead again. Nobriga, the red car, was in the lead. The yellow Jetta one has taken the lead again. Then it's Arnold Lambert coming through. So the Jetta ones are sitting first, second, and third. 1, 2, and 3 as they come towards us. That is one of the lost supercars. And there's the 4th Jetta one of Melanie Lambert that's making her way across the line as well.
Well, while that is all kicking off for the fine cars, Fourth place for supercars is just an insane battle with 4 cars involved in it. Williams, Moffat, Lovett and Unison in that order as well. But again, with the fine cars coming out of turn 1 into turn 2, Frankie.
Back to that fine car fight in Castrol corner, and the lead has gone back to Gilberto Nobrega. What a fight of these fine cars heading down into turn number 3 into Damster. Man, is Nobrega and Lambert giving each other stick. Here comes the other Lambert, that is Arnold Lambert, that's there in that 3rd spot, and these Jetta 1s are going hell for leather for 1st, 2nd and 3rd and 4th behind that supercar in the fine car category.
What a fascinating battle we've got all the way through the track, because that battle for P2 in supercars is still raging on. We're seeing down the back stretch here, but just down into turn 1, it is still Kyle Halleck and Brett Feiner trading blows, knocking each other out here. This is just epic, epic stuff.
Right, so we're waiting. Here comes one of the back marker fine cars. I think that's Roger Lewis. He's going. Yes, it is Roger Lewis. He's going to be caught by the leading fine cars that are now going to run around him on the outside, and here they come next to each other across the line. It is Gilberto Nobrega and Dewald Lambert, and there is nothing there. There was 4,000ths of a second between the two of them when they came around to start their penultimate lap. And now it's Nobrega that sits ahead of Dewald Lambert, with Arnold still there in a lonely 3rd position.
Yeah, almost still side by side going into turn 2 there. What a brilliant little battle, and round for round, this is exceptional value from these cars here. You were totally telling me about that, but back a little bit to the supercars, and again, this is, I believe, the fight for 3rd place, sorry, 2nd place. Kyle Halleck and Brad Fenner have just been at each other's throat every single corner of every single lap. And talking of laps now, we're going to have 2 laps left to go as they come across the line very, very shortly. In fact, make that the final lap here, Frankie, side by side under the City of Cape Town Bridge, going into the final, the first corner for the last time here. What is actually going to happen as they move into turn number 1?
Well, as these guys start their last lap, the leading fine cars are making their way into Cape Town corner. Dewald Lambert from Gilberto Nobrega sitting out there in 1st and 2nd spot. Here we see a couple of the supercars coming through it in the background. There's your leading fine cars, the yellow Jetta 1, the red Jetta 1, Lambert versus Nobrega, followed by the other Lambert, that is Arnold, that is there in a lonely 3rd position, as these 2 Jetta 1s once again, they have got just over 2/3 of a lap to go, and you cannot choose a winner between Dewald Lambert and Gilberto Nobrega at this stage of the game as they race down towards Castrol corner.
Yep, it's going to be Glenn Phillips down into the final corner for the final time. Moves to the inside of a lap car, but it's been an absolutely exhibition race yet again for that number 1 car. He took pole position, and one of the rare times that we see a car from pole position going into the race win, but it's going to be race 1 under the cosh, and that is going to be a win for Glenn Phillips across the line. As we come 2nd and 3rd, then Kyle Halleck, Brad Fenner. It's too close to call. I think Halleck is just going to get this one from Brad Fenner. 2nd then for Halleck, Fenner in 3rd position, and then it's going to be 4th place for Andrew Moffat. Some way back here, comes out of the final corner just now, but I mean, just the pace difference from these cars right now. And then in 5th position, it is going to be the number 40 of Kirk Williams.
Here comes your leading fine cars behind these 2 supercars towards the checkered flag. And Dewald Lambert has done more than enough. He will beat Gilberto Nobrega to the flag for 1st and 2nd position in the fine car category. Arnold Lambert on his own in P3 across the line. Melanie Lambert should finish there in that 4th position. She is still currently there in P4, and here comes Mel to the checkered flag. So the Jetta 1s, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th across the line in the fine car category. Then we will have Greg Smith in the fine car, still somewhere to go. There goes Greg in the Mark II Ford Escort. And then we should see behind him the 5th and final, well, that's the back marker in the fine cars. The last of the Jetta 1s will be Natasha Tischendorf that will finish behind Greg Smith. That finishes his race now. That's Roger Lewis. He's a lap adrift. He's Roger, and I don't know, maybe Melanie, not Melanie, Natasha, I think she was also 1 lap down, and that means that she would have then finished her race as well, 1 lap down.
Well, I think obviously my brain having a complete meltdown into that final lap, because obviously it was Per Pienaar who coming round that final corner and was in commanding control of the race. But again, my brain has to think about Glenn Phillips retiring 5 laps ago, hoping that it's not a serious issue with that car. Certainly it didn't look like he hit anything, but again, just pulling off to the right-hand side of the circuit. But Frankie, I've got to give you credit. You absolutely called that one on the fine cars about what to expect on that, and it definitely delivered today.
Yeah, the 4 of the 5 came home first, second, third and fourth, and unfortunately Natasha couldn't keep up with him, but she did finish her race. She was 1 lap down, but all 5 Jetta 1s started, all 5 Jetta 1s to the checkered flag.
Yeah, awesome stuff then. So it was Patrick Pienaar in first place, Kyle Halleck taking second place, and Brad Fennert taking third place for the podium on there. And here we go. I mean, I've got no doubt that it's going to be almost exclusively fine cars in this highlights reel.
Well, I'll tell you what, I loved that fine car race. These 3 Jetta 1s are the 2 Lamberts and Nobriga, as the folks at home can see on their screen. That was just one of the
yeah, that was Glenn Phillips.
Phillips
So that was
had slowed down, yeah.
And again, you saw that battle for second place just going round the outside. There's nothing worse for a driver than to see all your competitors go flying past you. But again, great awareness from a lot of the drivers there to avoid that car. But he just pulls off the circuit. So again, I'm hoping we can see that car back out for race 2.
And of course, Glenn is your defending supercar champion. So not exactly the way he wanted his day to start neither.
Back to your fine car, said Frankie.
Yeah, this was the fight between Deelwold Lambert and Gilberto Nobriga. As a matter of fact, I actually met Gilberto for the first time last weekend after Rallycross. There's Steve Whitehead going through in that red Mini with a white roof. I met him last week for the first time at the clubhouse when we were doing the prize giving for the Rallycross. And Arnold introduced me to him and said that he would be driving one of the Jetta 1s. Well, I'll tell you what, Mr. Nobriga, you may drive that car, sir. Not bad at all, definitely. Well done there to all 5 of our Jetta 1 drivers and all the drivers in the fine car category and the supercars.
So we move on then, and it looks like we've moved straight on from, it was supposed to be the BMWs, but it looks like it's going to be the Pirelli Super Twin 650s and the Super Sport 300s, which is fine, because that's me staying on the mic, because we'll be bringing our very own Jordan back onto the microphone for that one. But just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, as you already know, you can vote for the competitor of the day here. Just WhatsApp your entries to 060 352 2890. That's 060 352 2890. Let us know who you think is your competitor of the day. Some very, very worthy entries already, and we are barely 3 races into the day. So, as I said, it was scheduled to be the Kades BMW Cup. But that looks like it's going to be moved to the Pirelli Super Twin 650s and Super Sport 300s. We'll double check on that. In fact, there we go. There is the programme to confirm that. So we'll go off of that and just ignore what is actually on my my sheet. It looks like we've got the Warwick Wealth Sports and GT cars and Pirelli V8 Masters up after that. And you can see the entire schedule moved around a bit, basically to try and get some of that time back. But I've got no doubt that this afternoon we will get back to our full complement of racing. So we'll step away from the mic for just a second, and we'll be right back with more bike racing.
Well, David, back to two wheels for us here with the Pirelli Super Twin Cup 650s and Super Sport 300s. Race number 1, of course, 7 laps, as is the rest of the scheduled classes up until lunchtime. And going on through the grid as they come out on their warm-up lap, we look down the order on our timing screen, and Slade Funnikak on the 96, Project 60 SA, Team Wayward, with his personal sponsors, Vision Fin and Pro Automation and the likes, an 18.8, 1 minute, 18 seconds, 0.8, the fastest Super Twin Cup lap done on the 650. So that is a new record as far as I'm aware. Max Munton, a new personal best of a 19.9, breaking into the 19s as well today. So very, very brilliant lap from him. And then Nicholas Hutchings on the 72, just behind him, Clint Munton, father, ex-ZX10 Cup racer, and a long-standing rider in many a series is Uncle Clint. Adrian Solomon on the Pool Kings number 4 in 5th, ahead of birthday boy from yesterday, Lance Jonas. So a happy belated to him. Ahead of Abigail Bosson on the 2nd, Project 60 SA, and Team Wayward number 51 in 7th. Jamie Hall, the Garden Route Goliath, as I like to call him, 2024's Super Twin Cup 650 champion. He raced a Suzuki S-Rad a little bit of last year. Unfortunately, he was supposed to ride it today in the Classics class, and he had some issues. So he's now on a 650, back to normal. Then it is Bradley Muster, Elman Mostert, Liam Carsons, Cody Redlingace, James Late, and Julian Ferreira, the youngest 300 rider and the youngest person in the class to date. As we get ready, David, take them away when the light comes on.
Here we go then, waiting for things to go. Slade van Niekerk and Max Munton ready to go, poised as we get 7 laps of racing. The lights go on, lights go off. Very quick start for all of them as the 650s and the 300s make their way down. And it's a clean start from the majority of the drivers. In fact, from all of the drivers, it is going to be Slade van Niekerk who just tucks the bike into the lead there. It looks like we've possibly got one on the start-finish straight here, but we focus back on the race leaders then down into turn 2. That's going to be Max Munton with a little look on the 14, but again just decides that patience is the case here. But with the 300s, that's what we're going to have to watch for here, because we had an absolute humdinger. As that's going to be a move up the kink. That is sensational for Max Munton. No fear whatsoever, just sent it on the inside of Slade van Niekerk, and that's going to be Liam Carsons that has pulled off into the inside here. What a start from those two.
Oh my goodness, David, we look down into Sorrel Sweep now. They are literally almost banging elbows and knees at the same time going through Sorrel Sweep as the front runners head down towards Cape Town Corner on this opening lap. We look down into the braking zone and we'll see where everyone lies. It is Slade van Niekerk from Max Munton from Nicholas Hutchings that just sits there in that 3rd spot on the 72. And
Call
out
me
they
silly
come.
here.
Yes.
Sorry to jump in, but I think that was Clint Munton. I think Clint Munton has got the jump in the number 12 bike and is up in the 3rd. We'll see as they come across the line. But he certainly went across the timing line first. Look, you were absolutely right. It was Hutchings. But Munton is on
But look at
fire
that
right now.
As we say, Max Munton dives up the inside of Slade van Niekerk to take that lead away on the Sunscan and Team Mag Workshop number 14. Clint Munton rather is fighting heroically behind this group of 3 with Adrian Solomon, the 2024 300s champion, as he runs through Castrol Corner now, just ahead of Abigail Bosson as well. And then it is Jamie Hall and Lance Jonas. And then we look to the 300s, but we'll jump back with him in a little bit, as it is Munton from van Niekerk from Hutchings.
What a start to this race then. So it is van Niekerk from Munton from Hutchings, as Jordan just said there. Clint Munton in 4th position, defending from Adrian Solomon. Defending might be a bad word there, because that looks to be done. Abigail Bosson in 6th, Jamie Hall in 7th, Lance Jonas in 8th position, Bradley Musto in 9th position as well, Ellen Moster in 10th.
As down into Cape Town Corner we go, Slade van Niekerk gets the lead back from Max Munton. Now a little bit of clean air onto the first, or to complete the first racing lap, with coming up on 5 to go. We'll watch as they run through. Max Munton in the slipstream now of the number 96. We'll see where he dives out. Nicholas Hutchings on that 72, a new fastest lap of the race for Max Munton, a 1:20.1. As the rest of the field comes through there, we look, that is Adrian Solomon, Clint Munton, Abigail Bosson. Clint Munton, the veteran amongst the two youngsters, as they run on through out of Block Coin Corner.
Just looking into to Castro Corner then, and it looks like Nicholas Hutchings actually being dropped from those lead two just now. Slade van Niekerk ahead of Max Munton just now, but we're looking further down this. You've got Abigail Bosson, Jamie Holland there, Lance Jonas also having a bit of a fight here, but there you go, there's confirmation that Nicholas Hutchings has been dropped from those lead two as they go through the saddle sweep just now. Slade van Niekerk tucks the bike in ahead of that bright green bike, the number 14 of Max Munton. 5 laps left to go here, and this is exactly what we expect from these Super Twins.
The Super Twin Cup 650s and 300s are always a blast to watch and commentators. I know you can say the same, David. As down towards Cape Town Corner we go once again, and still it's van Niekerk from Munton with a slightly distant Hutchings, but still making up that gap just within a second. Then we see Clint Munton, Adrian Solomon and Abigail Bosson fighting for that 4th, 5th and 6th as the leaders make their way by us once again down into the braking zone of Block Coin.
Yeah, here we go then, 4 laps left to go. It is still Slade van Niekerk holding on to the lead, but Max Munton trying his best to get this. 3rd position then is going to be Hutchings. Then you've got that battle for 4th, 5th and 6th position. You've got Munton, Solomon and Abigail Bosson tailing off that pack there. 7th position for Hall. 8th position for Lance Jonas there, just coming through a shot. And then you've got Bradley Musto leading off the 300s all by himself, basically 3 seconds, 3.5 seconds to the goods of Ferreira.
Absolutely. We'll find them in a few if we can to just catch up with the 300s, but we look back to the lead. Slade van Niekerk slowly opening up a gap to the Sunscan Mag Workshop bike. Then you see Nicholas Hutchings on what I thought was the Hutchings Service Centre bike, but I see it's in all black, so I believe that could be the Missile Motorcycles number 72, or in the livery of Missile Motorcycles as they come through a sorrel sweep. There is 4, 5 and 6 once again. Then we see the Sunscan of Clint Munton, Paul Kings of Adrian Solomon and Abigail Bosson, and then Hall and Jonas for 7th and 8th position as it stands.
So pace-wise, there is a world in which Clint Munton could potentially get a podium here. Nicholas Hutchings is about a second and a bit slower as Slade van Niekerk comes across the line. Fastest lap of the race, 1:19.5, closely followed by Max Munton, 1:19.8. So the two of them absolutely going for it. But again, Adrian Solomon now getting a position for 4th from Clint Munton. So they are catching Nicholas Hutchings. He did a 1:22, they did a 1:21.7. So there is time catching up on that, but it is 5 seconds between them right now, 3.5 seconds, excuse me, on that. We cut back to turn number 2 on the entry, and that is the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th right now. Solomon, Munton and Bosson fighting their way through, but we've got 3 laps left to go here, Jordan. Not a lot of time left to make this happen.
Down to turn 4 as the leader, Bradley Musto on the 300s, goes through Block Coin Corner. There we saw van Niekerk and Munton go through. There's Hutchings once again, and just behind, very closely behind and closing, is Solomon, Munton and Bosson. And then just behind them as well, the 7 and 8 of Hall and Jonas. Slowly closing up to that group in the top 5, or 4, 5 and 6 as well. As we'll wait now for the 300s, here comes Bradley Musto into picture around about now on the KTM 390, sponsored there by AAA Motorcycles and CCHSA. As he turns into sorrel sweep just behind Alme Moster, another one of the lady racers ahead of Cody Redlingace, nose to tail for those two on the 650s, and then behind them 3 more of the 300s. Julian Ferreira, James Late and Liam Carstens. Unfamiliar to see James Late so far down, but I know he was having some issues during the week and yesterday, so hopefully they can get that bike sorted out properly to be up and running with Bradley Musto at the front in race 2.
2 laps left to go, and that is your fight for 4th, 5th and 6th position. Adrian Solomon leading Clint Munton from Abigail Bosson just coming into turn 2 now. It does look fairly settled on that. Abigail not wanting to become overly aggressive with that, seems fairly happy to sit behind Clint Munton. Meanwhile, with your leaders, van Niekerk, they look like to be stretching a little bit more of a gap. It was 1 second, but again, I think that Max Munton may be wanting to try and turn up the wick, turn up the heat on that bike. But again, with just 2 laps left to go, I don't know what Max has got left in the tank. Certainly as they're coming down the back stretch, down towards Cape Town Corner, as we have P1, P2, this is going to be Nicholas Hutchings, who unfortunately we now say less of because he's on his own. Then you've got Adrian Solomon, you've got Clint Munton and Abigail Bosson. They look closer now than ever. Is that going to be a move for Munton? Up on the inside into Cape Town corner from Adrian Solomon. I think it is, late on the brakes. And that, again, could be a world in which they catch Nicholas Hutchings.
Absolutely, just pushing one another in this group of three. This trio comes through as we just got a bit of a frozen screen there. And we head down towards turn one. There we go, back in frame. And side by side between Munton and Solomon. Munton up the inside. Will he hold it off? He does. Adrian Solomon has to subdue into that second in the group, but fifth overall as they go out of block point corner as we start and are on the final lap. We'll look for the leaders going through Dams Dip turn number 3 and down towards Sarl Sweep turn number 4.
Yeah, it's been a fairly dominant performance from Slade van Niekerk. Once he got the get-go on that, you can see Max Munton just in the background doesn't really have the pace or the answer. 0.6 of a second was the gap between van Niekerk and Max Munton last time round, but they're making their way down the back stretch here for the final time in towards Cape Town corner. We're keeping our eye on this scintillating battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. It's going to be a case of whether Adrian Solomon can actually hold on from Abigail Bosson. Bosson has been like a metronome with the pace, but our leaders coming through the final corner then to complete race 1 for the 650s and 300s, and it is indeed going to be under the City of Cape Town Bridge. It's going to be Slade van Niekerk potentially under the line from Max Munton, and they go across. Nicholas Hutching in 3rd. Clint Munton, I think, is going to have 4th position, but again, what a fantastic finish. It's not over yet here, JT.
Okay, we'll watch down towards the line with that frozen screen. There, Clint Munton just beats out Adrian Solomon and Abigail Bosson by a 1/10 of a second to Solomon, 2/10 to Bosson for 4, 5 and 6. Jamie Hall, first time back in over 2 years or a year and a half to 650s. He comes home 7th ahead of Lance Jonas in 8th position on that Super Twin Cup 650 of his for the Samurai Racing team. Now we just wait around for Bradley Musto, the first of the 300s, to make his way through and out of turn 5 as he comes towards us. Now, there he is, just ahead of Alme Mostert and Cody Redlingace. As they both come out, we'll just skip that camera and we'll wait for them to come past us. Here they come.
Across the line then, and fantastic finish there. They swap over right at the death there of the race, but Bradley Musto does get that win for the 300s, and you've got to say it in commanding style as well. I mean, that's got to be what, at least a 15-second gap over James Light just now. Comes across the line, he'll finish that. In fact, yeah, there we go then, 18 seconds behind your 300 race leader of Bradley Musto. And, you know, I'm kind of gutted because the 300s was always one that we loved, watching how much they duked it and battled it out. But, yeah, here we go. I think they've very much earned that little wave to the marshals and to the crowd round here at Killarney.
Absolutely. The riders love it, the fans love it, the marshals love it. Everybody involved loves this racing. Not only the Super Twin Cup 650s and 300s, but to me especially the 300s and 650s, because they always put on such a show. It's a shame we didn't see more of a battle in the 300s, but hopefully maybe there's a chance in race number 2. And as far as I'm aware, with a 2.2 second gap between Van Niekerk and Munton at the line, that I believe is the closest that anyone's ever been to Slade this season to put on some competition as they pull down towards Parc Ferme. And only a week ago, did a lot of these riders compete in the short circuit series as well? The likes of Van Niekerk, Munton, Hutchings, and even Cody Redlingace and Bradley Musto, and then James Late, Liam Carsons, and Julian Ferreira, all at short circuit and all putting on a good show to bring over to main circuit this weekend.
Got to say, that was a heck of a brave move there, up the inside there from Clint Munton in that number 12 bike. You could see it sliding under braking, trying to hold on to that, but again, through into the Sarl Sweep. 4th, 5th and 6th here, JT, were nose to tail for the entirety of the race, and it's what I love about the Super Twin 650s and the Super Sport 300s is there's obviously a lot of focus on the super bikes, but for me the 650s and the 300s, as a rider, this is where you cut your teeth, this is where you learn racecraft, this is where you learn to fight in a pack.
This is the first big step off the short circuit in from what I know, being around short circuit and what is the early days of main circuit riding, where you start in a 300, then you progress to the 650, then maybe you jump to a 600 in the clubman's or breakfast run class, and then you carry on up towards superbikes.
So up next then is going to be the Warwick Wealth Sports and GTs. Now, again, we've got them. Now, on the screen there, it's saying that they're going to have the Pirelli V8 Masters joining them.
That is correct.
But I'm not seeing them on the timing screen, so that's...
So we should see a couple of them split in there. You see in Sports and GT Class X.
There
we see the likes. We see Fabio Tofani there in the number 3 car, as well as Sean Moore. And then we should have we did have one more, that being Jason Ibbotson at the tail end in what is the replica. It's the APV Owen Ashley Mustang chassis with that of the Mustang Dark Horse GT3 kit over it. That hopefully there should be a couple more of those modified APV Mustangs coming out with that body in a little bit of time coming soon.
So with that then, it's time for me to bid adieu and to step away from the mic, because it's going to be Gary Fleming that's going to be joining you, Jordan, on the mic for this one. And then after the Sports and V8s, we've got the breakfast bikes. So we will have two-wheel action returning back after this race.
So we watch now as the grid of Sports and GTs and V8s combined. There is Jason Ibbotson in the modified APV Mustang, the V8 Masters. Unfortunately, one of those Mustangs not racing with us today was that of Tian Berger, at a monstrous crash in qualifying yesterday. Obviously, that's sort of the word on everyone's mouth at the moment. So very happy that he's all right. And I mean, a commending due to that of Owen Ashley, who built those APV Mustangs back in the day, what would be about 20 years ago when they first arrived to the circuit, and even with the Formula Supercars going onwards of 30 years, midway through the 90s when those were built, and still running today, some with even the same motors, and they keep on chugging along. So that's engineering at its finest, and that was the man. That was Owen Ashley, an incredible patriot to the craft that is engineering. So we'll see the V8s joining us today in these Sports and GTs. So look out for Sean Moore, Fabio Tofani, and Jason Ibbotson as we look to the casual folk that we see here in Sports and GT quite often all the way down the grid. The likes of Tate Bishop that takes pole in the Audi R8 GT4 ahead of Wayne Hoffman and Roberto Franco. Divan Wenzel, Mike Verrier back once again, the man from Neisner, down in Cape Town. He actually drove that Z4 that's got an LSX motor in it. He drove that at the Samola Hill Climb a couple of weeks ago, and now he's brought it back down, and the previous year as well. And he's brought that car back down to Cape Town under the NDT Racing stable. And then we see a couple more. As we see a couple more still heading out of the pits. There is that Audi R8 GT3 as opposed to the GT4 of Roberto Franco and part of Rico Barla Racing, starting in third. I think it's actually the first time out that they're getting the chance to drive that car. So very keen to see what he can do. As Andre Steenkamp pulls to the infield outside of turn number 1, if you, Nico Nicolaisen, are listening, I know I joked yesterday about him hopefully having no troubles, as did you, and I cursed it a day early. So sorry about that, guys, and the induction noise team. I know Neil Lamb, as well as Quint, Mr. Q, back home as well, probably watching or filling in a podcast episode. Probably all going to be a little bit of a sigh and a roll of the eyes. As we look around as well, Martin Prince in there. There's Roy Obery, Divan, as I said, Divan Wenzel out front as well. Tace Volskink in the Audi, Clive Smith in the Porsche. Devin Pillay in one of the GT3s as well, and another 997. Same as the likes of Valen Volskink, Marius Fourie, Eric Salomon. And Now we'll just wait. Connor Kilbride as well in the BMW. He'll be campaigning once again in Sports and GT. And let's just watch as they come towards the start-finish line. Here they go towards the line. Yes, and away they go as the lights go off and they power down towards us into turn of 1 block point corner, and it is the whole shot from Tate Bishop in that Angry Racing R8 GT4. That car is for sale, however, if anyone feels like it. And oh, that's Wayne Hoffman in the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car that rolls to the inside of the circuit. Luckily out of the way, Mike Very having an issue in the Z4 as well. So trouble on the opening lap, David.
Wow, what a start. It's always fireworks from the Warwick Wealth Sports and GTs, and no such surprises there. But yeah, that is a very, very slow car going into the inside then, as the 72 of Martin Prince, it looks to be making a very slow recovery. I think that car may be heading straight to pit lane, but we go back to your race leaders then down into the Sarrel sweep, and already that looked to be one of the V8 Masters already back up to the tail end. And of course, I think the class here wanted to take it a little bit easier today, given what happened yesterday. But there we go, down the back stretch here, Jordan, and into Cape Town corner for the first time.
Here they go, and it is Roberto Franco that's taken to the lead ahead. Is that, let's just have a look, Divan Wenzel in the 31. So there, sorry I lied, that is the leader. That's Tate Bishop, that's way ahead of Roberto Franco. Then it is Wayne Hoffman in then it's Divan Wenzel rather. It was Wayne Hoffman that went off in the Cup car. Then Sean Moore, the first of the V8 Masters. Then it's Kilbride from Tafani, from Prince, Falskink, Faree and Palais as your top 10.
Now I'm just noticing that we've still got actually track cars making their way round the Cape Town corner at the moment, so I've got no doubt they'll pull off to the inside, but we're still watching down into to turn 2. Lots of action going on here just now. Two of the Porsches getting involved there. I think that might have been Divan Wenzel getting caught up in that as well, but it is still, as you said, Tate Bishop in the lead of this race. And listen, he was absolutely dominant in round 3, and it looks to be picking up exactly where left off here as Tate down into to Cape Town corners. We're watching the rest of the field here.
There comes the dark horse of Jason Ibbotson up the inside of Dr. Divin Palais. Through and out of Sorrel sweep they go. The likes of, there's Brett Swanefelter, sorry, that's Brett Swanefelter in that Nissan 350Z that I was looking at, that luminous yellow one. As we look to the lead, Tate Bishop in the Angry Racing R8, a 1:14.5 for the young man. He is Super Cup champion as well from 2025, I believe. So he is putting on a stark performance here in Sports and GT, sponsored by Warwick Wealth this morning. Then Franco from Wenzel, from Sean Moore and Fabio Tafani in the 4th and 5th. And then we see that fight between Valen Forskenk and that's Connor Kilbride in the Racing Spirit BMW M3 that raced down towards Castro Corner turn 2.
What a race we've had so far. 5 laps left to go here, and it is absolutely set the cat amongst the pigeons here, because we've got classes kind of everywhere right now on the exit of turn 3. That is going to be your battle for 2nd and 3rd position. Then Rob Franco in that A class having to fight from a D class car, and that is going to be Wenzel, Divan Wenzel in the number 31 just behind him, 0.6 of a second, and giving him absolutely no pace. As I'm seeing out the corner of my eye something I never want to say, and that's a car being overtaken in the kink.
As there we look back to Cape Town corner, and you say the difference between an A-class car and a D-class car, that being the A-class of Roberto Franco in 2nd, and then Divan Wenzel in a 3rd. But Divan Wenzel is a master of the art. He owns and runs Wenzel Motorwerks in a Stickland, specifying in a Porsches. So this guy knows a Porsche top to bottom, and he's raced for many a year. Frankie will know him and Barry Williams from their go-karting days up to rallycross and the likes. There we see Dr. Martin Prince, the Dutchman, in his Porsche GT3 ahead of Valen Forskenk and Connor Kilbride. Then Jason Ibbotson in the APV modified V8 Mustang, coming through in that 9th spot. Wayne Hoffman crawling his way back up from the back end of the grid up into the top 10.
Yeah, another fantastic run. But here is your second and third cars then of Rob Franco and Van Wenzel fighting for that second place. But again, not in the same class here. There is Moore and Tefani, 4th and 5th position. Again, that is going to be Class B, and that's going to be Class C as well. And then you've got Martin Prins and Volschenk. So obviously, Prins not involved in that initial spin on the inside of the corner, because up into P6. But Connor Kilbride is another driver that we've not really spoken too much about. Sensational pace, doing the double essentially in the BMW class, in the BMW race, and also out here in the sports and GT. But Tate Bishop looking just unassailable. 8 seconds already, and we're lap 4.
Yep, sailing away now by 8.1 seconds to the good, ahead of Franco and Wenzel. Roberto Franco as well, now that I think about it. Speaking of Tate Bishop, also raced Super Cup for quite some time up in the Extreme Festival. So now into an Audi R8 GT3 car here at Sports and GT. Here we see Martin Prince in that all-orange GT3 Cup car. Then Vaden Volschenk in the 997 ahead of the M3 of Connor Kilbride. Then it is Jason Ibbotson just getting closed in there by Wayne Hoffman. That's for your top 10, in fact, as we look back to the leader coming down to the braking zone of turn number 5. And we will, coming up to the line, we'll have 2 laps left to go.
Well, with 2 laps left to go, here's a perfect opportunity to bring it up to date with the classes at the moment. Then Tate Bishop in the lead of Class A. For Class B, that is going to be the number 1 car of Sean Moore, who is leading that class just now. Class C is going to be the number 3 car, and that is going to be Tefani, who is leading that car, Fabio Tefani. Class D is going to be Devin Pillay in the number 84, currently down in P11 overall. And then in Class X is going to be, I think, our sole Class X car, and that is going to be the number 46 car of Ibbotson.
Now we look to the V8 Masters at the front end of almost the front end of the field there in 4th and 5th, with Martin Prince in that 6th spot ahead of Volschenk and Kilbride that are getting mighty close together. There goes Wayne Hoffman on Jason Ibbotson up the inside into Block Point Corner, turn number 1. It is, in this case, Porsche versus Mustang, 2 what is in essence GT3 cars with a body kit of a GT3 car on the Mustang. Both of those styles race in Porsche Cup across the world, as well as in the likes of IMSA and GT3 racing for the Mustang. There we have Marius Ferry in that SLK fighting with Devin Pillay, as well as Roy Obery in the Porsche 924 GTP. A nice GTP tribute for that car out of the Hop Motorsport stable, coming down towards Castro Corner now with Eric Salomon in the Elf just behind.
Again, unfortunately, my excitement got the wrong of me, because I was saying that it was Devin Pillay that was leading Class D, but of course Van Wenzel, who is like years ahead of the rest of Class D, who might need to be reassigned on that unless he's got an Exocet missile powering that car right now. But fantastic battle that we've got going on further down the field. In fact, that looks like, is that Connor Kilbride in the BMW? You recognise that Racing Spirit livery anywhere, just behind beautiful Porsches. Then that's going to be Martin Prince and or is that Hoffman and Volschenk?
Yep, so I've just seen in that last lap we saw Jason Ibbotson as well as almighty close, and there's a touch there between Ibbotson and Kilbride going into Block Point Corner, turn number 1. Both come into a stop on the exit. The cameraman, Frankie's Funky Photos, I know, will be sitting there with a smile on his face getting the shots as he gets up to take some photos. But they'll stop there, so there'll be that yellow, if not a double wave yellow, into turn 1 as we wait for the leader that will come down towards turn number 5. We have to look around for Tate Bishop as there's Marius Ferry just ahead there of Devin Pillay, Roy Obery and Eric Salomon. Is now across the line, sorry, David, is Tate Bishop that comes across the line under yellow flags.
Yep, and in fact, actually, checkered flag is being shown on our time screen. So Tate Bishop has taken the win. Rob Franco comes across line in 2nd. Van Wenzel in 3rd. It's going to be the number 1 of Sean Moore who will take 4th position. Then it's going to be the number 3 car of Tefani in 5th, Martin Prince in 6th position as the rest of them are making their way over. You've got Wayne Hoffman is also going to be there with Martin Prince. Waylon Volshank is going to come across the line in P8. Connor Kilbride is not going to come across the line because obviously involved in that turn 1 incident. And forgive me for the newbie question here, Jordan, but I'm pretty sure it was that one of the V8 Masters that went into the BMW, because that is the last thing that they wanted here.
Absolutely. Just a bit of contact there on the under the brakes and a dive. We're trying to make a move on the final lap with Jason Ibbotson just to get that position away coming to the end of this race. As we have a handful still making their way across the line. And still on the lap, here comes Roy Obery trying to get past Devin Pillay. But there goes Marius Verree in the SLK to take 11th overall and 2nd in class. Sorry, 9th overall ahead of Devin Pillay in 10th. Roy Obery in the Porsche in 11th, and Eric Salomon in the Elf finishing out in 12th position.
Wow, what a race there then. So I
Very
think
eventful
from the looks of it, that's going to be Jason Ibbotson that went into the side of
Correct.
Connor Kilbride. And again, with the V8 Masters just being added to that field, I think there's going to be some interesting conversations being had. But at the end of the day, racing is racing here, Jordan. And I think the more we get on the track, the better there. But yeah.
I must just say something that came to mind. On the final lap, Wayne Hoffman set a 114.4 in that Porsche GT3 Cup car. There he is coming towards us. He spun early on in the race in turn 1, stayed away from everybody off the circuit, so no contact made in that Porsche, and then clawed his way back up into the top 7, third in class rather, 7th overall in race number 1. What a ride, a comeback ride that was for Wayne Hoffman.
Jordan, I don't know about you, but I think we're going to have to give about 10 minutes for these highlights here. But here you go. For me, you could see on the replay there that car squirreling under braking for the V8 Masters. And I've got to say, I mean, the fact that we got that all on camera, you know, if only we could praise a certain cameraman for catching that all on. I don't know who it was there, Jordan.
As there's that spin for Wayne Hoffman early on in the race. That actually could have been off the lead, in fact. So from the start of this race, there he goes, just on the apex of turn number 1, block going corner. Everyone goes around that Porsche, and luckily he managed to come back and finish 7th. So just laid on the brake really high, or really tight up the inside, I should say, into block going corner, turn number 1, both going for the same bit of tarmac. And, you know, front half of the Mustang to rear half of the BMW. It's a tight pot to say, but I mean, I'm going to say it's a racing incident because it's so close, but at the same time, braking so late, you never know what's going to happen.
I think the great thing as commentators is obviously we get to pick apart, and we've got the wonder of all these beautiful replays and stuff, but I think you'll be hard-pressed to find any racing driver that will look at that and say, yeah, I wouldn't have sent that. I think you see that gap, and you know that you've got an opportunity. You think that you've got it until you don't, and unfortunately,
until you do.
Yeah,
of course.
yeah.
So it's all just about playing the game until you know you've made your way through, or unfortunately, in the worst case scenario, as we've seen, there's contact made and both aren't able to finish.
Yeah, no, 100%. But either way, a fantastic end to the Warwick Wealth Sports and GTs with the V8 Masters added in. And again, time to turn our attention because we're back to the bikes now, where it's the Pirelli Clubman Classic breakfast runs. And yeah, that is going to be an awesome one. I think it's going to be Francois that's on the mic for this one. A lot of stories resolving themselves over the year. Of course, the Clubman 600, really kind of mixing it with those 1,000 bikes.
Absolutely. Another thing we have to talk about is the fact that they didn't get to qualify yesterday because of that Sports GT incident. They weren't able to set a lap. So this, as far as I'm aware, it will go one of two ways. It will either go off championship standings as it is now, or as it is after the last event about a month ago, or it'll go off the fastest laps, or the qualifying time rather, of last round's qualifying session. But we look to it, William Morris on the GSXR 1000 Willie Service Centre and the likes from Strandside. He starts in pole position ahead of Wesley Hendricks and Matthew Doyser on the front row, Gerard Joubert, Wayne Gresse and Luwawala Nsana on the second row of the grid, Willem Lowe, Saud Adam, a returning Derek Hendricks after what is more than a year, almost a year and a half away from racing after a big accident in turn number 4 that saw him tumbling around. He's back on the 57, and I'm hoping that he's ready for this, because he looked ready yesterday. Obviously didn't get to qualify, so limited track time for him. Then Mario Ferreira, Quinton Retief, and Michael Becker to round out the final 4th row on the grid.
So for as much as we're talking about who we do see on the grid there, the name that I'm not seeing on the grid is obviously the number 6 bike of Malcolm Govinder, who was absolutely dominant last time out. Took race 1 and race 2. And one of the fastest bikes out there. But again, Matthew Doyce has been a sensation this season. Has really set the cat amongst the pigeons. But again, it now looks like it's coming back towards the way of William Morris and maybe Wesley Hendricks, who has been, again, in the 600s, just unassailable almost.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's unfortunate we don't see the likes of Govinder and the rest of the Johannesburg boys in actual fact, because a lot of them are still up north. Alan John Fenter, the man behind Lekker Racing from up north, is actually on an Irish island now at the Isle of Man. He's racing this week coming. He's just been qualifying in the super sports class as well in the super bike class with Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. His 3rd visit up to the island with a couple others also that side of the world. So he's going on through the Isle of Man is AJ Fenter. So unfortunately he's not visiting this year, or this round rather. So that could lead to the fact that some of the other guys from the Lekker Racing team, the likes of him, Augustine and Twara as well, not here. But hopefully we see them back in our next round coming.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, the Pirelli Clubman Classic and Breakfast Run. Race 1 of the day. Again, a slightly reduced race distance of 7 laps. David Christie here with you, as well as the wonderful, wonderful Mr. Francois, who is a year older now, a year wiser.
I might be older. I don't know about wiser, David.
I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt here, my guy.
But it's very kind of you. Very flattering. The flattery will get you everywhere, David. Thank you very much.
Trust me, I know that one.
Yes, a lovely day. Now we're up for Pirelli Clubman Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles. Like William Morris, Wesley Hendricks, Matthew Dews, Gerard Joubert, Wayne Gresse, Luwawala Nsana, Willem Lowe, Sword Adam, Derek Hendricks, Mario Ferreira, Quinton Retief and Michael Becker will all be out there. And a small field of 12 bikes, but this is the fun class. You know, you've got nothing to lose here. I think this is just about, you know, place your bets. And at the end of the race, okay, but you beat me, here's your 100 Rand. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of fun out there. That's all it's about. It's just to go out and have fun. And this is penultimately on the main circuit where you take the step up to your superbike category, is doing this class. So yes, lovely to see 12 bikes out there. It's a fair field and some exciting racing. And the motorcycles, there's even a Kajiva out there, I see. So, you know, you see Ducatis, but when you see a Kajiva or a Benelli or something to that extent, then you know there's a good mix.
I think that officially makes us an exotic grid.
It's an exotic grid, yes. Very much
But
so.
with the clubmans, obviously we see the clubmans in the cars, and it's the real sort of cutting your teeth for it. But
Yeah.
we'll come back to that in a second, because the bike's already lined up on the grid. William Morris alongside Wesley Hendricks then, and we are ready to go for race one of the Pirelli Clubman Classics and Breakfast Run here.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the lights to go on. The men that count are down on the line, the COC, and we'll just quickly get it all sorted out. A nice view there. There's one more bike coming in. That's the KTM 990, and I think that's Michael Becker. That's on that KTM. I actually wanted to go and chat to him and say to him, you know what, all you've got to do with that bike is just lower the suspension slightly.
Yeah.
And then it'll be a cracker race bike. He's a bit high, so he's in motard fashion. But to have the guts to go out and race a 990 cross tourer, what a pleasure.
It looks more like the type of bike you'd see tackling sand dunes, but the engine notes rise then for the first race of the day for the Pirelli Clubman Classic and Breakfast Run. The lights out, and we are racing once again down to the first corner. Wesley Hendricks gets the whole shot over Matthew Dowse up into second position here, as it looks like a fairly settled start to the race. Settled being the polite word.
Yeah, they all hurtle up there to Castrol Corner, jostling for positions, finding their line. And it looks like Matthew Dowse is in there. He's in there in about third, trying to work his way through. So good crowd there as they snap their way there through Lunstem King down towards Dams, into Dams. They'll hurtle around Dams there on your screen as they cut through Dams Corner. Down on the right-hand knee, getting on the gas there as they work their way up the Tigerberg, straight away up towards Sarl Sweep. Close contention. Have a look. It's Linus Stern stuff now. Hit the double right-hand in Sarl Sweep and work their way down the back straight.
Here we go then as they make their way through Saddle Sweep again, lighting that touch paper, letting these engines absolutely scream onto the brakes. That's going to be very easy pickings. I think that might be William Morris retaking the lead, fighting with Wesley Hendricks, but also keep an eye out on that number 20 bike of Matthew Dowse. I might be mistaken here, but I'm pretty sure I saw him going round the outside of two bikes on turn two. Fantastic move here, but they come out of that final corner under the City of Cape Town Bridge to start the lap number 2 there. So it is Matthew Dowse from P3 up to the lead of the race.
Matthew really putting in the hard yards there. William Morris dropping down to place. Carrot Joubert. Wayne Chris on the red bike. You can see him going through there. Up behind him, Lubabala and Tassana, Sword Adam, Wesley Hendricks, Mario Ferreira, Michael Becker, Quinton Retief, Derek Hendricks and Willem Lowe as they all make their way into Castrol Corner. You'll see them, they come up sort of mid-pack. You want to lead in close to the corner because when you come out of the corner, it spits you out towards the outside and you want to hang in there tight so you've got a lot of roadway. Going into the kink, you hit the kink in the middle and you drop down towards turn 3 and then close up again on 3 and work your way up the Tigerberg Straight.
Yeah, they certainly are as they come through turn 3. This is on the run down to the Sarel Sweep. And again, it's a case of Matthew Dowse just checking out and then leaving everybody else to themselves just now. William Morris fighting off Gerhard Joubert. We've got some fantastic battles through the midfield as well. There is Gerhard Joubert locked onto the rear tyre of William Morris right now in that battle for second position.
Lovely stuff now as they hurtle down towards Cape Town Corner. And all liner stern stuff. There you can see how close they are there. There's Indesani. I think that's Joubert behind Morris. Joubert's behind Morris. And really challenging for position there. Have a look there as they come hurtling out of the kink there down the back straight. That is a lovely camera shot from the drag strip as they go down. And you can see them absolutely flying. Hard on the brakes there. Drop down into second gear. Work your way around Blockcoin Corner. Get in there, and as you come out up to third, fourth, fifth, up towards Castrol Corner, getting the job done. And there's your leader, Matthew Dowse, going into Castrol Corner.
Yep, Dowse in the lead then by what looks like about 2.5 seconds. It's up to 3 seconds right now. Morris in second, Gerhard Joubert in third, Lubablo and Cizana in fourth position, making a move up on Gresse on that number 95 bike. So again, through the midfield, still plenty of meat on the bone in terms of the fighting and the action there with the 4 different classes that we've got. But again, Dowse just... he's gone. He's left everybody else to their own devices here. That is going to be the fight for 5th and 6th position. Saud Adam making their way up to P6 as well. And Wayne Gresse seems to be going backwards. No pace on that bike.
No, Wayne Cressa not doing too well now, but he's dropped down a position on Lubabala, but Lubabala's no slouch. And we see Derek Hendricks back on a bike. Now I see Derek out there on the 600. He's sitting there in the back of the pack. They're going into turn 5. He's the third bike in picture. And he's going to be working his way through there, hoping to get a little bit of statute and find himself a little bit higher up the ranks.
I tell you what, 4 laps left to go. Matthew Doyce has already taken his leathers off and he's busy doing the post-race celebrations. Right, that's how far ahead he is at the moment. 3.5 seconds, so just consistently taking down that time right now. But Lubablo and Sana, sensational comeback from them. Was midway through the pack there, all the way up onto that bottom step of the podium now in that number 53 bike. As we've almost got 3 bikes wide going into turn 2 there.
Ferreira, Hendricks and Retief going in there now into Castrol Corner. They work their way out down, work their way towards Landstem King, down towards Damstep. But here's your leader, Matthew Doyce, ahead there of William Morris, and Lubabala Ntasana up to third. He's giving it a scream at the moment as he's there ahead of Gerard Joubert.
There is a definite shout for William Morris coming under real pressure coming out of the Cyril sweep. We were watching though that fight for 4th, 5th and 6th position. Also keeping an eye on Wesley Hendricks, who was in a position to walk away with this one. Didn't quite happen, as there we go then, 3rd, 4th and 5th, and there goes Lubablo and Sana in that number 53, trying to get the position there from William Morris, but again can't quite make it happen right now, but definitely has the pace. 120.459 was the last lap there, as we're now watching Gerhard Joubert, Wayne Gresse, Saud Adam and Wesley Hendricks all fighting for position as well. I love that camera shot looking back from the final corner.
Right, beautiful. There's Gresse, Adam and Hendricks. They're working their way through Block Coin Corner as they make their way around onto the Joubert straight up towards Castrol Corner.
As they make their way
There
across
comes
the line.
Ferreira and Hendricks.
And that is going to be Saud Adams then getting that position from Wesley Hendricks. The thing with that, as we said, I mean, that's a battle of the 600s for Saud Adams. But again, look at them side by side. The respect while racing, just top-notch stuff.
Well, that's the big thing about motorcycle racing, is having respect, having the know-how where to take. But have a look up on the inside. Oh, what a move there coming out of Derek Hendricks there. Lovely stuff, taking the line, deciding to see the gap, and it opened up, and he decided, you know what, I'll take this one with both hands.
And this is part of the thing here, as we see Gerhard Joubert with Wayne Gresse. So it's 4th, 5th and 6th. There's Saud Adam in the background as well. He might be fancying trying to catch on to the tail end of this group. But we mentioned, you know, cutting their teeth. This is where they learn to fight and to enjoy it at the same time. And that's what makes this class so enjoyable.
Well, that's what I say. They're just racing for the marbles. That's all they're doing, really. You know, just to, at the end of the day, say, you know what, bud, thanks for the race. I beat you, but next time maybe you can have a turn kind of thing. But it's impressive. Coming down into Block Coin Corner. There's Wayne Cresse in the middle there. He's up behind Hendricks, and he's got Adam up behind him. So Hendricks doing quite well there. And working his way up now the Joubert straight. Lovely there, up over the rise, up towards turn number 2, Castrol Corner. And then you lean it in there. Now we look at Damstep, coming out of Damstep. That is Matthew Doyce, followed by Morris and Ntasana. Look at Lubabalo get down on the bike, almost had the elbow on the top.
Yeah, Lubablo is really pushing very hard indeed. Less than a second between 2nd and 3rd, but your race leader now 3.7 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. We've got 2 laps left to go. 4th position there, Gerhard Joubert. You've got Wesley Hendricks, who's making a late charge up the order. Was down in 7th, now up to 5th position. But we're going to be starting our final lap of the race. But that is going to be 2nd and 3rd just now. You can see Lubablo and Sana almost stalking their prey right now.
Lubabalo sitting up behind William Morris. That was a beautiful picture we had on screen now. Going down into Block Coin Corner is your leader, Matthew Doyce. But up behind him now, it's Lubabalo and Ntasana. Late braking up behind Morris. Having a look there. William Morris keeping the door firmly shut there on the jigsaw as he works his way around. And then Lubabalo closing right up there behind him. As the rest of the field come through there, here's Hendricks, Adam and Cresse coming over the lights. So Saud Adams managed to get past Wayne Cresse. Wayne Cresse not having the greatest of outings here today by the look of it.
Yeah, starting to go backwards. I don't know if the bike's maybe starting to overheat or losing some power or whatever, but that bike is going backwards. Watch the one wheel come off the ground there from William Morris, trying to hold on to that position from Lupabalo. And again, 1:19.678, fastest lap of the race there from third position. And again, this could be it. It's going to be the last chance for Lupabalo.
Lupabalo and Desana up behind Matthew Doyes. There's your leader going through the picture. It's going to be Morris. Morris going down there and chasing him hard is Lupabalo and Desana down into Cape Town corner. Will Morris do enough into Desana, trying to go late on the brakes now as they work their way into Cape Town corner. Working their way around as they come through. I think it's the final lap. I think the flag should be out for Doyser. Yep, here comes the flag and coming to the line. Matthew Doyser takes it. William Morris kept it out of Cape Town corner ahead of Lupabalo and Desana over the line in P3.
What a race. Absolutely sensational stuff. Gerhard Joubert comes across the line in fourth. Wesley Hendricks will take fifth position now. And then it's going to be Saud Adams up into P6. Wayne Gresse down into P7. Michael Becker will come across the line in P8. Mario Ferreira in P9. Quentin Retief in 10th, and then Derek Hendricks, I believe, will be finishing there. But there we go. It looks like still going on there.
Yeah, that's the final three in there. That's going to be Becker, Ferreira, Retief, and Hendricks coming around there. And they work their way up to the line. That's the Kajiva leading them out there as they work their way up towards the line. Lovely stuff. And there's the KTM going across the line. Yeah, they come, the three of them. Absolutely a squabble coming towards the line. Lovely stuff to see these bikes all out in action. And like I said, David, they're just racing for all the marbles in the packets.
But sometimes that's when it matters more to some of these riders.
It doesn't matter where you are. It's about the scuffle.
It's all about the... It's all about the bragging rights in the bull bar after the race is done.
For sure. Look, there's no other way. You know, bragging rights, I think, is more important than getting a trophy.
Listen, picking up the bar tab is a very expensive thing to have to deal with.
Well, I won, you buy the drinks. You know how it works, yeah. No, we know about that. And all the riders showing gratitude towards the fans up the Tygerberg Straight. Lovely to see all the fans out there. And nice to see the bikers acknowledging the people out on the circuit. Lovely and good stuff there. So for the viewers at home, Lupabalo and Desana saying, I was watching you, buddy. Don't think you can do it next round. I'll catch you. Lovely stuff. And some beautiful machines out there. The guys, lots of pride. KTM 990 off-road. And I've got Frank Yennis standing here next to me saying to me, a super motard. Frankie, don't you think that bike should be lowered?
I love that bike. I was chatting to Jordan off air earlier on. What's his name? Becker. Yeah. Michael. He's literally sitting on top of that tank. And we have to chat to him after to see if his voice hasn't gone up a bit.
I can imagine him going down the back straight into that wind, and that front fender that's down there, the mud guard, is going to be picking the bike up. It's going to be like he's on his back wheel all the way down the back straight. Yeah. But lovely stuff. Good to see the guys there, and they're having fun. You know what I mean? This is all it's about. If you come to Killarney not having fun, you pack your bags and you go home. So all happening out there. Right. So next up will be Thermofire's Clubman Saloons. It'll be Frank Yennis and Gary Fleming. And we'll hand the mics over to them.
So just to make a very quick announcement, here at the main tower there is actually a merchandise stall on downstairs, so get yourself down there, down to the bottom, and you can pick yourself up a pair of the Stocky socks. And if you buy a pair today, you'll get a little memorabilia card, and you can get it signed at the grid walk this afternoon at lunchtime, as we see some of the replays there from that Clubman's breakfast run race earlier on. A lot of action to pick through there, and again, like Francois was saying, I've got to say I'm a big fan of that KTM. Looks like it would be more at home taking on the Sahara Desert, but it's great to see it out on track. But it's over to Gary and Frankie then for the Thermo Fires Clubman Saloons.
Well, as they come out on circuit, nice to see that Stephen Close from Thermo Fires, the official sponsor of Clubman's for 2025 and now for 2026 as well. He had a first corner incident at the last event where he was a bit late on the brakes, got it completely sideways, dumped it into the sand, drove it back to the pits, but then decided, no, not going to take a chance from here on out. We never saw him come out for race number 2. And, well, Stephen is back, and I think Frankie finds himself on the front row of the grid for today, race number 1 as well.
Yeah, he does indeed. But, Gary, it's nice to see that one of our ex-Western Province karters has come through, Mr. Rhys Koersen. I commentated on Rhys Koersen for many, many years when he was doing karting at the Western Province karting section. Then he went away, disappeared for a while, and it's good to see that he's back. He's bought one of the Charles Visser cars, or Kyle Visser, sorry, cars. And, well, it's the Visser family cars, put it that way rather, but it was the car that Kyle campaigned. And lovely to see Rhys Koersen out on Killarney for the first time on a main circuit. So I think he qualified in about P16, somewhere around there if I'm not mistaken. But it's going to be great to see him out on track for the first time.
Yeah, 16 spot on.
P16, yes. And it's going to be good to see what he can do. Well, we all know what he did on the karting track, and I'm sure he'll bring that experience through to Thermofire's Clubman Saloon cars.
I see number 31 and 32 is Barcy Berger and Seth Griffin Wintle, according to the lead charts, but I'm pretty sure that both of them have actually not made it out on circuit. We'll check once they pick them up on the transponders as the first of the Thermofire's Clubman's cars move up onto the grid. That should in fact be Stephen Gous. Looks like they're going to run through for another lap. The front three a little distance from the pace car. There you see, there's the pace car. That is Jaco Lambert and Stephen Gous with Skalk Geldnys. Lovely to see Clint Renard back out on track, and Shane de Toy. Guy Nayens hasn't been out on circuit very regularly in the last couple of years. He's also back out there with the Clubman's series as well.
Yeah, Guy Nayens coming through. There is Shane Justice, Sandra Becker is in there as well. So will Dylan Jabé, Willie Swart coming through as well. There's a lot of cars. There is Rhys Koersen working his way through. David Vermaak in that blue BMW. Man, they're all just busy working their way through. Trappies van Tonde out in that field as well. So there are lots and lots of them that are busy working their way down towards Castrol Corner. Just heaps and heaps of them that are busy coming through there. So we'll get them all. I see David Fourie as well in that black with the yellow and orangey gold on his Golf. So yeah, it's good to see. It's a lot of Clubman's car. And of course, Anton Jacobs with his trusty old steed, the Nissan Sentra, also making his way out of Castrol as the pace car, or the safety car, whichever you like to call it, leads the group of Clubman's cars out of Damstip. There's Dylan Jabé as well, a man that's doing double duty here today. And Emil Tiny Brandt of Tiny's Pit Box, him and Linda, they're up on the hill there, busy watching their family members today, the Hubert family that is out there in GTI Challenge, and of course Clubman's and BMW series.
Well, the rest of the cars now catching up to the back end of the pack. And Frankie, you realize that ever since Sandra Becker started in this class, every single race meeting when you see the end of quali results, every time she's qualifying slightly further forward towards the front end of the pack.
Yeah, indeed she is. There, the lights on the safety car that leads this Thermoflyers Clubman's cars down the back straight. Very slow pace. If you look out the back of this commentary box window, what a sight to see all these Clubman's cars roll down the back straight. Bernard Lehman is there, Lee Fielding is in there as well, Eva de Toy in the Ford Falcon. That's just some of the cars at the tail end of the field. David Vermaak down there in that mid-pack as you see them work their way down towards turn 5, Cape Town corner.
Oh, it's in fact 30 plus that we've got out here on the grid. And,
Clubmans and Classic Cars have got the most cars out here today.
And I must say, BMW Car Club of Cape Town also very, very impressive. If you think
Indeed,
it's
for
the
sure.
youngest class that we have at Killarney International Raceway.
And this poor man down here, Shane Smith, his car standing there, he'd love to have been part of this, but unfortunately that was the result of his car hitting the inside of the wall at the exit of Sidle Sweep.
Well, here we go. It's going to be Lambert and Ghost that's going to be on the gas, going down towards turn number 1. Lambert, as always, very quick. Oh, Killarney locks it up big time. They go side by side. Killarney drops down into that 3rd position and getting it pretty sideways at one stage there. Looks like everybody else is going to make it through turn number 1.
Is that Shane DeToy that's disappeared off the track
It was
there?
either Shane or Clint.
Well, if it's a Golf 1, then it would be Shane DeToy, but we'll pick that up as they go. If it's the 112 car, then it is Shane DeToy that would have gone off there in a turn number 1, block point corner, as the marshals make their way to it. We pick up the leader. Here comes Jaco Lambert. Behind him, it's Stephen Ghost. Then Clint Renard coming through, yes. Then it is Geldenhuys. Then it's just 2 BMWs that's busy working their way through with Shane Justice right on their heels as the rest of the field just roll out of turn 3 out of damps.
Very, very impressive stuff there. Nice to see that the man from Thermofires, Stephen Ghost, is having a pretty decent run, but all of that is happening behind Mr. Lambert.
So as they work their way down, we'll see that as the field heads down towards the Cape Town corner, there, who the hell is this lot? There is Shane DeToy. He's got Dylan Jabir just in there behind him. Shane Justice, somebody's slowing right down. One of the cars slowing right down coming out of Cape Town corner. Don't tell me that is Reese Koersen that is slowed right down, but one of them is slowed all the way down as they head towards Cape Town corner.
Breaking away is Lambert, Jaco Lambert, very much from Stephen Ghost. Clint Renard holding on to that 3rd position as they work their way through. Geldenhuys has dropped down to 4, but look at this, 5, 6, 7, and 8. The mayor of Boerdezig in there amongst that lot as well in the Golf, and that just ahead of the traction driving car.
Right, as they make their way through the kink and head towards turn 3, out of damps they come now. There is Stephen Ghost. Right behind Stephen Ghost, well, they say it's Clint Renard. It's not Clint Renard. It is a Faisal Jacobs that's coming through. Smith is in there. Justice is Dylan Jabir. Guy Nayans busy working his way through. Then it's Quinton Carstens as the whole field make their way down towards Cape Town corner.
Yep, they're starting to spread out just a little bit now, going down towards Cape Town corner where the wall was taken out yesterday. And, well, they got that sorted out overnight. But some pretty good dices that's going on here. Joubert finds himself in a nice battle. He's just in there behind Justice, ahead of Swart, Nayans, and Carstens.
Right, so the rest of this field just make their way through. Who's that? There is a Justice, so that is Gary Smith that's just there ahead of him as the car's busy going down into turn number 1.
A good couple of battles further down in the pack right now. Leading out Class A is Lambert from Renard, then the Class X car of Geldenhuys in that 3rd position. 4th on circuit is, and 3rd place in class is in fact Stephen Ghost, as we see Clint Renard coming through. He's having a pretty good run. Smith, then Justice, you can see him coming through. That's the yellow Golf. Behind Justice is Willie Swart, then the Joubert car. Behind that, Jacob Nayans, Becker. Well, Becker's right in there. Cup is having a pretty decent run, also in the Class X car. And then Carstens coming through behind that.
Yeah, followed there by Wayne Ross, and only then do you see Trappis van Tonda coming through. So the leader is making his way into turn number 1, and that is Jaco Lambert, all on his own. He's got a massive lead here over Clint Renard that is sitting in that second position. Here comes Clint Renard. Then Stephen Gous is right on his heels. Then Geldenhuys sitting there in that third position. There goes Geldenhuys coming through there. Skull Geldenhuys. Jesus Christ. As they come down towards turn number 2. Then we've got coming through, that is Gary Smith. There we see Justice right on his case. Then Willie Swart busy coming through there. He's got Dylan Jabir in the house. Faisal Jacobs, Guy Nay and Sandra Becker. The whole field busy making their way through turn 2 out of Castrol Corner.
That was quite a dive that we had there. Going down into turn 2. It almost looked like it was too much. Justice now got a bit of space in front of him and behind him as he tries to hold on to the back end of Smith. Smith in that BMW's got some pretty good straight line speed, and I do believe that Clint Renard is having a pretty good run as he comes up on the inside of the Thermofires man, Stephen Gous.
Gous and Renard are sitting side by side. Then we've got Skalk Swart that's coming into view as well. Geldenhuys coming into view. Then behind Skalk Geldenhuys is Gary Smith. Behind Gary Smith we've got Shane Justice. Then it's Willie Swart. Right behind Willie Swart is Dylan Jabir. Faisal Jacobs is the next man in. Then it's Guy Nay and Sandra Becker. Ian Cup. And right behind him is Wayne Rosser. The whole field is making their way through. Then it's Carstens. Then Trappies van Tonde busy coming through. He just got his nose ahead of Carstens. David Vermaak is the next man. And that is David Fourie. That rounds off your top 19 cars heading into turn number 1. But that's your leader heading into Sarl Sweep. And that is Jaco Lambert.
Yep, Jaco Lambert. Look how the gap he's got now. Only do we see Stephen Gous, and he's got ahead of Clint Renard. The first class X car is Geldenhuys. Gary Smith is also now starting to get away from Justice. The next one coming through will be the Jetta of Swart. Then leader in Class C, and that is Jacobs, Jabir from Jacobs, and Sandra Becker's third in class.
Yeah, Sandra Becker doing extremely well. Then Guy Nayens, Ian Cup, Wayne Rosser coming through. Here comes David Vermaak. That's that blue BMW. He sits out there in that 18th position as the leaders are making their way out of turn number 1. But there you see Dylan Jabir right on the heels of Willie Swart as they work their way out of Cape Town Corner. Then it's Faisal Jacobs, Sandra Becker. Right behind Becker, it is Nayens. Behind Nayens, it's Cup. Then we've got Van Tonde coming through with Quentin Carstens, and there's a car that's gone off. There's a car that has gone farming here. Here comes David Vermaak. It's one of the BMWs that's gone farming there in Cape Town Corner.
Yeah, I think that was probably Guy Nayens that went off with that one, Frankie. It's a rather expensive lawnmower coming out of 5.
Right, so that's a lovely shot as they make their way racing down towards Castrol Corner. Vermaak busy working his way through, but there's a huge fight that's heading into turn number 1. Have a look at this lot. Evert de Toy is in that fight as well, so he's got the likes of Anton Jacobs there with him. Then he's got Arendse in there, and then the 651, that's also de Toy. They're having a huge fight, and they're fighting here for this 19, 20, 21st position on field. Are the 4 of them that's heading into Castrol Corner.
Yep, you look at that battle, Frankie, as I join you now through Castrol. They go. They will stay neat with 1 lap to go. As
Get to the leaders.
Lambert has just passed the start-finish line, now goes through Blockcoin Corner, turn number 1, and he's way ahead of the race, 8.1 seconds to the lead. But there it's Jacobs from Arendse, from Berger, now pushing Uncle Anton ahead of Arendse, as well as de Toy, yes.
And the Falcon's gone to the back of this tail end of Evert de Toy, and these guys are fighting round about for 20th, 22nd position, as we're going to wait for the leader to come to the checkered flag. This is the last lap. That is Jaco Lambert. He is light years down the road from everybody else. We'll pick Jaco up now as we watch this. David van Mark crossing the line. But this is his fight that we were talking about. And still, the old steed of Anton Jacobs in there, the Nissan Sentra.
Yeah, I was talking to someone yesterday that Sentra has been here for years, and he motors that thing like nothing else. As there is the FIFA Motorsport man and the Lambert Racing man of Jaco Lambert back once again to take overall victory in race number 1 in the Thermo Fires Clubman's class by what was a lap ago, 8.2 seconds. We'll see what the gap is just after he crosses the line. There's Stephen Goes, Mr. Thermo Fires, in position number 2.
Yeah, here comes Clint Renard to the checkered flag. Then we got Skalky Geldenhuis, Wishitsu. Where Skalk disappeared to? Because here comes Skalk. Right behind him, we've got Shane Justice. That was Gary Smith. Then Justice, here comes Willie Swart towards us. Behind Willie Swart, we've got Dylan Jabé. Then it's Faisal Jacob, Sandra Becker coming to the line. Ian Cup, Wayne Rosser crosses the line as well. Then Trappies van Tonde just ahead there of Quinton Carstens.
Quinton Carstens leads out with personal best as well for the weekend now. Takes race 1 victory in Class E. Reese Koersen, first time out on main circuit, brings it home in the top 15 ahead of David Vermaak and Guy Nance. They had a couple of issues doing a little bit of rally crossing around turn 2 and turn 5. There goes
David Fourie.
David Fourie, and just ahead we're looking for the Golf 1. There's Andre Fourie in the Golf 1 as far as I'm aware. No, I that's Barcy Berger that comes across the line in the Jetta ahead of Anton Jacobs in the centre. Then is De Toy from Griffin Wintle and from Lehman for those last couple of positions. And that is Nikita Tim from GTI Challengers, also racing in Clubman's in the 50 Polo.
Lee Fielding also making his way towards the checkered flag, and that's right down towards the tail end of the field. Lee Fielding, always lovely to see Lee Fielding out there. And then we've got Carlos Concalves that finished there just behind Lee Fielding.
Yeah, so a handful. We also had Adam Omar and Craig Agliotti finish, however, a lap down. We didn't see JJ Olivier start this race. Unfortunately, Shane De Toy had that moment on the opening lap into turn 1. After that 112 car unfortunately gave up the ghost. And then we also saw Andre Fourie in the ex-Kira van Niekerk car also went down the field for some reason or another. He was racing with the surname sake of David Fourie, not related, a couple of laps ago. So a bit of an interesting end to this Clubman's Saloon, sponsored by Thermo Fires, race number 1.
Yeah, we look forward to a bit of highlights that's going to come up, because there's always fun and games, replays. Well, this is your leader, the man that won the race, Jaco Lambert, all there on his own in the 20 car, way down the road. And this is a replay of the start. Lambert had an awesome start. I was chatting to him as well last weekend at the Rallycross prize giving. That's Clint Renard with a big lock up there going into block 1 corner. Stephen Goes, at that stage the game was in that 2nd position.
There's De Toy right in the middle, just behind Renard there. He has the issue on his own. Something obviously from the front end of the motor that's dripping onto the back wheels. That sent him around and off the circuit on the opening lap.
And that was Reese Koersen. They went a little slow there, and I said, let's hope it wasn't Reese. It was, but then he picked up the pace again, did Reese Koersen, and then continued towards the flag.
It's possible that he found neutral or something and couldn't get the gears, or couldn't get the car into gear, and he had to roll it out. But here was when he started pulling ahead, slightly pulling ahead of David Fourie, Andre Fourie just behind that, and David Vermaak. And there's Guy Nance going wide outside of turn 5. So that's not ideal.
So there was a bit of oil, we led to believe, that was in or some slippery substance, put it that way
was
rather.
The De Toy car that
could have come from the 112 Golf of Shane De Toy, yes. Now, Shane De Toy, for those that don't know, used to race 1660s at Tygerberg Raceway a good couple of years ago, and a very good main circuit campaigner and a very good oval track racer as well, back when Tygerberg Raceway still existed. And there we see the marshals putting the dryset out to sort out the oil.
Yep. Once again, there is that competitor of the day, 060 352 2890. Please send your votes in.
Are we going to get car drivers winning it today?
Oh.
What are the chances? It's highly unlikely.
Highly unlikely. Depends on how many people you know, how many people you can get the messages out to.
So yeah, we now move on, Francois, to the BJ Trustees Formula Libres race number 1. And on the mic will be David and Francois for this one.
Right, for the folks at home, well, anyway, yeah, even at the circuit, I see that MotoGP has qualified, and I see Marco Bezzecchi is on the fastest lap ever at Mugello, but the quickest and top speed lap is now held by Jorge Martin, 368 kilometers per hour, beating out Brad Binder's fastest lap. Absolutely mind-blowing fast. That is like speed of sound down on tar. You cannot believe it. David, 368 kilometers an hour on a motorbike. I don't know.
It's no big deal. It's fine. Don't
That's
worry
fine.
about it.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
Listen,
but I'm going to need about a 20 kilometers straight just to make sure I can stop.
It's absolutely incredible, and obviously, you know, the Isle of Man TT is notorious.
And we've got our great mate Alan John Fentus over at TT doing 3 classes. He's doing the Super Twins, he's doing the 600s, the Super Sport bikes, and he's out on the Super Stocks as well, on the BMW with Future Exotics. Greg Maloney's over there covering it for the SA boys. And Alan John did a fantastic job to get that BM. They had massive problems with the clusters, the clocks, faults and all kinds of things happening. His dad sat down and fault tested it during the night before last, and actually found it out. And then they put little rubbers on so that it doesn't vibrate and disconnect. But you know, the bikers, when it goes there, you think it's 100%, and then you ride over all the rumbles and everything rattles loose and it becomes a new ploy. But lovely to have the guys over there. And then another surprising thing today, second in qualifying for the Moto3, Ruche Moodley. Lying second, that is the best he's ever done, and I just wish him all the luck. That young lad is really flying the flag high for South Africa.
That is a definite flag being flown very, very high for South Africa. And the thing is that Moto3, I almost enjoy it sometimes more than actual MotoGP itself.
A lot closer. You've always got like 21 bikes in the front.
Well, I was thinking more 6,000 bikes in the turn one, but it's just constant. It's just like constantly back and forth. And as someone that's got like the attention span of a goldfish, it appeals to my very nature. But switching back to four wheels, obviously we move on to the BO Trustees Formula Libre race, their first race of the day. Jason Coetzee has...
Jason Coetzee is, I mean, he's a great karter. He's part of Gazoo Racing now as well. And he's here today in the Libre S together with DJ Boyson. Then we've got the likes of Damian White, Richard Carr's out there. The lady racer, the equestrian lady, Kelly Fletcher, she's out there. Young Joshua Smith is also there. Joshua vying for championship honours. Young Ricky Anderson, who's had some good fortune of late. Good to see him out there with Nick van der Westhuizen. Courtney Steenveld also got her out in the Libre. Ben-Jack Phillips, Udrik Haysamen, all the way from Malmesbury, he's out there as well, together with Cyril Somerville and Donovan Ramsey. And I must admit, Libre's growing from strength to strength. David, you haven't been here long, but I mean, the field in there, and I believe there's a couple of cars in the making still to come.
Yeah, and look, that's the great thing about this open wheeler class, is the fact that if it's got open wheels, it's welcome here in the Formula Libre. Obviously, having that V class is... It pays homage to one of the biggest classes that we had here in South African open wheel racing, and it still serves as, if you want to get yourself on the map internationally, you come and earn your stripes here.
I mean, you come from the UK, you were at Knockhill and those places, and I'm sure you've been to Steyterton and the likes. Open wheel racing, especially the Formula Fords, I mean, it is huge in the UK. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's some fields of 40, 50 cars.
It is, and they have one of the biggest events worldwide, the Walter Hayes Trophy, as pointed out by our boy JT there. You know, people coming from all around the world to take part in an incredibly prestigious event, and regularly see drivers from South Africa making
Well,
their way
we
over
open
there.
wheelers. We got the likes of Jared Waberski over now in GB3. He's doing fantastically well. And Andy Rackstraw's been over there. They've all done very well. So the South African boys, anywhere in the world, I mean, we got in Europe, we got the Van der Linde brothers, we got David Perel, we've got anybody, you can name them. Our boys are stepping up to the plate, and we are really flying the flag high, whether on 4 wheels or 2 wheels.
Yeah, and just to bring everyone up to speed, obviously we've got different classes in here for the Formula Libre, but it's all based on times. It's all based on what they call an index of performance, kind of similar to how like GT3s have balance of performance, except there's no changes. It's just basically what class that you go into. So arguably, I think Class S is the most difficult because it's basically everybody that's the fastest cars out there. 1:14.99 and faster get dumped into that one. And what we've seen from round 3 is that it is just the story of Jason Coetzee and DJ Boysen taking the 1-2 both races that time. Can we see DJ do anything with Jason? You'd think that it has to be done in turn 1, lap 1.
Yeah, he's going to have to get the jump on him. But listen, Jason Coetzee knows how to get past people, but he's also a little bit of a dog when he's in front. He makes that track very, very narrow, and his car as wide as possible, and you don't get past him very easily. But young Jason Coetzee, we call him a Springbok because he's got South African colours. We don't use that term much now. It's just SA colours. But he's one of the young lads flying SA colours here. The others that you saw earlier on in the previous race, Rhys Koersen, also from karting. There's plenty of karters here today, and plenty of people who have represented South Africa in different formats of racing. So it's not a question of he's a club lad. He's a national lad, you know what I'm saying? So it just brings a different dimension to the racing to know that you're racing against a person that's got that kind of pedigree behind them.
Yeah, look, racing is racing at the end of the day, and again, just going back to the Formula Vs that are taking part in this, great to see what should be 8 cars on track. Now we know that quite often what we see on the timing screen doesn't actually appear. That's who's set to take part in the race. Whether they actually come out or not is a completely different thing. But again, just a complete range of performance of cars there. Obviously, some of the Class S cars, heavy aero packages, much more what you would see from the F4 or F3 classes, whereas like with the Formula Vs, that's no aero on them. That's where drivers cut their teeth. That's where they learn how to handle the car, how to make it dance on the tyres.
We call that purist racing.
Yes.
Purist, because I mean you've got no aids. It's about your driving ability, and that's why I say the karters. It's a great step up to come into open wheelers because it's all about, you know, the handling of the car. It's just a bigger kart. You've got more time to take decision because the track is that much bigger. And as we say that here locally at Killarney, for the viewers at home, here's the main straight towards the left-hand side on the infield is the karting circuit. The karters are all practicing for their next outing, but which will be next Saturday. So everyone lining up here. There's young Judrik Salmon, and I can tell you something. It's got to be so exciting to be out there, David, in an open wheeler, feeling the wind against your helmet and all that. It's almost like being on a motorcycle, except you're on 4 wheels.
I think exciting is a slight over-exaggeration. Certainly, this moment here, when we're lining up on the grid from being on a car, I've never been in a single-seater on the grid, but this is where the nerves kick in. This is where I'm like, have I done everything? Has my team got this car into the best possible position for myself? Once you get turn 1 out the way, you're absolutely fine,
Yeah.
but it's this bit here, waiting for the lights to go on, and we are getting ready for the first Formula Libre race of the day.
Everyone getting off the circuit. Wait for the lights. You'll hear the revs pick up in the distance, and wait for that 5-second board to come out. The Chief Marshal. There's the 5-second board that goes up. He'll walk off the circuit. The lights will come on. Lights on and off, and away they go down towards turn number 1, down into Blockcoin corner.
Fantastic start then for Boise, for Jason Coetzee and DJ off into turn 1. They cleared the rest of the field, but it is Damien White, Richard Carr, Kelly Fletcher at 3rd, 4th and 5th position. You can see some of those no aero cars going side by side coming out of turn 1 on the run down to turn 2 here. It does look like Damien White in that one of the leading Class C cars, but it's a gaggle of single-seaters that go into turn 2. That's the only word I can use to describe them.
Yeah, everyone riding there, the likes likes of Josh Smith's got a lot of work to do there. Kelly Fletcher's mid-pack. She's going to have to work her way through as well. But, oh no, Kelly could be lying in the front if I'm not mistaken. She might have had a good start there behind Richard Carr as they work their way now up towards Sorrel Sweep, coming there out of Dams. Have a look at that line of stern stuff. Damien White leads them out there now as they come through and coming up towards them. Right, working their way now down the Killarney straight away. It's line of stern stuff and battles are plenty now. Getting a bit of a draft, working your way down towards Cape Town corner. Who's going to step out? Who's going to get a bit of an advantage going down to Cape Town corner? A couple of dives up on the inside as Joseph Gutierrez leads out there with DJ Boyson up behind him. They on the picture, but there's a lovely shot. Damien White leading out the likes of Richard Carr, Kelly Fletcher, Josh Smith and Anderson. Have a look. Oh, this is brilliant stuff to watch now as they come up over the line. Josh Smith's managed to make up 2 or 3 positions. He's working his way down towards Block Point corner. Damien White leading them out. Up on the inside is that Richard Carr that works his way through. So great tussles there. Tussles are plenty, I might work. Up the Uber straight up towards Castrol corner. Oh, the gloves are off. Everyone is in there for line honours. And I can tell you what, no one's holding back.
Yeah, what a fantastic fight we've got going on for 4th and 5th just now. Richard Carr fighting off Udrich Salmon, the 8 and the 44, going side by side. They think better of it going through the king, but also behind them, you think got Courtney Steenveld and Kelly Fletcher. That was Fletcher actually making a move up the inside into turn 1, and they weren't able to make it stick through into turn 2, but brilliant battling we've got all the way through the field, and this is only lap number 2 of the race here.
Damien White goes through there. There's Damien White in picture. He's going to have the likes. Has he got Richard Carr behind him? Is that DJ Boyson? Boyson did something wrong. He's gone way back there. And White is through on DJ Boyson. Udrich Heisalman has obviously been on the centre course too much, and he's obviously got a little bit of experience. And he's coming in pretty quickly, and he's looking very, very good at this moment in time.
Yeah, the fight has just been going on for the entirety of that race here. We've actually now got a 5-car battle essentially for 4th position because Richard Carr. But there goes Kelly Fletcher again, side by side with Courtney Steenveld. The 2 of them still side by side. It's going to be late for Kelly into turn 1. How on earth have they both held it together? We look further back. That's going to be Joshua Smith, Nick van Vershuysen, Ben Jack Phillips in there, Ricky Anderson as well. It's at the point now, I don't know where to look because I'm keeping an eye on 5th, 6th and 7th just now, but we're also watching this battle for 8th, 9th and 10th.
Yeah, it's brilliant stuff there from everyone. And having a look, there's a bit of a scrap. Josh Smith going down into Dams at the moment. They're working their way up. There's and there's Josh Smith in that pack now. There's Damien White works his way through. Up behind him, it's the likes of Richard Carr, Udrich Salmon work their way through there. Kelly Fletcher up there with Steenveld and Smith. Oh, tussles are plenty. And Josh Smith is mixed up in a pack he doesn't want to be in. He wants to get through on that crowd. It's going to be doing his championship points a little bit of damage.
2 separate battles then. Udrich Salmon makes the move on the outside for Richard Carr, but Kelly Fletcher also trying to hold off on Courtney Steenveld, who got a great run through the Sarel sweep there. It is still side by side with Richard Carr and Udrich Salmon. I think Salmon might try and have the inside line for turn 1. No ducks back in to get a little bit more of the slipstream. Surely it's going to be a dive into turn 1.
Titanic battles going on. Smith has a look up on the inside. He's going to be close enough. Well, we'll have to wait and see. He's got the upper hand now. He gets through, and up behind him it's Steenveld and Kelly Fletcher having a bit of a ding-dong tussle. Here comes, there goes Damien White in. Here comes Richard Carr and Udrich Salmon are having a lovely scrap. Up behind them now. Smith starting to get in there now together with Steenveld and Fletcher. They're working their way through Castrol corner. They go down towards Tigerberg straight away. And we're just waiting for our camera switch over. There we go. There comes Damien White. And, we have lost picture. Yeah, just a little bit of a glitch in the electricity, but we're back on.
Well, either way, let's keep going with what we do see out there on track just now, because coming through Sarel sweep again is this battle for 3rd and 4th position. What a fight we've got with, 4th and 5th. Richard Carr and Udrich Salmon just separated by absolute nose hair between the 2 of them. Then behind them is going to be Joshua Smith and Courtney Steenveld fight for 6th and 7th position. And we are absolutely sending it on lap 4 here.
Well, Joshua Smith has managed to collect them. Have a look at this. Here we go. We got Carl Haysalman and Smith embroiled in this battle up over the line. And Smith, look up on the inside of Ulrich Haysalman. Josh Smith on the move down towards block going corner. He will have the upper hand on the inside. He will dive through. And Ulrich Haysalman goes loud and proud on the outside and holds his position. What a drive.
Courtney Steenfeld as well, last of the late breakers into turn one, sent it up the inside of Kelly Fletcher. Again, those two absolutely sending it just now. This is nose to tail stuff, too wide, going round the outside of turn two. Sensational move there from Haysalman, Oidrich Haysalman, showing how it's done onto Joshua Smith here. But the thing is, Smith is on a charge.
Well, Josh Smith's on a charge. Here we got Damien White on screen, coming up towards Sorrel Sweep. Up behind him now, we'll watch that titanic struggle between Carl Haysalman and Smith. And here they come up towards us, and Haysalman holding off Josh Smith. That is titanic. And just up behind them we got Fletcher and Steenfeld. Have a look at this. Down the back straight they go. Richie Carr, Ulrich Haysalman and Josh Smith. Up behind them Kelly Fletcher and Courtney Steenfeld. The ladies are having also their little titanic struggle now as they work their way down towards Cape Town corner down the back straight.
Smith gets the jump on one. Can they get the jump on the second? Going into the final corner, round the outside of Cape Town corner. What incredible bravery. What a move.
Look at Ulrich, gets the upper hand coming out. Sorry there, Dave. This is brilliant stuff. Up on the inside, Ulrich Haysalman coming up towards the line now. And once again, and Ulrich drops by. Smith sits up behind Richard Carr now as they make their way down towards block going corner.
This is single-seater racing. This is what it's all about. Up into the inside then goes Joshua Smith. Oidrich Haysalman again gets caught back to the end of that group. So Smith up into fifth position. Richard Carr absolutely happy to let that one go, but it's not over yet. We've still got the final lap of the race, so it's now or never. But back with your leaders.
Carr gets out of shape. Smith tries to go down the outside, and Ulrich Haysalman up on the inside. Can you believe the squabble that they're going on? Haysalman and Smith together. They work their way towards Dams now. Carr leads out, but this is not going to be over until the fat lady sings. In the meantime, Jason Gutierrez and TJ Boyson are leading out, but this is where the action is. Here they come up. Ulrich Haysalman has a look at Richard Carr going into Sorrel Sweep with Smith up behind him. Oh, yeah, they come now out of Sorrel Sweep, and they're going to be drafting each other now down towards Cape Town corner. David, it doesn't get better than this.
Absolutely wild finish to the Spale Trustees Formula Libre race. We're on the final lap. We're going to go three wide, almost down that back stretch. Then into the final corner. It's going to be Richard Carr with Joshua Smith and Oidrich Haysalman. Haysalman tries to go round the outside, but gets blocked. That's going to be boxed in for Joshua Smith. It's going to be down to the back there. We have to see that Jason Coetzee is going to take the win there from DJ Boyson, but here comes, it's going to be Richard Carr from Joshua Smith, Oidrich Haysalman. That is one of the closest fights I've seen in Formula Libres.
Did we not say in the beginning it's purist racing? This is a classic battle, this, David. We haven't seen this kind of battle in the Formula Libre. DJ Boyson, unfortunately, coming through there now. And Jason Gutierrez taking the race, but that battle for third place or fourth place, 4, 5 and 6, that was absolutely out of the top draw. You don't get better racing than that.
100%. And see, when you're in that position as a driver, Francois, this might as well be F1 at Monaco. That's how intense this fighting is going on. We've still got going on right now. So they've just gone across the line. Now, I'm seeing that they're still on lap 6. So were they that far back from the leaders?
Yeah, they're that far back from the
so
leaders.
The race isn't
They're
over
still,
then.
race is still on. But yeah, they go. Right, let's see them down the back straight. That's still Carr leading out there with Smith and Haysalman. They're still on the race. We thought the flag, but they went on the flag. They were, and Steenfeld and Fletcher also in it. Yeah, they come down towards Cape Town corner. Let's watch them dive into the corner. Oh, and Smith's up on the inside of Carr. Smith on the final up on the inside of Carr. Has he managed to hook away P4? He will be ecstatic with that, and he will lead his class out as they come up towards the line. Here they come. It's going to be Josh Smith.
Look at Carr.
And here's
Look at Carr. He's going to take
Richard
it back.
Carr on the line. Oh, you cannot believe it. He's been taking it by 1/100th of a second.
That is incredible. We thought it was over, and
it wasn't.
literally we got one more lap out of it. Kelly Fletcher also taking P7 from Courtney Steenfeld.
That is a South African advert. He's in fourth place, but wait, there's more.
Oh my life, that by far was one of the best races we've had this season out of any class.
Yeah, no, that was brilliant stuff. And big shout out to the Formula Libre for bringing it to the fore. We had people standing out of their chairs. I promise you, I haven't seen a tussle like that, and that just for 4th place. That was absolutely exceptional. Jason could see it takes from DJ Boyson and Damien White. Richard Carr on the line ahead of Joshua Smith, and a great drive coming out of Udrich Haysalman. Kelly Fletcher gets the upper hand, and Courtney Steedveld with Nick van der Westhuizen and Cyril Somerville, and Ben Jack Phillips and Donovan Ramsey bringing up the rear.
I have never been so glad to get a break before lunchtime in my life. That was incredible. Obviously, the story should have normally any other day been about the performance from Jason Coetzee and DJ Boyson.
Totally overshadowed.
Formula V showing that's where the cool kids are at. That was just incredible. Udrich Haysalman, for the first part of that race, had everything in the control there. But Richard Carr and Joshua Smith, if that had maybe been one lap more, maybe, but the racecraft from all three of them, and then that even overshadowing the incredible battle that we had with Kelly Fletcher and Courtney Steenveld. I mean, we were spoiled rotten in that race there.
I've also got to say a big shout out to young Udrich Haysalman. It's the best I've seen him drive so far in his entire career. A brilliant race coming out of Udrich. Nice to see him there. There he is there. I mean, there's Joshy Smith. Got the inside line. It looks like it's a done deal for Josh.
But it's that exit out of the corner. We've seen this time and time again. This is actually the previous
Richard
lap.
takes the inside line, and now he's dropped the hammer. So he's going to start gaining on Smith.
I don't think
he's gaining on Smith, and now he goes up towards the wall. Keeping that line, and you know when you draft the wall, you get a great draft. Smith's up on the inside, trying to hold his line. Wrong decision. Here comes Richard Carr up towards the line, and bang, thank you, ma'am. I will take P4 ahead of Smith and Haysalman. And then Kelly Fletcher just getting ahead of Courtney Steerveld.
1/10, just under 1/10 of a second separating that fight.
Sick,
there for
absolutely
Formula
sick.
V. Absolutely fantastic, fantastic stuff.
All right, here we go. So your top three so far for your competitor of the day is Matthew Deuce in third, Brett Roach in second, and William Morris at this stage leads the trio for your voting for your competitor of the day. Right, here we go. Louder Classic Cars, race number 1, 7 laps.
Hi, thank you. Talking about Louder Classic Cars. Right, Frankie, talking about Louder Classic Cars. First time in a very, very, very long time, we see two Ford Fairmonts on the track together in a race in South Africa. And I'm hoping to see Clint Lawrence. I haven't seen the Jag. The Jags are supposed to be here today. I've seen him in his race suit. So I don't know if he's going to be out there racing today. So Clint is out. Clint is out in the Jag. The big, there it is on screen. There it comes up on the inside. The Lauda Jaguar. That's a Tom Wilkinshaw Racing, a replica of the same one that won the Bathurst 24-hour in 1980. So yeah. And nice to see the ex-Dave Kopka R100 out there, been driven by Dani Sonnenberg. Clint Lawrence won. Clint Lawrence did the nice hill climb and set up a very, very competitive time for his first time out. So I'm glad to have Clint out there. And Clint is the main sponsor of the Lauda Classic Cars, so he'll be pretty chuffed that he is out there today. Fatty Maton with a hand out the window there.
Yeah, Andre Diedo's coming through, Eric van der Merwe, Bruce Evan Taplin, the guys one by one. Yeah, Richard's coming through, and Malcolm Pfeiffer also working his way through. There is Brian Evans and Wayne Lotter, just to mention a few. Herman de Kock, couple of names that you pick up there. Robin Forbes, I see right at the back there with that Corvette Chevy Stingray of his. So I think they set the record. Entry was over 40 cars. If you can have all 40 out on track, I doubt. But initially there was something like 42 cars that entered for this one. 39 names appear on the board. But what I'm looking forward to, Francois, and we have to look and see what is out on track. I did see it move in the pits early on, is the Mazda R100, the ex-Dave Kopka car that's now in the hands of Dani Sonnenberg Sr.
Yeah, Dani Sonnenberg there from Ekerstad Coachworks out in Stellenbosch. He'll be campaigning that R100. It's still in its original red and white colors. I don't know if a color change is imminent. He has got Coachworks. There it is on your screen, that little Mazda R100 with the 13B rotary in it.
And so, the same number
nice
on.
To have Jared, Jared's there as well. On the Jared Thompson in the 3-litre Cortina. Nice to see him back as well. There you see, there's Kopka. There's Robert Rowe up behind him. And then hopefully Evans or Thompson should come into picture, but he'll be in that 3-litre Ford. There's that 3-litre S. There we go, on your left-hand side of your screen, the 3-litre S Ford.
Yeah, I'd love to see him back out on track. Jared Thompson, there's one of the Hutchings coming through. That's Lane Hutchings, that's coming through with that Sirocco.
You know what bothers me here, Frankie? We've been sponsored by the city of Cape Town, the top there. There's no traffic police here. Because you need traffic police. I mean, you know,
they're not going to handle this lot. There's Roy Obery also pulling into position there as well, as Robin Forbes squeezes his way through to try and get into his position.
Look at that. What a sight.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has to be one of the biggest fields from classic cars in a very long time. People that are back here. Robin Forbes, is he back? We've got all kinds of cars here and that are pulling in. We've even got the R100 being driven there by Dani Sonnenberg. It is just absolutely beautiful. Mark 1 Escorts. We've got two 67 Ford Mustang Coupes out there. We've got two Ford Fairmonts, or Ford Fairmont GTs out there. Put van Sale and Glenn Bogart out there. Lovely, lovely stuff.
Awesome
so many
stuff.
Frankie, I don't know where to
Mark 1
look.
Escorts, Mark 2 Escorts, Toyota Sprinters, Capris, you name it, it's all out there. Volkswagen Beetles, Dave Rowley, all of them. Wow, what a field.
Look at this, it's unbelievable. They're looking for parking.
They're literally, just as you come out the 5A kink, that is there where the chase vehicles
we
are.
actually need one, down on the foreshore, those parking guys with the whistles and we need one of them here.
We need more than one of them, yeah, that's for sure. Wayne Lotter just trying to find his way through the centre there.
Lovely stuff. Great to see a field like this. 39 cars, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be absolutely a jam going down into Block Going Corner, I can tell you that much.
And a whole heap of Class X cars, which is nice. It shows how the classic car field is beginning to grow. There's Fadi Maton as well with that red Ford Mustang. He's just ahead there of Lane Hutchings and behind Eric van der Merwe.
And then we got Michael
Hitchcock, yes.
Cross Cape
Brian Evans, you can see that Mark 1 Escort there.
What a beautiful car that is. That
Indeed, a lovely car.
Lovely stuff. There, the Escort, the Capri of
Andre Diedrichs.
Andre Diedrichs, yeah. That is actually an ex-Gunston Capri. That is just remodeled.
It is indeed. Yeah. Wow.
So,
just have a look at this, eh?
Oh, Boetie van Sail is stalled. Hey.
Well, that's not exactly what we needed, because it is indeed Franco Donadio that's in pole position, and I think Boetie would have started on the front row of the grid. We can see Boetie's being pushed there to the original pit exit. Yeah, Boetie van Sail, well, let's hope that they can't bump start that car, otherwise that is the end of that for him for race number 1. Coming all the way from Vredendal to come and race here, and this is not the way he wanted his day to start.
But I'm sure he's going to jump out the car and have a look under the hood, see what's the problem. But the car's stalling. It's probably something electrical, frankly.
I hope it's not that bad, but watch out for those two Capris of Trevor Momberg and Jared Evans. They're going to try and make life difficult for Franco Donadio as they head there into turn number 1. And Ernest Leith is there. And I saw with him was the R100 of Donnie Sandenberg Senior. It sounds weird to say the R100 of Sandenberg Senior.
And the people at home must forgive me because I might just say Dave Kopp because I've been saying it for 30 odd years.
Yes, well, we might make that mistake. Yeah, we hope not, but it could happen. Forgive us if it happens.
Yeah, it does. And I think Donnie's going to have to get used to that car. That little R100 is blindingly quick. We know it.
One thing we do know, Francois, is the fact that we know how Dave looked after that car.
Yeah.
And we know that it will be looked after just the same because Sandenberg Senior will surely take pride.
No, well, I mean, he's got a panel shop. I'm sure he's going to look after it more than so. That's why I said we might see a color change. But everyone going through there now, and it's busy. It's like morning traffic through here. And lovely to see all these cars in the circuit. Just to have a look at that. Oh,
lunchtime.
Here we go. Pace car shot coming on the screen. 39 cars up behind him. Franco Donadio leads out in the Chevy Can-Am. Jared Evans, Trevor Momberg, and then the big V8s all lining up behind him. But this is absolutely sublime to watch all these cars come through here as they roll down. And there's also the Jag there of Clint Lawrence at the back there with Ernest Leith and Donnie Sonnenberg. And Clint is just going to do this for the fun. I can tell you that much.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. But I don't know. When the hammers drop, you know these guys are going to be in it full bore. That's for sure. So let's have a look and see as the field rolls out of Cape Town corner towards the start-finish line. We'll have a look and see when they come down towards us, Francois. These are your guys. Take them off the line for the first of 7 laps.
All right, so the pace car's pulled off and Franco Donadio brings them up towards the red line. The light is on. When the light goes off, they'll drop the hammers. Light off and away they go. And they make their way down towards Block Going Corner. Trevor Momberg looks up on the outside. Momberg wants to slot in the head of Jared Evans and he gets it right. They all roll around. Franco Donadio in the Chevy sits on front there and Trevor Momberg is busy pushing him, the man from the south. Oh, and someone spins out. Is that Jared Evans that spun out in the Capri? So Evans is out. Possibly a mechanical issue there for him as he spun out. And we look there now. Michael Hitchcock sits up there in P3. Up behind him is Mark Adam Bogart. Then we've got Eric van der Merwe. Then we've got Glenn Adam Bogart and Brian Evans and then Fadi Maton. And keep an eye on that man sitting there in the Corolla. That is going to be Bruce Van Taplin.
Oh, there's a big blow up going into there. Yeah, going into Damster.
No.
Or
Lotte
could just be
Senior.
a lock-up, I'm not sure,
Lotte's-
but there was a lot of smoke coming out of that escort of Lotte.
He's still going. It's
And,
possibly a brake issue.
Yeah, could have been a serious lock-up, but either way, he is still moving.
Right, so they hurtle their way down the back straight down towards Cape Town corner, and you can hear the rolling thunder as the V8s work their way down. There is smoke coming out of a car, and possibly he might just have to leave the circuit. Andre Diedrichs in there, outside Roy Aubrey as they work their way around. And coming through Robin Forbes in that muscle Chev Corvette. But there's Donadio going into Block Coin corner. Up behind him now already Michael Hitchcock up into second place. Then Trevor Momberg, Mark Adam Bogart next inside, Glenn Adam Bogart. Then it's Eric van der Merwe, Brian Evans, Fadi Maton, Bruce Van Taplin, Ian Richards. They're all in there now as they work their way through Block Coin corner. Lovely camera work coming out there. And there's the stricken Jared Evans Capri.
Yeah, that was the Evans car that's standing out there, not the way you want to do. There's Aiton Bogart going through into a Castrol corner as we have a look at the rest of the field. Evan Taplin coming through. Ian Richards is busy coming through. There we got Diedrichs that's just behind Lane Hutchings, and carving his way through the field is Robin Forbes there as we'll have a look and see when Forbes comes into view. Just cutting and carving his way through is Robin Forbes in that Stingray. There comes a Stingray of Robin Forbes. He's behind Wayne Lotte.
Wayne Lotte will have. There's that escort there behind them that looks like it's Lotte Junior's car that's got a bit of a brake bind and the smoke's pouring out of the back wheel there.
Yeah, Theo Klaassen in that fight as well, and Dave Rowley in that Beetle as we watch. Yeah, the change of surface flag is out, and it's because of the smoke that comes out. Fadi Maton coming through there, and then we got Evan Taplin. Aubrey is right in that fight as well. He's just ahead there of Ian Richards. Then Lane Hutchings coming through in that Sirocco, and right behind him is the Capri of Andre Diedrichs.
Andre Diedrichs campaigning that Capri there alongside the likes there of, just eluding me now, is Hutchings. So all the field, there's Dave Kopka's Beetle that went through there. Now here's Donnie Sonnenberg down the R100 coming through, and he's made up a couple of places, Frankie, so he's on the move.
Yeah, Donnie Sonnenberg, senior, certainly on the move. Malcolm Pfeiffer busy coming through as well. But we're going to wait and pick up the leaders that is heading into turn number 4. Here comes Aiton Bogart towards us. And then we've got Trevor Momberg coming through, Eric van der Merwe in that fight. Then it's the other Aiton Bogart. Right behind him, it's Brian Evans, Fadi Maton. Then it is Bruce Van Taplin. Aubrey's in that fight as well. Then it's Richards. The whole field coming through, and there comes that Stingray of Forbes.
Wayne Lotte there with him, and up behind Wayne Lotte is Rowe. That's the youngster as they work their way down there now. But the leaders starting to get through. There's Eric van der Merwe. There's Mark Adam Bogart there with Brian Evans working their way through. So all happening out there. Mark Adam Bogart currently posting the quickest sectors going through the circuit. So he's on the move in the Granada.
Right, so as there goes Momberg through your screen, followed there by Van der Merwe, Aiton Bogart coming towards us. Then it's Evans, then it's Maton, then Aubrey up on the inside of Evan Taplin, followed there by Ian Richards. Oh, they almost touch as they make their way out of turn number 1. Andre Diedrichs in that Gunston-coloured Ford Capri sits there in P10, and he's got Lane Hutchings in there behind him. Here comes the Capri. There's Lane Hutchings just in there behind him, and Lane has been caught here by the Stingray of Robin Forbes.
Going through there now, and Charlie Arton puts his hand up. He's got a problem with his escort. It's a new combination. I think that could be the old Fisk car that he's bought.
That is possible, because I know Trevor has sold that motor car RV, so that is very much possible.
Right, so there they come through. Have a look at this scrap here. And Michael Hitchcock on the back of Donadio. The gala is on. We still got 3 laps to go, 4 laps to go.
Here we go. Chev versus Ford for the lead.
Well, it couldn't be more American than that, I'm afraid.
Right, that is your 2 front runners. That's Donadio that leads there from Hitchcock in that 2nd position. Here comes Glenayton Bogard. Behind Glenayton Bogard is Trevor Momberg coming through towards us. Behind Momberg, we've got Eric van der Merwe. Behind Van der Merwe, we have got Ferdy Maton, and he's been, look at this lot, here comes Diedrichs, right behind Diedrichs is Evan Taplin, followed by Ian Richards.
Yeah, coming up here to Cashel Corner, here's Eric van der Merwe. He's usually on the front end, but I tell you what, the guy's missing. Ferdy Maton sits there with Brian Evans, Roy Aubrey, and here's Diedrichs to follow with Bruce Evan Taplin, Ian Richards. Brilliant stuff. And there's the little ex-Kopka R100 there of Donnie Sonnenberg, doing well ahead there of Dave Rowley. I'm telling you, what a scrap.
Yeah, Theo Klaassen in that fight as well. There goes the Castrol-coloured Lotte Escort out of turn number 1. But we're trying to pick up the leaders. That is Matthew Rowe. That's busy making his way out there with that 2002 BMW. As we wait for the front, here they go.
Oh,
Franco Donadio has been overtaken there by Michael Hitchcock. So the Ford leads a Chevy out of turn 1 on the penultimate lap.
Well, here's the advert for Ford. And here comes Glenayton Bogard. He's in the Ford Fairmont. Works his way around there. Ernest leads a lap down. Just a little Fiat 124 as they come round. Trevor Momberg in the V6 Capri. Works his way through. Then it's Eric van der Merwe in the Porsche 928. Comes through, yes, Ferdy Maton. Ferdy Maton, ahead of Brian Evans, Roy Aubrey, Andre Diedrichs. And then Bruce Van Taplin there together with Ian Richards in the red Sirocco.
Well, that is a heck of a fight. Here comes Elaine Hutchings towards us, followed there by Robin Forbes. Wayne Lotte is in that fight as well as they come through. Then I'm trying to pick...
Right, so Robert Rowe was there behind him, right, coming up here. I think that's Ian Richards in the red one, but we go down towards Cape Town corner, and Franco Donadio has gone back to the front on the Michael Hitchcock. There you got them in picture. Oh, this is going to be a one down to the line, Frankie.
Yeah, they are going to go one-on-one, that's for sure, the two of them. They've got Malcolm Pfeiffer's GT3 ahead of him. He's going to just keep right out of the way. He's Pfeiffer and that Skyline as well, as the two of them race down, and they're going to pick up Lane Hutchings as they make their way into Blockhoorn.
Two beautiful cars at the front end, that Chevy Can-Am and that 67 Mustang Coupe there of Michael Hitchcock from Cross Cape Forklift as they work their way through. There's Jared going through together. Here comes Donadio and together there with Michael Hitchcock. Brilliant stuff coming out of the front runners.
Yeah, that's not Lane Hutchings that they picked up there. I apologize for that one. Here comes Eric van der Merwe, and Nicholas Fourie is coming through, and he was dragging something behind that car. He's got the boot lid of that Golf open now as well, so trouble out there for him as we see. Yeah, he's got something that's dragging behind him as
it's probably his mother-in-law.
Looks like some candy tape or something that's stuck underneath that motor car.
Right, so the leaders go down towards Cape Town corner for the final time in heat number 1, and it's nose to tail stuff there. Donadio leads out on Hitchcock. It's the two Fiat muscle cars coming out of Cape Town corner. They literally, and Hitchcock looks up on the inside, but Donadio weaves it out there, fishtails as he comes out, as he dumps the power. Donadio is not a man that lets up easy, but what a race. Franco Donadio takes it there from Michael Hitchcock.
Wow, and that was very, very close across the line. Couple of back markers. And here comes Glenayton Bogard towards us. Ethan Bogard will finish in that third position. 4/10 of a second between Donadio and Hitchcock. Trevor Momberg making his way towards the checkered flag. And Momberg will sit out there in P4. Eric van der Merwe in the Porsche will be the next man to the flag. Here comes van der Merwe, and here comes a lovely fight led there by Mouton.
Ferdy Maton, a great drive coming out ahead of Roy Aubrey there, Andre Diedrichs, Brian Evans, Ian Richards, and Bruce Van Taplin. Absolutely stunning stuff. Well, besides the Formula Libre setting the tone, I think the classics have really put their hands up for this one.
I've got to believe that. Here comes Lane Hutchings towards a checkered flag. Robin Forbes will be the next man to the flag, followed there by Wayne Lotter. Lotter will cross the line. Donnie Sandenberg Sr. gets to the line. Wow. Brilliant stuff. Here comes the Beetle of Dave Rowley.
And Robert Rowe in the BMW up behind him, the chairman of the Classic Car Group. Lovely. What a community. I mean, you know, they race, they're social. And if you want to race a classic, I tell you what, it is definitely a great bunch of guys to race with. Absolutely beautiful stuff.
Nicholas Fourie finishes his race as well. He had something dragging behind that car, but he brings that Mark II Golf to the checkered flag in one piece. And that seems to be that for this race. I think, yeah, everybody has taken the checkered flag.
Yeah. Well, Frankie, I don't know about you, but I think a massive field, a couple of retirements during the race.
However, we still got a car limp. Oh, that's the car that had the boot lid open.
Has he got a shopping?
Yeah.
That's Gary Foury's car.
And so that car, yeah, Nicholas was dragging that candy tape thing. And this one has got the boot lid open. And the 5 car, yeah, it's the first time that we have got a father-son combination out on the track. The two Fouries. One was dragging something, the other one had the boot lid open. But that's illegal. That's extra downforce.
Yeah. Well, a lot of father and sons out there. We got Robert Rowe out there with his son as well. So, yeah. And then we got the Hutchings family.
Yeah, but
Trevor and Lane.
Trevor wasn't racing today,
Yeah,
only
but I
Lane,
say
yes.
Trevor,
But still, yes, quite right.
So we got all those kind of people out there. And that's why it shows you it's a family sport.
Oh, it says on the gate, family, friends, racing, something like that.
It is definitely, yeah. Well, folks, at you here at this trackside circuit, we hope you're having lots of fun to the viewers at home. We hope you appreciate the live stream. Not perfect. We've got a lot of challenges here, electricity problems, all kinds of things. These things get checked regularly, but then a rat comes along and chews on the cable.
Yeah, Gremlin pops its head in and does all sorts of things.
A couple of replays there on the screen.
So before we talk about the replays, Frans, we've got one more race to go before the luncheon interval. So just to let the folks at home know, it might not affect you from what we're seeing, but we're going to switch the power off. Well, not us, the powers at B management. We'll switch the power off during lunchtime to pick up where the problem is, and then one by one they'll switch it on, because it has been affecting the cameras, and poor IMUSAT's people are trying to sort things out, but it's because of the power issue, so they're going to try and sort that out. But back to the replays, a lot of replays. This is the fight.
Here's Donadio coming towards the line, flashing lights there ahead of Michael Hitchcock, and I tell you what, they were at each other's throats the whole race long. Hitchcock working his way through the field to get there. And Donnie Sonnenberg's little R100, I'm sure he must have enjoyed that.
Yeah, I'm sure. Look, he's going to come to grips with that car still. That I can almost guarantee. Well, I do guarantee you that, because you know that he can race. Here comes Robert Rowe, and behind him is the Beetle of Dave Rowley.
Fantastic racing, I've got to tell you something.
And that's the Gary Fourie Golf.
Gary Fourie's
that
Golf.
is in trouble there, yeah.
Having a look here. And look here where Michael Hitchcock is. There he's lying in P5-6. And he worked his way through within the first 2 laps. He got the muscle down on the tar and went to go fetch Franco Donadio. He passed him. But coming down the back straight, you know, Franco, I don't allow this. And just dumped the power to the tar. Probably about 600 horsepower's worth of muscle onto the tar.
And that was that Smoky Escort that went down the back straight.
Maybe it must get sponsored by Benson and Hedges.
And he had Theo Klaassen in there with the Skyline just behind him as well. So that was Lada Classic Cars race number 1. One more race to go before lunch, and that is the BMW Car Club Cape Town Series before we break for lunch. Once again, the top 3 in the competitor of the day. Matthew Deuce is in 3rd, Brett Roach is in 2nd, and leading it so far is William Morris.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's
Well, out of the pits now for the KD's BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series. Race number 1. There were some changes to the program throughout the morning. Plenty of drama in Clubman's qualifying, and then some oil on the circuit. They had to change some of the cars and bikes around. So the BMWs were supposed to initially go first out on the circuit, then they changed it to sorry, they were supposed to go after the superbikes, and then they put it back to the original program of their last race. So now they are the last race before the luncheon period. They all head out on their warm-up lap to head to the grid before we start race number 1 for the KD's Investments BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series.
Well, it's going to be absolutely great stuff out here. There is more than 20 odd cars out in this one. The last word was 27, but that's going to be more than 27
Really?
cars.
Because I saw on the initial entry list it was 35.
Yes, I know the first time was 27, and then they were still saying they were waiting for more entries. So that's what I'm saying. There will be more than 30 cars out there on the grid for this one. So between BMWs, Classics and Clubmans, that's the 3 classes today that's got the most cars. That breaks the 30 mark for cars out on the track.
Yep, I mean, we talk about it over and over again every single time we watch these guys race, because the BMWs continue to grow, obviously. It is one of the premier brands in South Africa, so to say the least. To say the least, them being a top brand, and now especially in motorsport as well. So to see them grow from 12 cars on the grid to 18 to 25 to 30 now to 35,
Sure.
rounding out coming up in this August 2 years that it's been a class here at the Killarney Power Series.
You wouldn't believe it's grown like
Absolutely
this
not.
in approximately, what, year and a half? Just over a year and a half? Well, it needed the guys from up north to come down here to Cape Town to show us, listen, if we can do it, you can do it. And I'll tell you what, we have got the backing as well of BMW M Performance up north down here in Cape Town with their chairman Bernard de Gavea up north, that is certainly backing up us down here. I would love to see a BMW North versus South challenge where our guys go and challenge them at Swartkops and they come and challenge us down here at Killarney.
Just think if we take their top 30 and we take our top 30.
You can't have 60 cars on a track.
Yes, we can. We've had it before with Clubmans.
Yes, we
They've
have
allowed
actually.
it.
Yes, we
So
have.
if we take our top 30 against their top 30, that would
true
be
that.
something else. And keeping in mind that our rules were laid out according to what the BMW Car Club up north had. So to the best of my knowledge, the divisions and classes and regulations are pretty much in line, which would make that a possibility.
All right, sit back and hold on tight, because this is going to be phenomenal stuff out there with the BMWs.
Well, Frankie, a couple of things to note here. Some serious things to note when I look throughout the grid. One of them being a surprise entry of the 43 car, the ex-Zak Groenewald car, now being driven by Ishmael Peck.
Yeah, that's going to see Mr. Ishmael Peck. Welcome to Killarney Main Circuit. Look, Ishmael Peck is a seasoned driver, main circuit and oval track, so it's good to see. And he owns, I think it's Mzansi Speedway, that he owns up north in Gauteng as well. So great to see Ishmael turning the wheels around here in the BMW in our Cadiz BMW Car Club Cape Town Series. I get it right.
It's a mouthful, I know.
get it right eventually.
Well, good to see some familiar names back, especially the likes of, we've got that E46 M3, the turbo car of Valen Forskenk, who was also running the Porsche Cup car in Sports and GT. We've got some new names as well. Andre Furen in that car at the tail end of the grid. Jean Stander. Yes, Gary just stated that they were looking for a radiator for Andre Furen on the group, and Yusuf Hendricks actually helped out there. Yusuf being also out in this grid for the MYH Motorsport crew. We've got Timothy Ball in the first time I've ever seen an E46 Ti, which is the compact with the funny looking lights. One of those out on the grid for the first time. Mia Bench is out there, one of our lady racers, and Yolinda Faree. And we look throughout the entirety of the grid, top to bottom. Plenty of action that's about to come into play as the pace car is out of the way. Frank Eunice, take them. Okay, I'll take them.
Yeah,
away.
you
Sure,
take them
why
off.
not?
Yeah, why
5
not?
red lights
You go
are
for
on. 30 plus cars, and away they go. Look at the stream of BMWs, the Bavarian brand taking over here at Killarney International Raceway. Down towards turn number 1 we go. Connor Kilbride takes to the lead ahead of Nyan de Toy through Blockcoin corner turn number 1. Let's watch if they go through cleanly, because it is a massive group of cars that head for the same piece of tarmac down into Blockcoin turn number 1 and now into the braking zone of Castrol turn number 2.
Well, we'll just take them through lap number 1 because it's a whole high-speed train of BMW Car Club Cape Town Series sponsored by Cadiz as they all make their way into the Landstem Kink and now working their way out of Damstep, and it is still up front. These guys are getting it sideways as they work their way around, and it is already Connor Kilbride that's been chased there by Nyan de Toy. That's your top 2 as the rest of them just falter. Look at them looking for different lines, different racing lines to try and outsmart each other.
Well, we'll see what those front 2 can do. Valen Forsking just sitting on the cusp of 3rd place. In that 3rd place spot ahead of Dylan Joubert. Then ahead is of Dexter Bruce, Shane Williams, Ishmael Peck up into the top 7 as they come around Cape Town corner. Here is the mid-pack coming through. There you can see Sean Tubes, Arno Michaels, Kobus de Kock. There's Yusuf Hendricks in the 36 car as the leaders come across the line, and we start another lap.
Well, it is Kilbride, de Toy, Forsking, Joubert, Dexter Bruce. Ishmael Peck sits in P6 already, does Ishmael. So, wow, Mr. Peck is peddling that thing around Killarney Circuit.
Yep, we watch them come through this massive group, predominantly E36s. There I see Henry Burlcombe in the ex-Connor Kilbride E36. And there's a big slide off the dirt there coming out of Blockcoin corner. Turn number 1, there's cars off in the grass in a Blockcoin on the entrance to Blockcoin actually coming to the braking zone. But these 2 are storming away at this point in time. It is Connor Kilbride in the Racing Spirit E46 M3 and then Nyan de Toy in the NDT Racing's E36 sponsored by Leat just behind.
Yeah, then it is Valen Forsking, Dylan Joubert, Dexter Bruce, Ishmael Peck. Behind Ishmael Peck you got Shane Williams, and he was only 0.8 of a second behind Peck when they started this lap.
Then it's just behind them as we run down the order. All the classes perfectly in line with one another. We watch, there's Yanni Hatzi. Yanni Hatzi's first time here in the BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series as well. He usually races the Nissan S14 in Sports and GT. There you see Mia Bench at the front of this picture ahead of Lloyd Brady. Then that's Ernest Page in a new color scheme for himself and his teammate Shane Boscombe. That beautiful candy apple red. As they come out of turn number 5, we look back to turn number 1 into Blockcoin and a big lock-up for Johan Kukamoor.
Yeah, Kukamoor just locking up. Then you got Yanni Hatzi coming through. Behind him it's Timothy Ball, Mia Bench in there. Then it is Page. Then right behind him it's de Kock, and right on the case of de Kock it's Lloyd Brady as the field run down the Joubert Straight towards Castrol corner.
There's some more stuff going on in turn number 1. There you see the smoke in the air, major lockups and a couple of slides down through Blockcoin corner. There's Volskink and Joubert once again. But look, this just behind. There is Dexter Bruce that currently sits ahead of Ishmael Peck. And was that Nyan de Toy that's dropped down the field ever so slightly? I see, yes, he's got a catching up to do. But does that mean that
He's going very slow.
yeah, he's got an issue,
He
yes.
has slowed right down in that layered sponsored car, has Neander Toy, and he did what, 117s around here at practice on Friday morning.
Yep, in a naturally aspirated BMW they're running some experimental fuel in that car as well, so maybe causing a little bit of issues, but it was running super well, and I'm sure it'll be out for race number 2. There's Volsking, there's Joubert. They will now move up a couple of positions as Detoy's name drops down the pylon. But there is Bruce from Peck, from Williams, sliding that BMW in ahead of Johan Kukamur as the rest of the field comes into one.
Yeah, here comes Yanni Hatzi, and behind him it's Page and Ball. They are side by side. Kobus de Kok is the next man through. Mia Bench leads the ladies through to Toy, but he's dropping down. Lloyd Brady in that 41 car, busy making his way through there as well. And Arno Michaels not far behind them. 8/10 of a second. Michaels behind Brady. There is a from Bench down to Vicky Paitha. They're all within 8/10 of a second, 3/10 of a second. So it's a massive fight here in that mid-pack.
Yep, all car lengths between one another in the battle in D and E class that goes all the way down towards 24th place. Andre Furen is pulled into the pits, unfortunately, so maybe some internal issue for that car, maybe an overheating after that radiator went. So hopefully that'll be salvageable. As here is the Bruce Peck and then a Williams battle once again. 1AM versus E46 versus E36, all for the fight for the top 4, 5 and 6 positions.
And then Kukamur is the next man that's coming through there as well. Now, this is what I would look out for. Yanni Hatzi and Ernest Page, we're going to keep an eye on this. Here comes this group of 4 or 5. They just keep on going as they cross the line to start another lap. It's Page that is ahead of Hatzi, and then actually it's Page, Ball, then Hatzi, then De Kok, then it's Mia Bench coming through. Lloyd Brady, man, what a rumble. That is Arno Michaels. It's also having a squiz there as we run down now towards the tail end of the front. Still Neander Toy soldiers on.
Oh, there's some rally crossing there off the side of the track as well. That could have been the white car of Vicky Paitha on the left-hand side. I remember that car used to be yellow, or he had a yellow E30 M car for a while. Back to Valen Volsking near the front end of the grid, second position as Connor Kilbride comes out of turn 5. This is your second place man coming out.
Yep, that's Valen Volsking. That's coming towards us in that red, black and yellow outfit. And he's got, behind him, he's got Dylan Joubert coming towards us. Then it's a bit of a gap between Dylan Joubert. Here comes Dex. Dexter Bruce, Ishmael Peck, Shane Williams, and Johan Kukamur. And they're having a fight there for 4, 5, 6, and 7 across the line on their penultimate lap.
Yep, so that was the battle for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. As here comes 8th position of Ernest Page just ahead of Timothy Ball. Then it is Hatzi from De Kok from Bench. Or actually those positions have changed. We'll see now it's Hatzi from Bench from Brady, De Kok, Paitha, Michaels in at 15th spot. Then it is Yusuf Hendricks and Shane Boscombe at the background with Henry Biddlecombe as well as they go into block point corner.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, there you just pick up that 77 going through of De Kok. He's got them stacked ahead of him. Brady, Bench, Hatzi all ahead of him, and Paitha, Michaels, Hendricks and Boscombe just in there ahead of him and then behind him as they are kicking up the dust, these guys, as they make their way out of block point corner.
Yep, the man kicking up the dust was Zach Layden. We know how he can do that on the rallycross circuit, winning outright.
But can you believe Zach Layden all the way down overall in 20th position as they've now started their last lap? That is so unlike Zach Layden to be out of the top 10.
Yep, there's been some hard stuff. He also races 2 class today, and he has been. As there we see Dylan Jonkent just ahead. It just runs off of our timing screen. But I see Jacques Prince as well. Jacques Detoy is in that. And then behind them, Jean Stander. Here comes towards us Jonken from Detoy, from Prince. Stander and then Joubert in that picture coming around to lap them as well. So we'll look for our leader There he comes into Sorrel sweep 4, Connor Kilbride for the final time in race 1 and the final time before lunchtime.
Right, he's making his way down the back straight there. That is your leader, Connor Kilbride. Man, he was 11.8, nearly 12 seconds ahead of Jabir at the start of this lap, as there's all action happening out there, and JT's getting all excited. I don't blame him, because I'm also getting excited out here. This is the last lap. He was nearly 12 seconds ahead of Jabir at the start of this lap. We're heading towards the end of it. It's a commanding and a demanding victory for Connor Kilbride, as he takes the checkered flag.
Now we look for second position, just passing some of those back markers is Dylan Jabir in that tax tool, as well as Blitz and Tiny's pit box sponsored BMW E36. The back markers come through. There's Jacques de Toy, Dylan Jonkert, there's Jean Stunham. Jacques Prince pulls into the pits on the final lap. Now here's the battle.
And it's Dexter Bruce coming home, and no, it is Jabir Williams gets the flag, get a picks, then Dexter Bruce. There is a Kukumur crossing the line as the rest of the field just come through. There, Dexter slowing right down. I was looking for that black Beamer, and on the last lap, Dex retires the car.
There's Timothy Ball that comes across the line as well. Then it is Pather, Brady, Bench, Hendricks, Michaels, Biddlecombe up into the top 13, then De Kock, De Toy, and that's Nian finishing out in 15th position after running in second for some while. So obviously there's something that went wrong with that car, but he was able to limp it still at a decent pace to the very end as Connor Kilbride catches up to the back end of Brady Sickle and completes another lap.
Yeah, well, that lap won't count because he's won the race already. So it is Connor Kilbride from Dexter Bruce and Williams that are the first three across the line. Connor Kilbride winning Class A, Jabir winning Class C, Williams winning Class D. Class E was won there by Biddlecombe, and Class F was won by Nian de Toy, even though we finished all the way down in P20 with a difficult. Well, Class X would then automatically be Ishmael Peck. He was one lap down, so Ishmael obviously had a problem towards the end of the race, because right there, with the first 2/3 of the race, he was right in the fight there with the likes of Jabir, Williams and Kukumur.
Well, Frankie, that's why I got so excited, because you were just looking at the screen at what you were commentating, and I looked up into Dam's Dip turn number 3, and it looked to me Ishmael Peck was ahead of Williams and Bruce, and going through the Lundstem kink, Shane Williams went around the outside of Dexter Bruce on the apex, and they made contact, and I thought Williams was going to go around. That's why I jumped up, and there was a puff of smoke, and then all of a sudden on the last lap we saw Dexter Bruce pulling into the pits.
Yeah.
So I think there was some sort of damage that hopefully we can get a camera angle on,
and then,
or a replay on a little bit later on.
But then again, also problem out there for Ishmael, because he was fighting right up there with the names that you and I just mentioned, and then takes the flag in 20th position overall. But
unless I got them mixed up and it was actually Dexter in front and then Williams and Peck were having that battle through Lundstem kink. We'll have to just wait and see.
Well, either way, it was a hell of a fight between the lot of them. It doesn't matter who it was at the end of the day. Wherever you looked on the screen or out the windows, you picked up a dogfight somewhere.
Missed that.
That's Jacques de Toy down into turn number 1 block, and we did see someone off in the grass, and I saw the dust going up and being
and that's a frightening maneuver when the car rolls back on its own and you stomping on the brake pedal.
Jacques Prince there, he goes a big snap.
Yeah, so that was all action right in the beginning.
Okay, so as soon as we've got the all clear for the passenger ride,
That was some brilliant stuff for the KD's BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series race number 1. It'll be our lunch period now as we watch a couple more replays.
Lloyd Brady just behind Kobus de Kock going through Blockwayne. Well, all action, all drama out there. That's full skink. Yes, it was going pretty slow. Violent Volskink, that was going pretty slow down the backstretch. I thought I didn't see him on the leaderboard. So we lost quite a few, but not only just lost, but quite a few of them dropped down the leaderboard and lost. Volskink was one of them, and of course, Ishmael Peck was the other one. Right, so that will conclude the first half, and we'll be back with you after the luncheon interval.
Right, folks, as we go into the luncheon interval, we're going to go off air because we're going to do a complete reset on the electrics at Killarney International Raceway. For the folks at home, we do have UPS for the live stream, and there's a whole lot of very interesting interviews that have been done, shall we call it, backstage by our IMUSAT crew, and hopefully you folks at home will have a continuous feed. Should it go off, it will be just a couple of minutes and you'll be able to come back onto the IMUSAT live stream for Killarney International Raceway, round number 4, 2026 of the regional racing, brought to you by the City of Cape Town in conjunction with Lion Property Management and our media partner Smile 90.4 FM.
Morning down at Killarney International Raceway. It's round 4 of Power Series, and I'm standing with a friendly face as always. Brett, how are you doing?
Yeah, good and you, man.
Not too bad at all. So it looks like you guys are getting ready to go race after a little bit of an incident on the racetrack.
Another one.
Another one. How is your racing going? How are you feeling for today?
Yeah, it was a tough qualifying. It was a very, very greasy track. So, yeah, I got 4th in my class, so we've got a bit of work to do. But yeah, thankfully stayed out of trouble. A lot of cars were going off left, right and centre, but yeah, we're in the mix. We're in the mix.
Where in that mix are you with regards to the series standings?
Okay, so the championships I'm lying 2nd behind Zach Layden. So, and he's got pole. He did a phenomenal lap today. So, yeah, we just give it a go and hopefully we can make up a few places and get there.
Well, it looks a little bit of an insider info. I think he broke a belt or two and that car might have. So you might be lucky. Something might happen. Or he's going to send it and you have to really race today.
I wouldn't want to take a win like that anyway. Not saying that I'm going to win, but yeah, you know what I mean. I wouldn't wish any bad luck on a competitor.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck today. Have fun.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
I heard Ernest say in the morning breakfast show that we need more bike representation. So yes, Ernest, I've heard. And to that end, I'm standing next to Kewan's name. I'm probably one of the fastest guys I've ever seen in a bike. Now, I've interviewed you before, but on Tuesday or Wednesday, I was standing along pit wall and I saw you coming out of turn 5. It was epic to watch. I need to know, are we going to have more of that energy today? What's the idea for racing today?
Yeah, definitely. So on Wednesday when we spoke, I think we were doing like early 12s, like 12.2, 12.3, and I qualified yesterday with a 10.7, which is my fastest ever superbike time, and I was a little bit shocked. I was trying hard, but I didn't think that was going to happen. So yeah, I'm going quite a bit faster than the other day, and everything feels good. I'm a bit worried about the conditions. There's a bit of water down, but hopefully I can avoid it and it doesn't affect anything too much.
Yeah, well, with 10.7, even me, I'm shocked. That is crazy. So with, I don't know enough about bikes to make any assumptions. Where are you in the series or the championship?
So I actually had no intention of racing this year really at all. So this is actually somebody else's bike that they've sponsored to me. So I did the last round and I sort of thought it was going to be a one-time thing, and then he said I can have a go again. So this is the second one. I'm just having a lot of fun with it, just enjoying the process. The last time I raced properly was in 2024. So yeah, it's been a while off the bike, and I'm just actually enjoying it and not taking it too serious.
Well, look, going back to Wednesday when you and I had chatted, I mean, I came back to Q and to the pits afterwards just to see if, because it's a different kind of person to do this. I saw the bike coming around sort of floating. It looked even a little bit jittery. I don't know how to describe it. Can you talk to me about that?
Yeah, so this bike is noticeably, specifically very loose onto the front straight when the tyre is worn. So it spins up a lot, and it feels like you really are very light on the controls and just trying to keep it going through there. With a new tyre, it's a lot better, but that's definitely, of the whole track, that's actually the trickiest part of the track on this bike. But on any other bike, that almost feels like the rest part of the track. Like you're actually just taking it easy there. So it's very specific to this beam. It's just got a lot of power to lay down, and it spins up a lot through there.
Look, from the outside, for someone, I wouldn't say uneducated, it just looks like Isle of Man style stuff. So, racing for you today. Good luck, have fun, and keep the wheels on the top.
Thank you.
Clint Renard, we meet again.
Meet again, yes. Different circumstances, but yeah.
Different circumstances, not on a live stream where you're sitting nice and comfortably. In the thick of a race day, you just came out of qualifying in Clubman's. How did your qualifying go?
Mine went terrible. I never got a clean lap in. I managed to spin off in turn 4. I think 27 years of racing hasn't helped me not to spin off. But we did have an incident in turn 4 with Shane Smith. And
talking about that incident, you guys would have seen it earlier on. So Clint is the chairman of Clubman's, and there was a Clubman's Raceway that happened. As you mentioned before earlier, the driver is fine. Car, not so much.
Car's a bit foobar, if I may use that word. The car isn't in park for me at the moment. They are assessing all the damage to the car. Shane, left wrist injured, in for x-rays at the moment. His father will let us know on the group how he's doing, but it's just only the left wrist, so he seems to be all right, yeah.
Okay, good. Clint, we do hope you heal up soon. But with that being said, that happened about 2/3 of the way through your qualifying. How does that actually affect things? Did you have enough laps for qualifying? How did that work?
Yes, we did have enough. We had enough to complete the qualifying. There was a whole lot of people not on optimal laps, like myself, and some people only really want to do the optimal lap at the end of qualifying, so they will suffer. So the grid isn't where it would have been, but that makes for exciting racing when everybody's out of sync. So we'll see what happens on the start.
Well, we are looking forward to that Clubman's race. Clint, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Round 4 on Saturday the 30th of May, and we are always excited about what is going on behind the scenes. So I'm here with Glenn Bogart, making sure I pronounce that correctly, and I believe that there are 3 brothers all racing, but in particular this car has not been out in 6 months, so we want to get all of the scoop. Glenn, thank you so much. Tell us everything.
So it's I'm riding against my brother. He's riding the Gold Fairmont GT. My father's not riding today, but he'll be back hopefully in a race or 2. But yeah, we've got a bit of a new package with the car. We've changed the whole setup, the balance, new brake pads, discs, the works on the car. Unfortunately, we haven't had any time to test it because every time we want to go out, there's a car going through the wall.
There's been a lot of cars going through walls today. For context, if you haven't been staying tuned, since this morning we've been talking about it. Okay, so you and your 2 brothers, but tell us a little bit more about this car. What car is it exactly?
This is a Ford Granada Piranha. It comes with a little 302 V8. Independent diff. She's the smaller motor out of the V8s, but she tries to keep up with them as much as she can. Yeah.
And have you managed to qualify at all?
No, nothing.
Because that race was... So, again, if you haven't been watching, the qualifying was stopped this morning and we went straight into racing because it took them about an hour to actually correct the wall and all the tyres. Safety came first rather than qualifying. Cool. What are you looking forward to the most about today?
Staying in one piece and finishing.
And not hitting a wall.
Yeah, that's it completely.
Awesome, Glenn. Thank you so much for chatting with us.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Well, I've managed to find another Aiton Bogart, Mr. Malcolm, who has a wealth of knowledge, should I say, and is part of this family that races. All of them, all of these cars that are in this garage right now, which is quite incredible. And this family member is married to that family member that's crossed on the other side of the racetrack, the Huggets. So please tell me your history, racing, your passion for this racing. Just tell me everything you were sharing with me off camera, because I think it's worth everybody knowing.
Well, me, myself, myself, I don't have the great competitive spirit like everybody. I race classic cars because I enjoy classic cars. So whoever wins on the day wins, but I will not bump and barge or anything like that. I race for the sheer pleasure of enjoying my car and my competitors around me. So I've never really won any major championships. I've only won my class once out of something like 30 years.
And you've been racing since what year, you said?
I think in about 35 years now. So I do race, and I'm one of the old stalwarts of classic car racing in Cape Town. And I'm just there now. I enjoy it. I enjoy prepping cars. I still build cars to this very day. In this garage at the moment, there's 3 cars that I built up already. So, and it's always nice to know that my cars, when I race them or when people race them, they're always up front. And it's quite lekker just to see that type of thing.
Awesome.
How's the word lekker? Sorry.
Lekker. It's lekker. And tell us a little bit about this car we are standing in front of right now, because this is a Fairmont GT.
That's correct. This is a side shaker Fairmont GT, which if you see by the scoop, and this has got the
I'll get it out of the way so the cameraman can get the scoop over there.
And it's got a round grille. And then this came out in '69, just before they changed from Windsors to Clevelands. So this runs a Windsor motor, and this is, as I said, 69, 70. What I do like about, very excited today, classic car racing, just in its local event, we have 8 V8s that are running, which to me is mind-boggling, absolutely mind-boggling.
And you said 3 or 4 of them are in this garage right now.
There's 6 of them in the garage.
6 out of the 8.
6 out of the 8 are running in this particular garage at the present moment. There's one across the road, and Franco, and then the other one's Robin Forbes in the Corvette. So quite an interesting day.
Absolutely awesome. Malcolm, thank you so much for chatting with me. I hope you enjoy the races today.
Absolute pleasure. And if you need any information, old cars, I'm here.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Pleasure, my dear.
Guys, I'm on the other side of the track, and I have just found 2 incredible cars, but the drivers had a bit of a toss-up of who's going to speak to me, and luckily enough I'm here with Tate Bishop, who, as we know, if you've been watching, qualified yesterday and qualified first, doing phenomenally at the moment. So thank you so much for speaking with me, obviously, and I want to know all about this car, because it is absolutely sexy as all hell. Please tell us, what is this beast?
Yeah, so this is the Audi R8 GT4 LMS Evo. It is the baby version of my neighbor, the Audi R8 GT3. 9 million rand difference, so
29 million.
Quite embarrassing for Rob to be on second, but he's getting there. He's getting there. I'm proud of him, helping him here and there. So
That's typical when they say it's not the car, it's the driver, right?
Oh well, exactly. So yeah, no, I mean this car is like incredible. You know, we don't really know what this car can do, and yesterday was our first real shot at you know, getting a sort of good idea of what this car can do, and went out there, did a 13.8 in front of a GT3 and a Porsche Cup car, so shocked, honestly, but yeah.
You're beaming though, that's a good
thing. Of course, I'm super stoked. I honestly couldn't believe it, but yeah, it's just going to be whether or not I can keep them behind me now, so we'll see about that. But
so first race to come, okay, we'll be wishing you all the best of luck and we'll be watching, but tell us, how did you progress and get to be driving something like this? Like, how did you start racing?
I started karting at 5. Yeah, I've been racing for 15 years now. Was racing at national level last year, went overseas, did European Endurance Prototype Cup, got a podium in Portimao in the 6-hour. You know, we've been around the block, so we more so just wanted a car to have in this country that we could sort of advertise the brand, also, you know, have something fun to drive here. Did nationals last year in South African touring cars, Super Cup, won that. So there's not really much more I can do than you know, have a bit of fun locally.
That's quite a bit of a career. We wish you all the best of luck. Thanks so much for speaking with us.
Thank you so much.
Guys, I'm here with Daryl. So as we know, the importance of your mechanics team. So Daryl heads up the mechanical team for the V8 Masters. It is a group effort. They look after all of the V8 Masters cars. I've known him for a very long time, and I've known the stress that he has to go through between races, after races, before races. But as we know, and we've spoken about this morning, Tian has just recently bought Roy Campos's car and went out yesterday for qualifying and ended up going over a wall, through a wall, into everything. So from a mechanic's perspective, Daryl, talk to us. What happened? What went wrong?
So the brake pedal itself, where it comes down, it broke halfway down the pedal. Clean brake. Obviously just a huge amount of force that he put into it. Yeah, it's a first.
And when you say like the huge amount of force, is that just like the speed at which we're going? Like, could it have been prevented, basically?
Actually, like, I mean, physical force that he put on it with his foot. Could it have been prevented? I don't think so, no. Like I said, it was a very unusual thing to break. Those sort of things are engineered to be strong. I mean, that's the forces they're designed to go through. And again, where the break happened, there wasn't any signs of fatigue or cracks or fractures or anything like that. So it was just one of those things, you know.
Just like a freak event.
Yeah, exactly.
And I know you've kind of hidden the car away in the garage and it's closed, and you said, no, don't go in there, don't look at it. Is there room for the car to be salvaged?
Yes, of course. No, of course. Yeah. I mean, they quite. He escaped unscathed to an extent. He hurt his foot, but the chassis and the tub all held up. The safety cell part of it all held together. Yeah. Had you done it in your road car, you wouldn't be. Yeah. You wouldn't be around.
Well, thank goodness for you guys. Thank you so much for speaking with me. I know it is a sensitive and a difficult topic, especially when things like this go wrong, but it's part of racing, and I think people need to know and understand, and it can be fixed.
Exactly that, yeah. I mean, motorsport is dangerous. We all know that, and it's a risk we take, but, you know, thrill versus risk, I suppose.
Well, I'm going to let you go because I know your team is racing right now, so thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody watching our IMUSAT live stream of the Power Series Round 4 on Saturday, the 30th of May. It is the lunchtime show. It has been an absolutely jam-packed morning. There's been so much excitement. I'm getting one of our commentators doing a little booty shuffle behind the camera. The excitement is all around us, and I'm joined by the accent, Mr. David Christie.
Firstly, I'm loving that comment. I'm taking that. That's now going on my professional bio. But you're saying about what a busy morning. Yes. My God, is that an understatement? I mean, we've had impromptu landscaping going on at the circuit. We've had timetable changes. So much to get through in what feels like so little time.
Absolutely. We have, unfortunately, I think, lost one of our cameras this morning. I'm not sure if our team was able to get it back up and running, because as we saw, we had one of our clubman's cars go into the wall. And just to give context, because if you're not at the track, you wouldn't quite understand having seen the footage. If anybody knows Killarney, there's the tunnel where you got to drive with your car underneath and where people walk. That is the wall. Okay, so had it been a couple of more millimeters or maybe 1 kilometer faster, he would have come right over the tunnel and basically into the clubhouse. So very, very lucky escape this morning.
Yeah, 100%. And again, a huge thank you to all of the circuit staff for their really, really hard work in getting that up. We did have a bit of a delay, but we got it all sorted out, and we still get time for lunch as well. So everybody's fine.
We move with the crises that happen all around us. But luckily, all the drivers that have been involved in all of our little oopsies and wall crashes are fine, and they're good. I can't say the same about the cars, but hey, we fix them and they get ready for the next round.
Yeah, 100%. And on top of that, we still got some incredible racing today. This morning has been nothing short of sensational. Some of the best racing around that we've seen so far this season, and a lot at stake now for race 2 this afternoon.
Absolutely. So I want to hear from you, because I've been on the ground. I think I managed to watch one race from the top of the clubhouse on the balcony, so I got a bit of a good view from watching the racing. But I've been on the ground running up and down and doing interviews. You have been in the bird's eye view box up there, like the eagle in the sky. So you have seen it all, you have monitored it all, you've been commenting as well on the racing. So you're the best man to tell me what has been going on.
Well, I mean, obviously we had that incident this morning that set everything back, and then it just continued, because with the GTIs on lap 1, turn 1, we had Roshan Khan flipping the car over, thankfully landed on all 4 wheels, got out the car absolutely fine, but the GTIs just doing GTI stuff. It was an excellent battle. Class C, obviously we had a huge fight between Smith and Joubert right up until the end. Brett Roach, what felt like he was defending from 800 cars that was behind him. He had like about 6 cars behind him, but then we had several laps where there was just rows. It looked like the formation lap, 2 by 2 by 2 by 2. It was just exemplary stuff. We then had the super bikes. Richard Slammy obviously retiring on the main straight. We lost a couple of bikes on that first lap there. But what was absolutely gutting for me, Tristan Pina crossing the line first, but getting, from what I recall, was a 30-second penalty post-race for a jump start. That handed the win then to Kevin Snyman in the Superbikes. Challenge went to Daniel Frost, and then Xander Talliard taking the 600s as well. We have got so much value for money in the races here, so much more than we ever thought. My favourite race so far, I'm biased because it was one that was commentated on, the Formula Libres.
I heard a lot of screaming. So at different parts of the track, I can actually hear through the speakers, I can hear the commentators. And every now and then I was like, shh. And I just hear a lot of screaming and excitement and shouting. What happened? So obviously with the Formula Libres, we've got a lot of different classes in there, and it's obvious that Class A gets dominated by Jason Coetzee and DJ Boysen. They were off and into a different class, but it was the Formula V's, the no-wing heroes that were out there, and we had two separate battles going on, and this was for like 4th, 5th, and 6th, and then 7th and 8th, and it was Richard Carr, Joshua Schmidt, and Udrich Huisamen, who were every single lap just going toe-to-toe, throwing it in, and it even came down to Schmidt and to Richard Carr. That final corner coming out, it was less than a tenth of a second separating them across the line. Carr got a brilliant exit out of that final corner and just snatched that final position away from Schmidt. And then it was Kelly Fletcher fighting Courtney Steenveld for the entirety of the race as well. It was so difficult as a commentator knowing where to look, because it was just proper box office action. But the problem with that is now that we expect nothing less than the same for that second race of the day for the Formula Libres. So that was easily some of my favourite racing that we saw through the course of the day. But not to take anything from any of the others. I mean, the bikes were awesome. It kind of, previous rounds have made us expect more for the bikes in terms of chaos and action, but they had a quiet race. They were just doing their due. They had a lot of fights going on, but compared to some of the car racing action, they kept themselves quiet today. Yeah. It is round 4, and like we said this morning, it is pretty much halfway through. The excitement has been quite legitimate, as David is saying. These cars are racing so close to each other. The few races I managed to see a couple of corner turns, I was literally standing just pointing, because these cars are going almost like bumper cars. They are so close to each other. They are fighting at every corner, at every overturn position that they can possibly get to take the lead. And I know the BMWs, we don't have the results. They actually just raced now before we started the lunchtime show, so we don't know. But I know everybody's watching Nian, huge fans of Nian de Toy and that BMW that he's been working on the whole week. And unfortunately, he just told us now, and now my brain completely, one of his sensors.
Yes, it was a brake by a sensor, so he had no rear brakes on the car. And again, I heard a lot of shouts up in the production when they saw the replay of what happened, but that handed. See, I've learned my lesson from last time I was here. I've actually been paying attention. So Class A, Conor Kilbride taking the Class A win on that. The Racing Spirit BMW, I mean, at this point, it's difficult to see anybody else. He's literally in a class of one. He's literally just doing exhibition laps. But that Class B issue with Nian de Toy, that hands it to Waylon Volchenk to get the win in that class. Class C goes to Dylan Joubert. Ishmael Peck getting a fantastic win in Class D as well. Shane Boscombe in Class E. Now, again, I'm going to have to figure out, is that Shane's first win of the season in that Class E? I'll double check, but
I think he could have won in his class before, unless he just moved to this class recently, which could also be the case. My memory fails me. But exactly how exciting this is, and this has just been the first race of the day. So as David was saying, you have got to stay tuned, and it's not too late to get in your car right now and get onto Killarney for the second set of races, which I'm sure is going to be even more exciting than this, because the weather's playing ball. The track has dried up now, so it's going to be a little bit of different racing conditions than we had this morning when it was still very, very cold and damp. It's going to make for some fun and exciting viewership, at least.
Yeah, I would say if you're on the fence about coming, ignore Simone's shivering here. It is gloriously warm here and perfect conditions, but this is when you're going to get the best racing. It's nice and cool. The cars aren't going to be under any threat of overheat. They're going to get the absolute optimum performance out of the cars today. And again, you mentioned halfway through the season, normally, as a commentator, I would be thinking this is when drivers start to get a little bit more cautious, start to think about securing positions. Doesn't happen here. They're absolutely going for it.
I think in my experience, I think I've been doing this perhaps for maybe 2.5 years now. I can't remember. You guys have been watching me, and from my experience, it's in the middle now where it really starts ramping up, and then it's usually by about round 7 where they're like, I kind of have my points in the bag now. We're just going to make sure I finish. That's all they want to do, is just finish to not lose anything.
That's what I mean. On paper, that's what you think, but what I'm finding here is that just doesn't seem to happen. I like that because, as having had experience behind the wheel myself, when you get into that car, your right foot just goes that little bit harder, no matter who is beside you, whether you're fighting for class or not. But yeah, I mean, we've still got several more rounds of the championship, and for those that are chasing championship points, perfect time to go and get them. Perfect time to just push that little bit harder.
Absolutely. And just speaking of the right foot and pushing it a little bit harder, you would have seen I managed to interview Daryl, who heads up the mechanical team for the V8 Masters, who obviously had that huge crash out in qualifying yesterday. And just to confirm, there was no signs of any weaknesses, cracks or deficiencies on the brake pedal that snapped. It snapped off from the pure force of him hitting brakes at that corner. So I think he was really, really pushing during qualifying, I can only imagine. And perhaps maybe hitting these brake threshold a bit too late and then having to force down. Like we said, he is okay. He is having his operation today for his foot, so he is fine. But the sheer force of just the pace at which they are going, qualifying, practice racing, they are pushing as hard as they can right now.
And obviously it's been the talk of the paddock, it's been the talk of the commentary tower as well. So much to unpack from that, because certainly in all my years of watching motorsport, that is one of the most violent impacts that I've ever seen. The destruction that it caused to the wall, and then seeing the car on the outside is just incredible. So you then start having to speculate about what happened, and any driver will do this as well. It's a case of you start trying to put yourself in their position. What happened? What went wrong? Was it the first press of the brake? My thinking is potentially it's been the second, because when you put your foot down and it goes straight to the floor, suddenly panic kicks in and you're just like hammering it, trying to get something from it. And at this point, that car's doing 240, 245 kilometres an hour into the braking zone for turn 5. At which point it's likely to launch over the curb, miss the gravel entirely, which is there to slow the cars down, and then we saw what happened to the car. But again, testament to the safety and the stringent rules that go into making these cars safe. The fact that he's only in hospital dealing with lower leg injuries. If that had happened on the road to a normal person in a normal car, that would have been a very different situation. So, thank goodness for all of the marshals, the quick response from the medical teams here at the circuit as well. Again, just that could have been so much worse.
Yeah, and just to also lighten the mood and have my little, I learned this when I was 2 years old. So we have 10-4, which is also known as Sorrel Sweep. And I was watching some racing and I was like, but there's something wrong. Why are all of the cars going in a dip as they're coming around there? Look at the back of the car. And my husband looks at me and he goes, that's why it's called Sorrel's Sweep.
Yep.
And I just had to kind of sit there and blush and realize I learned something today. And that is that last turn before they just hit that back straight.
And that's such a brilliant point to bring up, because on the outskirt, from the camera view, it looks like it's a fairly flat circuit. But the subtle elevation changes that are there, it's not so much that it goes up and down so much, it's where they go up and down. You're right in the middle of a high traction zone when you're trying to turn that car in. That's what can wash you off into the outside. How many accidents have we seen on the exit of turn 3 where they go just a couple of wheels onto the grass and it spits them out into the wall on the inside? That's because of all of the little bumps and the little kinks here at Killarney. That's what makes it such a challenge, and that's why the drivers love it.
Yeah, and I think there's elements as well that potentially we need. I mean, Killarney was built when cars, like what was the maximum kilowatts of a car, was maybe like 200 or something. Like, these cars are going way faster now. I mean, the technology that we have at our fingertips now and the way these cars are being built, They're going at speeds that I'm not sure the original Killarney racetrack can potentially handle. So we might need to do some serious improvements there.
100%. I mean, we think back to a car that we're missing today, Davy Joubert in the Novo Proto 02. That was one of the fastest cars. I mean, normally the bikes are the fastest machines out there on track, but that Novo Proto was about 10 kilometres on average faster than anything else round the circuit. And again, it's that balance between what the track was designed for and pushing cars to their absolute limits around here.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. So just while we are busy, a big shout out to our sponsors, Lion Property Management, for always making this happen to ensure that Killarney can have these race days in this Power Series. So huge thank you for that. And what else has happened today?
Well, apart from all of that, like I said, we had some fantastic bike racing, but we do have to pay attention to one of the other races just before we came on, the Lodz Classic Cars race that was there. And again, the finish of that came right down to the wire on that. Just 0.4 of a second between first and second place, and that was literally right to the line. Franco Donadeo, who is always associated with fighting for the top, but he was fighting Michael Hitchcock right towards the end of the race there, and it was only because Franco Donadeo got a better exit from that last corner there. Hitchcock lit up the tyres just a little bit too much. You could see the back end squirming about on that monster, and it just wasn't able to make it work.
Sure. Okay, so I do want to go over some of our race times today. We had the Sports and GTs, so our Warwick Wealth Sports and GTs, and they were obviously racing with the V8 Masters by their side as well. So in terms of first place, Tate Bishop, who you saw I interviewed earlier today, Rob Franco, Divan Wenzel, Sean Moore in the V8s came first in the V8s class, doing a 17.1 over there. Moving on to the GTI Challenge, guys, we had Shane Williams coming in first. Surprise, surprise. Shane pushing as hard as he can there, stirring up nonsense with Nikita Thiem. After that, Zach Layden. And then in terms of our Pirelli Superbike 600s, we had Kenwin Sneyman over there with the best time of 11.2. Wow, 11.2. That is super fast even for a bike. Malcolm Rapson coming on after that, and Eden Haynes. And then in the SBK, Daniel Frost with a 17.5. And then we had our Cultron Supercars, which I also want to just touch on before we have to wrap up, because this lunchtime's going so quickly. We've got to get back to the racing, apparently. These cars are lining up. Pierre Pinard in the Cultron Fine Cars. Pierre Pinard coming in first there with a 27.9 as his best time, and he came first. However, Carl Haddock coming in second with his best time of a 28.2. And Brad Fenner with a 28.202. So obviously the best times doesn't mean that you win overall. So yeah, that is a very, very quick wrap up of the day's racing. But like we say, stay tuned, because the next set of racing is coming, and it's hot. It's hot.
It really is. This was just an appetizer for this afternoon. And also a huge thank you to everybody out there at home on YouTube. We love the comments. We read them. We try and interact with them as much as we can, especially up in the commentary tower. So let us know, and we'll try and reach out on air when we can.
Yeah. Thank you, David, for joining me. Everybody stay tuned, because the racing is about to start. From me, see me on track. See you next time.
Right, folks, as we come to the end of the luncheon interval, we are obviously pushing for daylight time to get through the racing timeously, to not upset the residents near and around Killarney International. Unfortunately, it's that time of the day where we've got to say goodbye to some fallen friends. Two, in fact, for today's event. Roddy Mills. Roddy was not only a big brother but also a role model. Studiously quiet, self-effacing, dry-witted, he possessed quite the most brilliant mind at understanding all things mechanical. He was approachable and methodically someone who inherited his father's attention to detail. He was intrigued by the smallest details, and life, like engineering, is all about the details. The mark of any person is not what they did in their lives, but what they leave behind. Roddy leaves Carol, his partner of 40 years, and their two boys, Matthew and Richard. He was a father, husband, son, brother to Shelley and Greg, and gentle uncle to his nephews and nieces. He'll be remembered for his contribution to all our lives, his love and his generous care. Roddy Mills. And then unfortunately we say goodbye to Tom Arnott as well. Some people impressed by their leadership and force of character, others by just showing up every time they needed until you almost take them for granted. One such was Tom Arnott, one of Killarney's most dedicated marshals for almost 4 decades, who passed away on Sunday the 17th of May at the tender age of 74. He was perhaps best known to the Killarney family as a pit marshal, a function he fulfilled for many years. Abrasive at times, he could sometimes lose his cool with persistent offenders, but earned respect and recognition for his dedication to safety on pit lane. During these years, Tom received honours awards from both the Western Province Motor Club and the WPMC Marshals Association, and was awarded Western Province Administrative Colours for his service to motorsport. Tom underwent hip replacement surgery in 2025, but sadly did not regain sufficient mobility to return to marshalling. Our thoughts are with his family at this difficult time. For all his occasional grumpiness, he will be missed at Killarney International Raceway. Folks, out of respect to Roddy Mills and Tim Arnott, we'd like you all to please stand and remove your headgear for a minute of silence in honour of these two great people that we've lost out on untimeously. Rest in peace, Roddy Mills and Tom Arnott, as we dedicate today's race event to the two of you and to your families.
And not only just what Gary said for Roddy and for Tom, I think we must also keep in mind, Gaza, that last week, Thursday, we lost a NASCAR legend in Kyle Busch. What a legend he was at the tender age of only 41. And he was twice NASCAR Cup champion and also had his own NASCAR truck team as well. And he leaves behind a wife, a little boy, Brayton, I think his name is, that also races junior formula of NASCAR.
Just started now.
And his daughter. So not only do we want to keep Tom and Roddy in mind, I think the racing world lost a huge tree that fell by losing the legendary Kyle Busch about 2 weeks, no, just over a week ago.
Yeah, he had his lovers, he had his haters, but he was part of the sport in a massive way in terms of promotion and entertainment value in the sport. And sometimes those slightly controversial champions are the people that really spice it up big time. And they are lost untimeously. You lose out on not just an honourable person and a legacy, you lose out on the way that things feel and happen at a circuit. And that just changes the colour and the ambiance of the whole series when you lose somebody of such note. So yeah, Kyle Busch, you'll be sorely missed, not only by your family, but a very large portion of the racing community.
At the Coca-Cola Cup or the Coca-Cola 600, they had at Charlotte Speedway last week. Remember, he was car 18, then he went to car 8. What they all did, and this brings lump to your throat, you had 40-odd NASCARs going hell for leather for 7 laps. On lap number 8, they all pulled in behind each other, and they did a slow lap. And then afterwards, everybody was standing like this, 4 fingers up in the air, showing the 8. 250, 300,000 people. That is something special.
Well, that just gives you a bit of an indication as to the impact of something like that. And it literally started off with pneumonia, a cold, then going to pneumonia, then going to very aggressive ammonia, and thereafter the body shutting down. All right, having said all that, the Pirelli Superbikes, the SBK Challenge 600s, their race number 2. It's going to be Tristan Pienaar, Ewan Snyman, Malcolm Rapson, Eden Haynes and Koenie Botha in the SBK class. Then it will be in the 600s on the Talliard. And then in the Masters division, Michael de Toy, Luba Balu Ntusana, Sean Mackerel, Daniel Frost, Wayne Orenser. Also then in the 600s is Samkeli Luwani. In the Masters class, in the Superbikes, Byron Orenser. And then Sir Richard Slamet is going to be out there as well.
Well, here we go for race number 2. We saw Tristan Pienaar and Ewan Snyman absolutely decimating the circuit in race number 1 amongst the both of them. It was mighty, mighty close. We saw Malcolm Rapson, Eden Haynes also getting quite racy there for 3rd and 4th spot. Koenie Botha unfortunately had that moment in turn number 1. And I believe if the camera pans, still, they've actually moved the bike, but I believe it was his bike that was sitting there in the impound lot there by Park Ferme and the scrutineering side of the circuit. So obviously some damage done to that bike. I don't think we'll see him out. Someone's pulling into the pits. We'll just see, maybe that's a pit lane starter. No, it might be someone at the tail end of the grid. We'll just have to wait and see. But there we see the 49. That will be, is that Samkeli Luwani on the number 49? And it is indeed. He stops there, close to the tail end. There is Wayne Orenser, the motorcycle chairman, sponsored there by EVA, Eagle Vision Associates. We go up to the front end of the field. There, Byron Orenser on the 25, Richie Slamet, Luwani, Orenser, Frost, Mackerel, de Toy on the 99, Talliard, Haynes. Then we have the front row of the grid. Rapson from Snyman, from Tristan Pienaar. He's definitely no two-stroke, but he's fiery on the sticks. Here we go. 5 red lights on and off, and away we go. No jump start this time around for Tristan Pienaar. He needs a good getaway, and he needs a good race too after that penalty in race number 1 for what was a jump start. Through they come. In through block coin they go, Francois, and nice and clean so far.
Yeah, already Tristan Pienaar laying down the gauntlet now. Ewan Snyman has passed Malcolm Rapson going into Castrol. He wants to be up there with Tristan Pienaar. He had a bit of a bad start. He's managed to regather himself. Rapson is in there. Then it's Eden Haynes that works his way through there. Together with Koenie Botha is not there. And then Zander Talliard with Michael de Toy, Lubawala Ntusana, Sean Mackerel, Danny Frost, Wayne Orenser, and Samkeli Luwani. They'll make their way through now as they work their way now down the back straight away, down towards Cape Town corner.
Oh, there they go behind us as we look at the screen. You can hear the rockets of the 1000s and 600s make their way down in the Killarney back straight towards Cape Town corner, turn number 5. Upwards and close to 270 kilometers per hour on these two-wheeled beasts. As out and down towards us now they come. Here's the midfield. There goes Tristan Pienaar, Ewan Snyman, Malcolm Rapson. Then it is Haynes and Talyard that come through for 4 and 5 as they go into block coin corner on this first racing lap.
Big shout out to Zander Talyard sitting there in P5 behind Eden Haynes on the 600. He's definitely doing good duty out there today. Tristan Pienaar leading out now into Castro corner, followed there by Kieran Steyman. Then it's Malcolm Rapson, Eden Haynes, and then Zander Talyard sits in there. Oh, there's a little bit of a take-up on the inside. It looks like Richie Slammer went through on Michael de Toy. So Richie Slammer's on the move. Nice to see the boy from Namibia, young lad, giving it his all now as he works his way down towards Damstip, making his way up the Tigerberg straight away. Comes out the corner there and works his way up towards Solofana sweep.
Yep, here they come. There's Haynes from Talyard. Ahead, there's Slammert from de Toy. Leg out as he always likes to do for the learner. Frost ahead of Mackerel, Arenser and Sana there as well. Nwalo doing both the Superbike Challenge, or in the Superbikes class, as well as the Breakfast Run and Classics and Clubmans on the Clubmans 1000, or Clubmans 600 rather, as he sits there in 11th position just outside the top 10 as we look back to the lead once again. Tristan Pienaar from Kieran Snyman and from Malcolm Rapson.
Tristan Pienaar posting a 1:11.6. Unbelievable stuff there, ahead of Kieran on a 1:12 flat. Malcolm Rapson 1:14, Eden 1:15, Zander 1:16. So gives you an idea of what the likes of Tristan Pienaar are doing, really setting the track alight at this moment in time.
Absolutely. I mean, they qualified the front pairing of Pienaar and Snyman in the mid 110s. So closing up on that minute and 9 second barrier with that outright lap record on two wheels by Clinton Seller with a 1 minute 9 second .998. But still 1:11.6 on the nose as sliding out there. There's that Marks from this morning's qualifying. That brought us to quite a halt for quite some time, but back racing after lunchtime, Francois Butler.
Right, so your leaders coming out of turn number 5, Cape Town corner. Tristan Pienaar leading out there on Kieran Steyman on the Rocket BMW, trying to, Steyman on the back wheel, comes hurtling out of Cape Town corner. He's chasing hard. There he goes past us now. We're going to wait up for the next man's going to be Malcolm Rapson, being followed there by Eden Haynes. There's Rapson. There comes Haynes. Haynes also pulling away. We have lost somebody. Here we come. Is that going to be Zander Talyard? Here it is, Zander Talyard, and right up behind him is Slammert. Richie Slammert's on the move.
Yep, and I think he may have even taken that position up the inside. They were side by side through Blockway now as they exit down towards Castro Corner. Here we'll just watch through. There's Frost, Arenser, Mackerel, and straight on for Lubabalo and Sana. A frustrated nod of his head, quite upset. I would assume there's some nasty words underneath that helmet as he'll have to spin that bike around, and he does so, coming out just behind Ardenser and Lawani.
Yeah, just outbraked himself a bit there, but check out the leaders. Absolutely hurtling down the back straight. Tristan Pienaar, followed there by Kieran Steyman. And they've got a massive lead there over Malcolm Rapson, who's in P3, and with Eden Haynes in close proximity. There comes Rapson, there's Haynes. And they've broken away from the likes of Talyard and Slammert. It'll be Slammert, the head of Talyard. There comes Richie Slammert, up behind him, Zander Talyard. But we know Richie's on a litre bike and Zander's on a 600, so that is just the advantage that young Richie has got there over Zander Talyard.
Yep, straight line is definitely a different story. Cornering speed will roughly be about the same, but we've seen at times, Francois, that a 600 is more capable around the corners than 1,000 under the right hands.
You are very correct there.
So down into Castro Corner they'll go. We jump now and we wait for the lead. Okay, back to Castro Corner, and we'll watch them go down towards Dam's Dip once again. And here into frame they'll come in just a moment. There they are. There is Pienaar from Snyman, and currently 2.3 seconds is the difference between that front duo.
Well, I can show you Kieran Steyman's trying his utmost to close that gap down, but Tristan Pienaar is absolutely hurtling around the circuit at a 1:11. That is blind-blowing speed as they work their way down the back straight. But here comes the rest of the field. Malcolm Rapson and Eden Haynes closing there on the ZX-10R up behind the Suzuki. That is the T5, if I'm not mistaken. And they work their way through. Coming through there is Richie Slammert. Then it's Zander Talyard. Here comes Michael de Toy ahead of Frosty. Toy putting his feet out. But this lovely stuff now, leader into block on corner.
Yep, a lap or so ago, another fastest lap for Tristan Pienaar, a 1:11.398. Just after that, he was about a 100th of a second quicker. Oh, sorry, slower Now he's just breaking that lap time down marginally every lap or so, as there is 4, 5 and 6. There goes Haynes, Slamet and Talyard coming on through. That's that RSRA, Ronald Slamet Racing Academy, for his nephew Richie, as there comes DeToy and Frost just behind, fighting mighty hard through Blockcoin turn number 1.
Lovely stuff there now. Michael DeToy and Daniel Frost having a bit of a scrap going up towards Castrol. Michael DeToy, oh, and Frosty having a look up on the inside, but Michael DeToy shuts the door firmly in his face now as they circulate there around Castrol Corner, working their way to Landstem Kick.
A yellow flag in 5. There's a bike off in the sand.
Right, so as they have a look now, we look for the leaders going into turn 5. They should come into picture pretty shortly. There's a bike down. You can see it on screen, but there's the leaders coming into turn 5, working their way down into Cape Town Corner. So it's all happening out there, folks. Plenty of drama as we work away. There's a red flag out.
Yep, so that red flag will come out on the final lap. So that'll be conclusion of race number 2 with another red flag. Let's see who comes. Richie Slamet comes past us now ahead. There's still a race between these two. They've got to slow down. They'll sit up, hand up, and hand up for Wayne Orense and Sean Mackerel. So they're all well away as the safety vehicle comes onto circuit. So I believe that will be some Kayla Lawani, as he did go a lap down now as everyone else has crossed the line, the 49, and he just came back from an injury as well in this same corner, but he was fighting out with the likes of Byron Orense and Lubabalo Nsana just laps ago. So we'll have to wait and see. The medics will head down there, and we'll just give it a minute before we get some more news.
Right, folks, we're just going to give the medics an opportunity to get down to the fallen rider down in Cape Town Corner, and we'll give them an opportunity to do what it needs to be done. And as soon as we've got information on the rider, we will bring that through to you. So for those of you that missed out on the racing this morning, hello, good afternoon, welcome to the IMUSAT live stream from Killarney International Raceway, free, gratis and for net. Compliments of West Province Motor Club, Killarney International Raceway, with your team upstairs being David, Francois, Frankie, Jordan and myself. And as soon as we've got confirmation as to the status of the rider, we will bring that information through to you. All right, so the 77% rule, which determines we've done 5 of the 7 laps. So when they went over the line the last time, the order that they were at that stage of the fight, that will be the final result for race number 2 of the Pirelli Superbikes SPK Challenge in the 600s for race number 2 for today. So let's just give the medics the necessary time to do what they do. Very, very strict and stringent high levels of medical care that is enforced by Motorsport South Africa, enforced by West Province Motor Club, and enforced by our medical crew. They don't chase it at all. They make sure that they do everything 100% correct, which is the correct way to do it. So if we need to just wait a little, so we will do, and then we will get going with the following race. We've been through the luncheon interval, and that was the completion of race number 2 for Pirelli Superbikes.
All right, folks, here we go with the API Property Group GTI Challenge race number 2 over 7 laps. So, yeah, we thought we were going to make up some time, but with that incident down in Cape Town Corner, with one of the superbike riders going down, it looks like we're going to continue with the 7 laps. And if we can catch up time, then obviously it will be for the stewards and the COCs to decide, do we go back to 8 or do we leave it at 7? But that is for the powers that be to decide. And so, let's have a look. See, Shane Williams won Class A with Nikita Tima in that second position. And yeah, she did not let him get away under her, that's for sure. Although he tried his level best, he just couldn't. So well done to that lady racer. As we watch the challenge guys go through. Donnie Sandenberg Jr. was in that fight, but he never won it. Remember, Zach Leyden won it. So this is pole invert for classes A, B, and C. So Zach Leyden won it by the proverbial country mile. That Jetta going through a shot there. Brett Roach finished in second. Razik Harris was up there for a long time. He dropped down the leaderboard in Class B. And so, yeah, it's going to be all action-packed when this one gets underway pretty soon.
So it's basically... So we're basically on a top 6 invert, so the top 2, Nikita and Shane swap around, and then Zach Leyden, that was at the front end of Class B when that massive battle started behind him, and then he just blew away from the rest of the pack from there on out. He now goes on the top 6 invert, so you'll be standing 8th on the grid and 6th in class. Also top 6 invert on Class C as well, and that means that on the front row of the grid for Class C will be Uzair Borden and Connor Hubert, with Andre Rowe on the second row for Class C. Alongside him will be John Smith, and then Daniel Muna, and the winner of race number 1 in Class C, Patrick Walton.
I just saw Ross Schroeder roll down pit lane, so he might just end up being a pit lane starter. Ross Schroeder in the 16 car. So he's going to start at pit lane. So who is in pole for Class B? That is Sandenberg Jr. with Faisal Jacobs on his outside. Then it is Nir Abbas, and then you've got the 19 car of Razik Harris in there.
Well,
then
Frankie,
you've got Brett Roach and Zach Leyden. Yes, Gary?
We saw on that first shot, one car went straight going into turn 1 to block going corner, and that in fact has just been picked up now by Jordan. That's Shane Williams that actually moved off, which means our lady racer starting in P1 pole position with an open grid spot alongside her will then have Daniel Sandenberg going to be the nearest on the grid.
Yeah, that means she'll come first, second, third, and last in Class A, because she's the only Class A car out there.
Yeah, now you think to yourself, oh, well, that was pretty easy. The two of them dusted the rest of the Class B guys pretty easily in race number 1. But it's one thing sitting and concentrating in a battle. It's something else when you're all by yourself out there and you've got to pace yourself and make sure that you stay ahead of those Class B cars, not lose concentration, and keep it all nice and smooth together. So there you see there the 5-second board goes down, and Nikita will lead them off the line. A pretty good pull away on the Class B front row of the grid as they move their way down towards turn number 1, and she's been swamped going down, Frankie, into turn number 1.
Oh, she does get gobbled up there by turn number 1. That's Nir Abbas that's going to lead them out. Oh, look at that. That Class A car has been gobbled up by these Class B guys as they race along the Jabez Straight towards Castrol Corner. That's going to be some big lock up there by Zach Leyden as he goes into Castrol Corner. He has got the likes of Nikita that's just on his outside. He's got Brett Roach that's just ahead of him. Faisal Jacobs is in the house as well. Faisal sits there in that second position as they work their way out with Brett Roachy in there just behind him, followed there by the the Class A car of Nikita Tima.
I remember Zach Layden was the winner of the class in race number 1 on that invert, as we said, down to 6th position and already on the move. But Roach in there behind the traction driving car, I think that is going to be a hell of a struggle going down into Cape Town corner.
Well, I said it was Nur Bus sitting out there in P1. My mistake. That's actually Sundenberg Jr. that's sitting out there in P1. Nur Bus is in about 4th position, to be honest with you. So it's a 49 car that sits there in a P1. That is a Sundenberg Senior Jr. Behind him, we have got
Zach
Faisal Jacobs. Then we have got Brett Roach coming through. Then only do we see a bus coming through. Sundenberg Senior is at the back of the field, and it is Borden, Muna, Smith, Walton, Joubert and Joubert in Class C as we watch these Class B cars go through, and ahead of those last 2 cars is a 75 car coming through there of Sean Liebenberg.
Well, our lady racer that started in pole position had the outside tyres climb all over the curbstone there, and it was a pretty hectic one, but she managed to pull it all back together and hold on to that 4th overall out there on circuit.
Right, we watch them as they make their way through the Lundstem Kink and into Damstep. And it's Sundenberg Jr. sitting out there in P1, followed now by Faisal Jacobs. Behind Jacobs, you've got Roach. Then it is a bus. Then Nikita Tima. Zach Layden coming through as well. Zach Layden trying to find a way through, and right behind Layden, we've got Adriano Ferroli.
I think Roach is slowing down.
Well, behind Ferroli, it is Harris and Liebenberg. So easy slowing down. We'll have a look and see. He does seem to have a bit of a problem going down the Killarney Straight.
Yep, definitely slowing down just a little bit there. Zach Layden trying to work his way through and sitting on that outside line, carrying some good pace through there, and that'll taking up yet another position. Faisal looking strong.
Yeah, and he's going to try and fight off the man that's ahead of him, namely Donnie Sundenberg. Sundenberg still trying to keep Jacobs behind him. Then it's a bus, and Zach Layden slides through on the inside of Brett Roach, Nikita Tima. Then it's Robbie, listen to me, Adriano Ferroli in that fight. Harris, Liebenberg, Majid, and then Sundenberg Senior. And we'll go back now and have a look at the Class C contingency as the B cars work their way through Lundstem Kink and towards Damstep. The Class C cars are now heading towards Damstep.
Yep, and the front end of the field, you can pick it up. Sundenberg. Is this going to be a maiden overall race victory for Sundenberg?
Well, he may just... Here come the Class C cars, and they are led there by the 26 car of Uzar Borden, sitting out there in P1 with John Smith in there behind him, followed by Shane Muna. Then it's a 2 Uber's that's sitting out there in P4, and well, he's dropped down at Joubert, and Walton has now got in there just behind Joubert. The other Joubert has dropped all the way down to 19th position overall as we have a look at these Class C cars working their way through the 5A kink and racing down the Porsche Club Straight. And Razik Harris is trying to make a move as well. Harris sitting right up on the inside, wanting to get through there. And he's in there behind, side by side with Layden, as well as Nikita Tima.
Well, Daniel Muna is finding a bit of difficulty here with the front end of Class C. The front end pretty quick. Borden that's leading out at this stage of the fight. Smith, Joubert, and then Walton, the winner of Class C, race number 1, still trying to work his way through, still lying in 6th in class.
Well, we're going to go back to this Class B fight that's busy working its way on the Tygerberg Straight towards Sarl Sweep, the double right-hander. Here we go. It's Sundenberg Jr. It's Jacobs. It is a bus. Then it's Layden. Layden sitting right there. Well, Zach Layden's going to have a go. Surely he's going to have a go somewhere. He is just ahead there of Tima, who's ahead of Roach, Harris and Ferrolli and Liebenberg. As quick as you say it, that's how they race down that back straight towards Cape Town corner.
Up into Cape Town corner they go, and Sanderberg's doing a brilliant job. Roach on the back end of Leyden. Both of them get pretty good drive coming out of the corner. Zach Leyden tends to go very high on the exit of turn 5. He carries a lot of speed like that, and as you see now starting to make the move right up against the wall.
And watch out here, they're right up against the wall as they're trying to find a way through any which way but lose down into Blockcoin corner. And it's Donnie Sandenberg. Sandenberg making his way through with Faisal Jacobs in there behind him. A bus sits there in that third position. A bus is going to have a look. Look at that, almost 3 abreast as they race down towards Castrol corner. Brett Roach is shoving his nose in there as well. And Roachy, they are 2 abreast. Behind the 2 of them, we've got Nikita Tima that sits out there in Class A, but she's got 4 or 5 Class B cars ahead of her as we watch the Class C cars make their way into Castrol corner.
Yeah,
just in the background, you see the Class B cars go through.
Yep, the Class C battle's opened up quite a bit, so let's go back to that Class B battle, and they are lined up in behind the traction driving experience yellow mean machine. That is Faisal Jacobs as he works his way out into the Killarney back straight. Sandenberg starting to do a bit of a breakaway, and it's Brett Roach that's going to make up a position going down into Cape Town corner.
Well, we'll have a look and see that Roach, or look at Zach Leyden on the brakes, and Leyden up on the inside of Bus. Leyden will nail 2 of them. He'll nail a bus and Brett Roach. Zach Leyden is on the move. Where's Zach? He should be in there now behind Jacobs. Yes, he is. He is in there behind Faisal Jacobs. Zach Leyden is gone up to 3rd. He's 6/10 of a second behind the 2nd place man, Faisal Jacobs.
Yeah, he closed off that line when Brett Roach once again loses the tail end. We saw Brett Roach in the apex of Cape Town corner losing the tail end and drifting up towards the curbstone. That slowed him down, and Leyden put himself in the right place at the right time.
So Zach Leyden is the quickest man out there with a 28.5. Zach Leyden, these Class C cars are using the track and more. It's still Borden that sits out there in P1 with Smith, Hubert, Muna and Walton. That is your top 5 in a Class C as we watch the Class B cars and the 1 Class A car working their way towards Saddle Sweep.
To the best of my recollection, I don't believe Sandenberg has ever had, he might have had a class victory, but I don't believe that he has ever had a overall race victory. So we could be seeing a bit of history in the making here. Faisal moves across to the right-hand side of the circuit as Zach Leyden goes on attack.
Well, it's still about Sandenberg Jr. Yes, it is Leyden and Jacobs that are side by side. Nikita Tima gets pushed off the circuit. Well, she was just worked right off the track there. Was the 5-0 car of Nikita Tima. So she is in a lot of trouble. I think that car may be stuck there in the kitty litter, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that'll bring out the yellows, that is for sure, as Leyden has a look up on the inside of Jacobs, and the 2 of them are literally touching one another as they go through Blockcoin corner. Roach has dropped down into that 5th position, and that behind the very quick Norabus.
So it's all about Sandenberg Jr. making his way into Castrol corner. We'll get the Class C cars. That one's changed around big time. Borden is also dropping down the leaderboard, and he was, according to the leaderboard here ahead, that is John Smith that's back in the lead with Tristan Hubert and Daniel Muna, as yeah, that is where that car was parked. But this is the final lap. Overall victory looms for Sandenberg Jr. as he makes his way out of Saddle Sweep. Right behind him, we've got Faisal Jacobs. On Faisal Jacobs' heels is Zach Leyden, and down the back straight they go to Cape Town corner for the final time.
Zach Leyden's going to go for a move on that outside line. He knows it's now or never. This is the last time through that corner. Zach Leyden's going to try and drop down onto the... Oh, Jacobs did a brilliant... Sandenberg's being closed down. Frankie Innes bring them to the line.
Well, here they go. The checkered flag is up. That's going to be very close. Will it be side by side to the line? It's going to be Faisal Jacobs. Faisal Jacobs is going to win this one. By 500ths of a second, Zach Leyden third, Nora Bus, Britt Roach, Robbie Ferrari, Razik Harris, Majita and Sandenberg Senior to the line. Wow, and here come the Class C cars, and it's going to be won there by Smith, Hubert, Muna, Walton, Patrick Walton across the line. Ross Schroeder finishes his race. Remember that he was a pit starter. Zubair Robinson finishes his race as well in 15th position overall. Devon Dreyer crosses the line. Ishmael Davids crosses the line. And so does Andre Rowe and Connor Hubert. Wow, brilliant stuff out there by API Property Group. GTI Challenge race number 2.
Yep, just one more car coming through, and we'll pick that up as it comes out of Cape Town corner, turn 5, and come through underneath the City of Cape Town bridge.
And that is Nikita Tima. She got back on track again, and she will be classified as a finisher and the winner of Class A. Yeah, once again, bad luck for Sean Liebenberg. And he's not going to get classified as a finisher. He is out of this race. Didn't see the checkered flag. And of course, Shane Williams went out on track, but did not start the race. Roshan Khan also, for obvious reasons, didn't start the race. Remember that he rolled that car in race number 1. So Jacob, Sandenberg, Leyden, Class B, Tima, the winner of Class A, and Jaber, Smith, and Muna, first, second, and third in Class C. This class sponsored by API Property Group. So there is where Nikita went wide. I thought she was forced off the circuit, but she did that all on her own. And then this was the side-by-side battle between Faisal Jacobs and Donnie Sandenberg Jr. And Jacobs just got his nose ahead at the flag there of Sandenberg Jr. with Nur Abbas finishing in 4th, and it was Leyden that finished in that 3rd position. So just some of the action replays that we saw for GTI Challenge race number 2. Coming up will be the Pro Oil Supercars and the Caltron Fine Cars as we see the last of the replays for API Property GTI Challenge. This was the early stages of the race. Nikita was sitting first in class and 4th overall at that stage. You can see that she's got Ferrari and Leyden just there in front of her. And this is a replay of Class B, but they're using the track and more as they work their way around. Oh, there was a lot of rubbing there. Body parts coming off the back of the Jetta 2 of Robbie Ferrari. Look at that, even more body panels coming off as he was rubbed there in the exit of turn 5, Cape Town corner. Well, like I said, that was that. We move on now to the Pro Oil Supercars and Caltron Fine Cars. So vote for your competitor of the day is 060-352-2890. I know William Morris was ahead. Brett Roach was in 2nd at that stage of the game. So it's a biker versus a car driver for 1 and 2. Matthew Deuce was there in that 3rd spot. That was before the luncheon interval. Is it still the same? Is it not? Well, vote, and then we can find out. 060-352-2890. So we wait for the supercars and the fine cars to come out. I was having a chat on the fine car group, and Melanie Lambert turned around and said, the other 3 cars, the other 3 Jetta ones didn't wait for me to catch up with them. But still 4 of the 5 crossing the line in the first 4 positions. Are they going to do it again? Well, we'll have a look and see as they will come out with the supercars. Yeah, Marius Fourie with the BM, he'll be out for this one. Remember, he pulled the car off on the infield between Blockcoin corner and casually parked the BMW. So he will not be taking part in the fine cars for this one. But hopefully all the other fine cars will be out on circuit with the supercars.
So as we wait for the next race, we're rapidly approaching the halfway point of our afternoon schedule. As you said, Frankie, the Pro Oil supercars and Caltron fine cars coming up next. We were treated to a fantastic first race of the day. Pierre Pienaar going across the line first. And then it was, well, obviously we lost Glenn Phillips as well. Glenn Phillips retiring from our first race of the day. Interested to see if he managed to get it back out on track, but it didn't look like it was anything obvious. I'm the least technically minded person here, but...
Yeah, well, we couldn't tell. Obviously, we'll have a look and see when they come out, if he is there with him, the reigning defending champion for Pro Oil supercars. But yeah, I'm once again looking forward to not only just the supercars, because they always produce fantastic racing. We know that throughout the years. Now, this class, the supercar class, also the Owen Ashley brainchild together with the V8 Masters. This class started off in 1997. That's when this class started off, and I'll never ever forget the late great Mr. Brian Peake and myself were invited to the launch that Wednesday evening in the Owen Ashley garage here in 1997. They only had about 7 or 8 cars built then, but they had a whole board of about 22 competitors that was going to race eventually as the cars were being built, and they had about 8 of them that was ready for the first race meeting in 97. I was around about March, April of 97 when they came out. And Brian Peake and myself were the 2 official commentators for supercars back then. And that very same year, they did a tour up. They were sponsored by Gearmax those years. And that very same year, David, they went up to Scribanti, Aldo Scribanti, in PE. And they took Brian Peake and myself with. They took our own marshals, our own COCs, our own stewards. They took everything. They had a band, a disco. They took this whole train, went up to Scribanti on the Thursday evening. And what a party it was there Friday night and Saturday. And then, of course, we all came back home again on Sunday. But they launched them here in Cape Town, and their very first away trip was that very same year as well. But they only had about 12 cars then. They eventually grew to about 22, 23 cars back in the day. And yeah, they are slowly but surely busy climbing up that ladder again to the heyday, to where they were, especially with a potentially new body and the new engines.
And that's the thing as well, is that like any club formula, you're going to have peaks and troughs. You're going to have its heyday, then it's going to go down for a dip, and then it's going to be popular again. The great appeal of this championship, I think, is how heavily it's controlled. You know, the competitors are firmly under the ethos that if it's not in the rules, it's not permitted. There's a lot of championships where you can go in.
Oh, into the wall! On the out lap, is that Andrew Moffat? My goodness gracious, I just saw that supercar veer off to the left and hit the wall. Obviously cold tyres, but is it just that, or did something else go wrong? That we obviously won't know. But he stuck that car nose first into the wall on the inside just before you enter turn 1 Blockcoin.
Well, of all the things I've seen on a warm-up lap, that has to be among one of the top ones. Listen, I don't need binoculars to see that car right now. I mean, it looks like it's heavily into the wall there. He's trying his best to push that thing out. Yeah, he's out the car and looking at damage. That is not how you want to start your race, or go through the season, because obviously that could affect later races here.
If you're under heavy acceleration and one of the side shaft goes, you see it very clearly on a front-wheel drive, not as clearly on a rear-wheel drive, but that's quite possible that is a side shaft that has gone under heavy acceleration, trying to induce temperature into the tires. It catches you out, and obviously once you touch the grass, well, you take away 85% of your retardation ability, and you're heading straight towards the scene of the accident.
Well, I can quite safely say that Andrew is okay. He's out the car. You see him standing there at the bucky with his helmet on, so he's fine. Cannot say the same for that supercar, though, but that's not important as long as Andrew is okay.
Yeah, and obviously what this is going to do is this is going to introduce a hold on the start procedure, because obviously they were just coming out to do their formation lap here, so they'll recover that car, then they'll get going again for their rolling green flag lap here. But yeah, it does look like that car is very heavily into the wall, possibly a flatbed needed to get that car back out. It depends on if there's any damage underneath the car. As Gary was saying, if it has been a technical failure, then 9 times out of 10, the first time that you know something's wrong is when you're into a wall.
It's after you've hit the wall, yes.
Yeah.
It would have happened so quick. Here's a replay for the people. He was swerving from side to side just to try and generate some heat, and all of a sudden it veered off to its left and bang into the wall.
And you can see the rear end actually lifting up with the force of the impact there. So again, it'll be more of an abundance caution. We'll go full screen actually. So he's weaving left, he's weaving right. Maybe he's just pushed it a little bit too hard. I mean, that's a very unusual accident to
I'd
happen
like to
there.
see this replay again. Look at the right rear wheel, or maybe it's just the angle.
Come guys, be nice. Give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's say it's mechanical.
No, well, that's
failure.
what I'm saying. No, it's hard to see from here. I thought it moved to its right, the right rear wheel, but either way, it's clearly a mechanical failure. That something failed on that supercar the moment he went out onto the circuit.
Well, the cars are lined up on the grid, so maybe, just maybe, we are actually going to just go ahead with it. So, well, fingers crossed.
If this was Formula One, old age, run back, jump in your T-car and off
Don't
you
worry
go.
about it.
This is not Formula One, and they don't have T-cars.
So we do have the beautiful Maserati pace car at the front, leading them off for their formation lap. And it does look like we are going to get underway here.
I'll do that too. I'll do the fine cars again. Okay.
So supercars make their way under their own speed down towards turn 1 to catch up to that safety car. And just behind them will be the Caltron fine cars. They'll come into shot. You can see them just on the right-hand side there.
Yeah, Devon Lambert is in pole position. Gilberto Nobrega is there. Then we've got Arnold Lambert and Melanie Cook. Then Greg Smith, Natasha Tischendorf and Steve Whitehead in the Mini. That's those first. There is Roger Lewis coming through as well in the, I think it's an MG if I'm not mistaken, Roger Lewis. We'll have a look in the program just to confirm that. But if Natasha can get ahead of Greg Smith in that Mark II Ford Escort, we can have 5 Jetta 1s. First, second, third, fourth, and fifth. But I don't want to give it the commentator's curse. We'll have a look and see. I've done that too many times in my commentary career. Don't want to do it again.
While we're on the warm-up lap, we have to talk about Gilberto Nobrega in that last race. He was looking so feisty in the fine cars. very much looking forward to seeing what he can do in the fine cars in this second race here.
Well, he made life difficult for Dewald Lambert in race number 1, and eventually it was Dewald that beat him to the checkered flag with Arnold in 3rd and Melanie in 4th, Greg in 5th, and then it was Natasha Tischendorf. But that was race number 1. Let's see what they can do in race 2, and let's not forget about that red Mini of Steve Whitehead. He'll try and upset the apple cart for the fine cars as the supercars roll into Cape Town corner.
Yep, into the final corner then to get underway. It's going to be Kyle Halleck on front row alongside Brad Fenner. Per Pienaar on that second row there, and the pace starts to increase. The pace car is going to come off any seconds now. That leaves the supercars to their own devices. What is going to happen then with Kyle Halleck and Brad Fenner, the number 11 and the number 9? Halleck is on the right hand side, Fenner's on the outside going into turn 1. There's your fine cars coming as well. As I can see, we go to the City of Cape Town Bridge and we are ready to go racing any second now. The lights are on, the lights are up, and we are racing for the second time today for the Pro Oil Supercars down to turn 1. It is indeed going to be Kyle Halleck who holds off the entire field and makes his way around, as that looks like Glenn Phillips trying to make a bit of a comeback there around the outside as we go to the fine cars.
Right, yeah, the Keltron, the fine cars come with this drama at the exit of turn number 1. Blockman will get to that now. There's 2 supercars who were in trouble there. Gary can maybe pick that one up fast, but right now it's Dewald Lambert, Gilberto Nobrega sitting there on the outside, and he's going to be overtaken there by Arnold Lambert. He must be careful. Melanie Lambert's going to have a go at him as well as they work their way into Castrol corner. Then it is Greg Smith coming through there as well, and then behind Smith is the likes of Tischendorf and Whitehead.
I've got to be honest, I'm loving that open top car at the back. It feels like it's on a little bit of a Sunday jaunt, but we go back to the Pro Oil Supercars then, making their way through to the Sorrel sweep down the back stretch here, and it is going to be almost line astern. You've got just at the back there, I think that's Pierre Pienaar, who is already absolutely on it just now. They go down into to Cape Town corners, so almost side by side. But again, how often do we see that excellent exit out of that final corner? That sets up the run, and that could be second position already done and dusted as we go back to the fine cars.
Well, all of a sudden, Dewald Lambert finds himself in that 4th position. Arnold Lambert is leading them out from Gilberto Nobrega. Then it is Dewald Lambert in 3rd. Arnold Lambert sits there in P4. So once again, we've got those 4 Jetta 1s. Then we have got Greg Smith. Then Natasha Tischendorf coming through. And right behind her is the Mini of Steve Whitehead as they work their way through. And then, of course, Roger Lewis will also be in there as well. He's at the tail end of the fine cars.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, normal service has been resumed because Glenn Phillips already scything their way through the fields as they go into 3. We're still watching the fine cars, but I can tell you Glenn Phillips now in the leads of the race, scythed their way through, and that was back to normal action with Pierre Pienaar, the two of them fighting it out, but it was a very, very brief fight. Poor Kyle Halleck, who was thinking very, very happy thoughts there out in P1. That's going to be back down to either P2. I think it's actually gone already down to P3 as they make their way down to Cape Town corner. It is P2 for Kyle Halleck right now.
So we'll pick up the fine cars as they make their way through Sorrel Sweep, the double right-hander, as we keep an eye on this leading group of supercars heading out of Cape Town.
Yeah, Glenn Phillips, just a sensational return to form. We were questioning whether or not this was going to actually be happening here, but he does come across the line, so it is indeed Glenn Phillips ahead of Kyle Halleck. You've then got Pierre Pienaar as we go back to the fine cars.
This is going to be a great one still in fine cars, because look at Dewald Lambert's come right back at Nobrega, and both of them have caught to Arnold Lambert that sits out there in P1. So this could still chop and change around. Here comes Melanie Lambert. She's sitting in a lonely 4th position behind the 3 Jetta 1s. So it's Jetta 1 once again, 1, 2, 3 and 4 as we watch them make their way into a Blockcoin corner. There all 4 Jetta 1s are in your screen as they come through, and Gilberto Nobrega is right on the case of Arnold Lambert, and they've both been hassled there by Dewald Lambert.
Yeah, Lambert is not getting any respite right now. Nobrega picking up where they went and straight into the inside into turn 2.
Yeah, that's so bad. I said this one's going to change around. And here comes Dewald as well. He's going to say, Dad, just hang around on the outside for a while. I'm going to just take this spot away from you. And Dewald goes up into that second position in the fine car category.
Wait a minute, obviously I was looking at supercars. How many Lamberts do we have in this race?
No, we've got 3. We've got Arnold Lambert, his son Dewald, and then his daughter-in-law Melanie, who's married to Yaku, that races Clubman's.
It's a small world here in club racing, but we look back at the Pro Oil Supercars then. It is Glenn Phillips who's now got a bit of a gap over Kyle Halleck, who's coming under increasing pressure from Pierre PNR. We've got, just 4 laps left to go, so we are still on 7-lap races down at the exit of turn 1. Look at the gap that Glenn Phillips has already got, but also keep an eye on that number 9 car just in the background, Bradley Fenner. He's not out of it just yet as well. He's going to be trying to keep on tow with Pierre PNR right now, but the gap at the moment just 0.7 of a second between second and third position.
Well, here come the fine cars coming into view there. That is Gilberto Nobrega. And now this fight between himself and Dewald Lambert will continue like it did in race number 1, with Arnold there in that third position. Melanie Lambert will come through in P4. She's losing lots of ground to the 3 that's just there ahead of her. There she just makes her way out of Blockcoin corner. And then we will have Greg Smith coming through with the escort, and Natasha Tischendorf with the other Jetta 1, and then Steve Whitehead with the Mini.
Back to the supercars though, Glenn Phillips down into Cape Town corner with 4 laps left to go. It's going to be 3 laps as he crosses the line. But what I will need you to have a look at is Pierre Pienaar, who's now coming under real pressure from Bradley Fenner behind, but also Kyle Halleck has Pierre Pienaar breathing down his neck. So it's going to be a 3-car fight for second position as they come across the line. A break of the weave there, trying to break the slipstream as they go down into that first corner here.
Go to 5. So we've got a side-by-side going into Cape Town corner for the lead in the fine car category. Oh, Nobrega changes line in a corner and dive right ahead there of Dewald Lambert. He doesn't want to give that position away to Dewald, with Arnold Lambert still there in that third position. Well, I'll tell you what, these Jetta 1s are running the show here in fine cars. We stick around there for a while because I want to see Melanie Lambert come through, and I want to see the others, Smith, Tischendorf and Whitehead. Always good to see the Mini of Steve Whitehead out there. As here comes Melanie Cook. She was Melanie Cook. Her dad used to race as well. She's of course Melanie Lambert, as she makes her way through. And we'll have to wait because Greg Smith is just making his way past us under the bridge, followed by Natasha Tischendorf and Steve Whitehead as we go back to the supercars.
Yep, supercars and Pierre Pienaar really pushing it to Kyle Halleck. Now that number 31 feeling, Pierre Pienaar breathing down his neck with every single lap that goes round. That gap back to Bradley Fenner goes out a little bit more as Glenn Phillips comes across the line to make it 2 laps left to go with this Pro Oil Supercars and Caltron Fine Cars race here. Race number 2 of the afternoon for them as they go down into turn 1. It is going to be Bradley Fenner in 4th position. Kirk Williams, we haven't spoken about all through the race there. He's going to be in P5 coming out of the corner, but also under pressure from Richard Lovett, who again is stalking all the way. That really does remind me of one of the 90s DTM cars.
Yeah, here we go. The battle of the Jetta 1s. Dewald Lambert, Gilberto Nobrega and Arnold Lambert in that third position, just behind these 3 supercars. There we go, first, second and third. They're putting a lap once again on Roger Lewis in the fine car category. So the 2 of them working their way into Blockcoin corner. And this fight, it's deja vu, or very similar to deja vu, what we had in race 1 earlier on this morning.
Yep, they're making their way down into turn number 2. And again, there's plenty to fight for just now as we're watching the tail end of the supercars who are coming under real pressure actually from these fine cars here. So that is going to be Dan Liebenberg, Andrew Toyson and Leon Chetty, who are coming under pressure, I think, from Dewaki Lambert. But we go side by side, and that is the inevitable move that was going to be happening side by side with Kyle Halleck, who holds on round the outside. Patrick Pierre Pienaar, excuse me, is going to have to think about it as we go across the line to get 1 lap left to go. Is it going to be a dive into turn 1? It is going to be a dive. Send it up the inside. Is it going to stick though for Pierre Pienaar? Late on the brakes goes Kyle Halleck. What a defensive masterclass.
Well, we can just have a look down the back straight towards Cape Town corner. There's a bit of a lunge there. I'm just mentioning it though, a bit of a lunge there by Gilberto Nobrega, just mentioning it on the leader of the fine cars, Dewald Lambert, but we have to stick around with the supercars for a while because this is the final lap, and here they come under the bridge. Those 2 fine cars, there we go. That's the yellow Jetta 1 ahead of the red Jetta 1. That is Dewald Lambert, Gilberto Nobrega fighting it out. And Nobrega looks up on the inside, and we've got a new leader in the fine car category at the beginning of the final lap. I don't know this is going to quite stay like this until the checkered flag, but we have to go back to the supercars as they are heading towards the end of their lap and race.
Yep, Glenn Phillips going down into the final corner. I think Pierre Pienaar is just too far back to make anything happen on Kyle Halleck, but there is Glenn Phillips now coming out of the Cape Town corner for the final time here to take the win on Pro Oil Supercar. It's going to be so close for Pienaar, but it's not going to happen. Across the line goes Glenn Phillips, Kyle Halleck in P2, Pierre Pienaar in P3, and it's also going to be Bradley Fenner across the line in P4.
Well, there was a spinner in turn 3 in the supercar category, and that destroyed that dice that we were wanting to see until the checkered flag between Lambert and Nobrega. But Nobrega will come back at him as they make their way down the back straight for the final time. He's going to come back at him, but it's going to be too little, too late. I'll tell you what, he's making up tons of ground, is Gilberto Nobrega, as they head into Cape Town corner. He was completely out of it at the exit of turn 3 Dams, and all of a sudden, he stands a chance to win this one. Through the 5A kink they come towards a checkered flag under the set of Cape Town Bridge. Placing the car in the middle of the track is Lambert. He'll come home in P1. Nobrega will finish in second. Arnold Lambert will finish in that 3rd position in the fine cars. And Melanie Cook, here she comes. I keep on saying Cook. Melanie Lambert, here she comes home in that 4th position.
Wow.
Now, she's the daughter of Albert Cook that also raced fine cars. That's why you tend to
It's
get
an
confused.
easy mistake to make. It's an easy mistake to make. But
Sorry, Mel.
What a fantastic race there. Again, absolutely spoiled with all of that from the Pro Oil Supercars and from the Caltron Fine Cars. Frankie, right, obviously I was watching supercars. Who do we have in that open top machine?
That's Roger Lewis.
That's my favourite. I
That's
want to be
a
in
lovely motor car that he loves that car, he looks after the car. He was fine car champion at one stage because remember this is index of performance fine cars. Your reigning champion is actually the lady that's running the class, Natasha Tischendorf. She's the 2025 fine car champion.
Because for me, I want to be out in that car racing on a Saturday and then take it down the coastal road at Musenberg on a Sunday. That is just such a beautiful car. And the Mini as well. Anywhere you see chaotic high-speed racing, there's always a Mini involved somehow.
And we've had quite a few Minis that's raced here at Killarney. But we've only got one currently out on the circuit, and that is Steve Whitehead. There's to be lots of fights between himself and Sean Bester.
So here we go with some replays there, and that looked like that's the number 15, is it, of Pierre Pienaar that went off in turn 1. We'll have a double check on that. But either way, I mean, it was a big moment coming into that first corner. But this is that battle for the fine cars.
Yeah, well, eventually, remember, Devil dropped all the way down to P4 in that fine car category. Then he worked his way all the way back up again. And I still said, watch out the fight between himself, Nobrega, and his dad, Arnold. And it ended up being a great fight. Arnold ended in 3rd. Nobrega ended in 2nd. And, of course, Devil won it. And this was the fight for the lead between Halleck and Pienaar.
Yeah, the way that Kyle Halleck was able to hold on to that second place there was absolutely fantastic. As again, we see a replay of that earlier incident with the
That's
number 15.
Leon Chetty, the 15.
Yeah, so
went off, yeah.
it looks like they went into the back of the car in front of them, and then the rear end of that has just hit them and spun them around as well. So we say farewell to the supercars and to the Caltron fine cars as well, and it's time to move on because it's time for the BMW, Kada's BMW City Cape Town Championship. So really looking forward to another cracking race. As a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, vote for your competitor of the day. You can get in touch with us on WhatsApp 060-352-2890. That's 060-352-2890. So for the BMWs, that is going to be Gary and Jordan up next. Can we see a repeat from earlier on? Connor Kilbride, who was just in a different class earlier on. That was the last race we had actually before lunchtime. Connor Kilbride taking Class A in that Racing Spirit BMW. We're going to have a couple of minutes to fill anyway while we get this car recovered. Class B, Nian Dutoy, your favourite for that class, you've got to say, having a mechanical failure, the brake bias sensor giving him no rear brakes on that car, and meaning that he had to retire from that race. That handed the Class B win to Waylon Volshank. Class C, Dylan Joubert. Class D, fantastic win for Ishmael Peck as well. Shane Boscombe in Class E, and that's what I was trying to clarify at lunchtime. Is that Shane Boscombe's first class win, or is...
Well, he did win the Class F championship last year.
Yeah, so he's maybe gone up a class.
So he has definitely gone up a class. It's not his, as far as I'm aware, I can get corrected on this, I think it's his first class victory in Class E.
Yeah, that's yeah.
I'm not sure about how long he's been in Class E. I've got to go back in the last 3 archives of the Power Series for this season.
Well, if there's anyone that does that, JT, it's going to be you. I'm sure you've got like binders of this stuff.
Yeah, I like to save all the live streams and go back. Sunday I'll watch it again tomorrow.
See, ladies and gentlemen, I go out on a Friday night, and JT is sitting at home watching all the replays. That's why he knows what he's talking about.
Killarney.
Yeah, that's none. Just to finish it off then for the BMWs on that first race, Class F, Nicholas Dutoy taking that final class win here, and again a real wealth and a real spread of these BMWs.
Absolutely, David, and there's some other things to go that are going on now in the BMW side of things, with a couple of the guys pulling out of the second heat. Andre Furen won't be out. He pulled into the pits before the end of the first race. Obviously, he had that radiator issue this morning, and maybe it's become even worse than it was earlier on. Dexter Bruce also out of this race. I am for certainty, if my facts and my eyes permit me correctly, that it was him and Shane Williams that made contact through the kink in that last race. So that possibly could have been terminal contact for Dexter Bruce, unless it was Ishmael Peck that I'm thinking of. I'll just get confirmation on that. But as well as that, we also have a couple of penalties.
And there was quite a few, yeah.
Yes, handed out for some jump starting in race 1. So there will be a couple of competitors just... I don't know if they'll be slotted down in the grid or the back of their respective classes. Otherwise, they will... We saw a jump start this morning from Tristan Pino, and he was handed a 30-second penalty, which is generally the outcome of a jump start.
That's an absolute hammer coming down.
But that's massive. I mean, you don't ever see anyone winning a race by 30 seconds, whether it's overall or by class. So that really puts a massive hindrance on those drivers. So I think they'll make sure to stay within the line come race number 2's race start.
Yeah, but again, the regulations are there to make it fair and to make it the same for everyone. Talking about regulations, actually, you know, a handy way to come back to this BMW Championship was actually reading through the rule book, because there's all... 9 times out of 10, nobody tends to read the rule books unless you're in the championship, and even then, there's sometimes you don't go through it. But some really interesting things stuck out to me. One is that obviously with them racing Aldo Scribante, they've got different class times for that circuit as well. So you could be in one class here, but that means you could be in a completely different class at Aldo Scribante as well. They're one of the few classes that have got the cars must have a forward-facing camera in them as well. But the other one that really interested me from what we do outside of the commentary, like when we do the prize giving, is it's in the rules that the competitors must stay around for an hour after the results are posted.
Wow. Okay. I suppose that's sorry, you go.
No, I was just about to say that's in case the clerk of the course needs to hand out some.
I was just about to say. Who knows that maybe there's some of that in-car footage that is reviewed again, or another claim, or not claim, another not proposal,
complaint,
or a protest.
Yes,
that's the word. Protest that's thrown out within that hour. There's still time for those things to be resolved or results to be changed. So that's completely understandable.
Talking of change, it is time for all change here in the commentary box, because with the BMWs away out on track, it's time for me to hand over to the one and only Mr. David Christie from the sounds of it. Right. Oh well, there we go.
Oh, looks like you're staying.
I'm staying.
You aren't going
I
anywhere,
promise I'm
David.
not holding the microphone high, Jack. That's
hostage, yes, of
hostage
course.
is the word I was looking for. Thank you.
So as we watch them come out of the pits, there is the likes of Neandertoy, Sean Tubes, there is Shane Tubus, however is pronounced, there is Ernest Page, Timothy Ball, Mia Bench, one of two lady racers in the field, her and Yolinda Faree in the 1 Series. There's Henry Biddlecombe, there's Shane Boscombe, Jacques Detoy in that very greyed out, or gunmetal grey looking number 5 car. The Nyan Detoy, Kubas de Kock, Yanni Hatzi, Anu Michaels, Bradley Sickle, Jean Stander, Danny Blazer in the traction driving experience E36. We didn't speak much about him in race number 1. There is Barry Williams. And then at the back end of that grid, Dylan Jonkent, man of the Ultimate Detailer, fantastic detailing company. No shout out to him. A little shout out, of course, to the sponsor, Katie's Asset Management as well. I just think it's probably one of my favorite sights, seeing when all the BMWs, as a BMW lover myself, when they're lined up on the grid, all of the sun visors with the Katie's banner on top just looks so uniform, and it looks so cool. So another big, I say congrats and a thank you to Katie's for coming on board for the BMW class. And hopefully they stay on board for the foreseeable future as the rest of the field comes around and heads up to the grid.
I think it goes hand in hand, that uniform look, with the BMW class in general, for as many different cars as you can have and makes and models of the BMW. They do have that shared DNA. They do have that shared look. I'm always a fan of the E90 vibe, that boxy late 80s, early 90s kind of. That's my car. Either that or maybe the E46 compact. That would be, if I can get one of those, I'd happily jump on the grid in one of them. But yeah, cars making their way onto the grid here, and looks to be kind of holding themselves back while they get themselves sorted out.
Absolutely, they'll come on through.
Oh, this is a traffic jam going on here.
Yeah. Sometimes you don't realize last minute as you get to your grid box, you're like, oh goodness, I've actually overshot it. And then there's a little bit of parallel parking and the likes as you would do in a supermarket parking lot. As there, Timothy Ball also has to just move backwards a little bit. He might not be in the right spot, and he isn't. He just moves to the next grid forward. A little bit of musical chairs before the race even gets underway.
I want to make a joke about no indicators so badly, but I'm not going to do it.
These are race cars.
I'm not going to do it.
As Lightning McQueen once said for Rusty's, the racetrack, there's no lights because the track is always lit. So,
exactly.
So there you go.
Well
No need
said,
for
my friend.
indicators
Well
either.
said. One thing that caught my eye this weekend's the CRA BMW team
Yes.
of Ernest Page and his teammate Shane. New liveries this weekend. So obviously, I've had no idea that was happening. I speak to Ernest quite a bit. That was a bit of a secret, and that stands out because there's a lot of white cars, and now that thing is a very, very deep scarlet red.
Absolutely, and it's always nice to see teams that are able to change the liveries throughout the season. Obviously, I'm used to the sort of, or any motorsport fan that likes team racing in terms of, like, let's say Formula One, for example, where you've got two cars that are the same color. That's uniformity. If you've got a bunch of different Skittles-like colors across the grid, it gets a little bit jumbled up, but at least you know who to support. In this case, there's a lot of white cars. There's a lot of white cars with accent. But then also it comes into play the sponsors. If your sponsor has a primarily white background, then you go with what they want because they're on board with you. But throughout the grid, there's some wonderful, wonderful livery cars out there. Like you say, the Candy Apple Reds of Shane Boscombe and Ernest Page. Yusuf Hendricks, as I said earlier, in the Bastos Fina BMW E36 Tribute, and a few others.
Well, I mean, you know that my favourite colours are black and yellow, so obviously my eyes are instantly drawn to that. It stands out so well, that car of Neanderthal.
Fantastic,
yeah.
Absolutely.
And this is what you want, the fact that this is club racing, but these are proper liveries on these cars, and a mixture of proper liveries and some with no liveries at all. It really just shows that, yes, it's nice to pay thanks to your sponsors or whoever's out there helping you,
but you can still play around a little bit.
Exactly.
Hey.
Although, if you're, I'd suggest if you're third on the grid, you're maybe not playing rounds too much. That's some serious business.
I mean, there's no need for that, I'd say. There's
still musical chairs going on.
Still musical chairs going on. They're moving some guys around the grid. Of course, no Dexter Bruce, who would have been a little bit further up the field. So they're going to have a couple of missing places or missing spots on the grid for those that didn't make it out for race number 2. And with that, we'll see the officials walk down the grid, make sure everyone else is in their designated position, and then we'll get the green flags to wave and the start flag to be dropped, and the Apex Bets official pace and safety car to get underway, and for us to get a rolling start going.
One thing I have noticed as well is obviously with this lengthy hold, as cars swapping about, you start to see doors opening as well, trying to let some cool air in, engines on. There's very little in terms of what's in the car that's left. So these cars get very, very hot very, very quickly indeed. And for some of them actually want that heat coming through because it takes it away from the engine, stops any heat. So that was a very early trick that I learned that 3-4 laps into a race, the car would just suddenly lose a lot of power, and then if you flick on the electric fans, it blows the hot air from the engine into the cockpit. So you've lost about 2 kilos in sweat just by the end of the race.
Hey, but sometimes racing is the best kind of diet, I'd say.
It's sacrifice, isn't it?
It is a sacrifice.
They're all professional athletes out there, or at least in their heads, I think, some of them.
And as we talk about weight loss and stuff, a big thing that happened recently within the last 2 or 3 rounds is guys decided to take their cars on diet. And I mean plenty. The likes of Neanderthal, Ernest Page, I think Shane Boscombe's car was also dug into a little bit. James King, the master behind all things bodywork, unfortunately not racing with us at the moment. I know he did sell his car to another racer around the Killarney area, so hopefully he'll be coming back to racing relatively soon. But obviously at the end of the day you want the lightest car possible, but obviously not too light where it becomes unstable, undrivable, whatever the case may be. But for some weird reason it seemed like a couple of people started cutting into their cars within the rules. Of course, we've had some things in the past where it becomes a little bit out, or a little bit bending the rules, cutting parts of the car up, or rigidity and the original frames of the cars. But now the guys are pushing their cars to the limits, getting up, I say upwards, but downwards towards even under 1,000 kgs worth of car underneath their rear end.
Motorsport competitors trying to bend the rules to try and get an advantage, Jordan. Never. No,
Here,
never.
at Killarney International Raceway or anywhere in the world?
Yeah,
Never.
anywhere in the world, being the stories that I have heard from the past that are absolutely not shareable. But again, this is how seriously people take club racing.
Absolutely.
You know, to the outsider that's never been here before, they think this is just a bunch of guys and girls turning up every month.
It is.
And just having a bit of fun.
But some are a little bit.
I promise you,
once
once you get into the paddock, then it becomes very, very serious indeed. And as you can tell, we are trying our best to pad the time here, ladies and gentlemen, because there is a lot of dancing going about on the grid, cars being rejigged and re-put into order. We hear the whistle, which is a very good noise, because it looks like everybody clearing off the grid and ready to make their way round for the start of this race. So the Maserati safety car leads the KDES BMW CCCT Championship out onto the fields, and I'm hoping that we are ready to go racing. So Conor Kilbride leads them off, and we have to talk a little bit about that Racing Spirit car, because it's been a bit lonely out there for them because there's nothing anywhere close.
I mean, as you say that, I think back to some of the cars we had here. Now that I think about it, I also look to the field, and you know who I don't see is Valen Volskink. And Volskink in that E46 M3 Turbo isn't out on the grid. So that is also a dicey competitor, very similar to Conor Kilbride's M3 out front. Obviously, I believe his M3 is naturally aspirated, however. So a touch of difference there, losing one front-running contender from the grid. Valen Volskink was supposed to start second, but didn't make it out onto the grid. But I think about the other likes of such the Mansour Parkers and the Anwar Levy's that bring their turbo E46s as well. The Jive Racing guys aren't here today. As well as Marco Retta, not out racing his E46 that beautifully, I think it's fire truck red, it's one of the reds, but it is up for sale for a good amount, and that thing is more than capable. I mean, Marco's shown it, it's an absolute beast, and this is the perfect class for it. I mean, he's shown it there. A lot of the guys that sell their cars throughout the year, maybe they want to upgrade, or guys want to go to 2 doors, and so they sell their 4-door cars, or they want to build something else. What I'll tell you something, David. My favorite thing is when a car goes into another person's hands, but it stays at the home circuit. There's some guys that want to sell their cars for more money and send them up country or whatever the case may be, but keeping it within the Killarney racing fraternity, within the BMW Car Club of Cape Town racing fraternity for that matter, that is something special. You keep growing the class and you keep your competitors close. You make teammates, basically, even though maybe not sponsored the same. But we get ready to get underway. They're all in their grid position. I'll take this away, if you don't mind. Red lights on, red lights off, and away we go. Down towards Block Point Corner, turn number 1. And it will be Conor Kilbride on the inside with Neander Toy putting some pressure on his right-hand door. As through they go, everyone else getting into line. There you see Yolinda Farie, Shane Boscombe, and the likes coming at the tail end of the field. Down towards Castrol we go.
Yep, and big moment there for Conor Kilbride going into 2, loses the rear end of that car completely, and that hands Neander Toy the lead of this race. I've got no doubt that Conor will be chasing that back down, but my goodness me, what a start for this race. And the thing is, we saw Neander Toy putting it under pressure for the first couple of laps of the first race of the day. What a start we've had to this. This is going to set things up beautifully. Meanwhile, I'd love to describe what's happening in the mid pack, but it's just a whole load of BMWs going absolutely at it. Very, very wide round the sweep.
Yep, that was Yolinda Farie in the Peacehaven BMW 135i. Everyone's still getting into, I say getting into grips, but getting into formation, so to speak, finding their position, because as I like to say, is the opening lap is the best opportunity to find your place or lose your place. you can either be swarmed by a dozen cars or make up a dozen positions on the opening lap. There is Johan Kokemoer as well as Shane Williams. Ishmael Peck is in there. Ernest Page is just behind us in that beautiful red E36, that CRA car. And then Timothy Ball, there's Yusuf Hendricks, Anu Michaels, Yanni Hatzi, and the likes all the way down to turn number 1 as we watch the rest of the field come towards us.
I think Ernest in the right position there, as that's still fighting for the lead then, and that is still going to be Neanderthal holding on to that lead. We saw Ernest just holding back, not wanting anything to do with that fight that was going on here, and I think that's wise because there is definitely going to be some contact coming up here, but you've got the likes of Pather, Peck, Williams, Kokemoer in 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th position, but they're coming through turn 3 and now into the Sarel sweep.
Yep, it's getting mighty close at the front. Dylan Joubert racing on his own at the moment. I know it's not where he wants to be. He wants a little bit of competition around him, but also getting those points, especially leading Class C. And he actually might be the only Class C runner out there on the grid as I look down the timesheet. But he is still sitting in that 3rd spot overall, which is brilliant for the points and brilliant for the championship. But look at Connor Kilbride right on the boot lid of Neanderthal on this the first racing lap, 2nd lap of the race. Now into the slipstream and down they go to block corner turn number 1.
There we go then, Neanderthal knows exactly where to place that car. Connor Kilbride in 2nd, then you've got Dylan Joubert in 3rd position. 4th position is going to be the 25 of Eldon Patter, and then you've got Ishmael Peck actually moving up into P4 ahead of Pather. Shane Williams in 6th, Ernest Page in 7th, Johan Kokemoer in 7th position, and then you've got Ball into 9th, as that's a big blow up into turn 1.
That is one of the all-white BMWs, and it looks like it is Timothy Ball in the E46 Ti that went straight on, just braking a little too late, locking up and heading off into the runoff, luckily out of the wall. And he'll have to turn that car around and get back onto the circuit as we watch the rest of the field come through. There's Dylan Joubert once again in that 3rd spot. Then we look at the group behind him, and here they come. It's Peck that leads out Class D ahead of Pather, Williams, Page and Kokemoer. That's that group of 4 that you just see behind there. Then another group of 3. That was Timothy Ball, but he's now stuck in turn number 1. But it is Tubas from de Kock from Brady as the rest of the field peels through. Sarel van der Merwe sweep.
Yep, as we have got, what, 5 laps left to go, a puff of smoke coming out as we go back to the City of Cape Town Bridge to catch your race leaders coming down to turn 1. So there is Neanderthal just ahead of Connor Kilbride, and what we're watching for is the lap times there. Of course, with the breakout, that's what I'm interested in for Neanderthal here, because he's able to hold Connor Kilbride at bay here. But again, he's got to watch out. In fact, 118.3 as we go further down then. And this is the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th.
So there you see at the tail end of this group, there is Johan Kokemoer. Ahead is Ernest Page fighting with Shane Williams at this point in time. And there you're getting really dicey down into Castro Corner now. Vicky Pather back once again after a little bit of time away from the BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series class. But look at Shane Williams and Ernest Page. Oh, and a moment, it looks like possibly a tyre rub or something down towards turn number 3. Lots of smoke or rubber for Vicky Pather as the rest of the field comes towards us into Castrol.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It looked like it was a little bit of contact onto the rear bumper. That's pushed the rear bumper into the tyre, and you can see there loading up that rear end again. That is going to get worse before it gets better right now.
Absolutely. That was Johan Kokemoer with the front right, locking up ever so slightly, or maybe even under just a tab of braking. It touched the inside of the fender, creating a little bit of rubber against metal or fiberglass. But down into Cape Town Corner they go once again. Look at Shane Williams and Ernest Page fighting it out. That is for 3rd place in class. So they are now fighting for 6th, 7th and 8th overall, including Vicky Pather in that 5th spot with Ishmael Peck. They're just letting Ishmael get away from the rest of the field, sitting in that 4th spot overall.
So 3 laps left to go. It's Neanderthal in the lead, but also leading Class B. In the lead of Class A is going to be Connor Kilbride, Dylan Joubert leading off Class C, and then it's Ishmael Peck leading off on Class D for the BMWs right now. We then go all the way down to Zach Layden, who has that lead over Sean Boscombe. Shane Boscombe, excuse me, in 15th and 16th position, and then it's down to the 117 of Williams for Class F as well. But it is just everywhere you look, it is just nose to tail with BMWs.
Through to a big spin through the king for Lloyd Brady right in front of the circuit, but we're actually looking to the lead right now. Sorry, I just looked up and I saw a cloud of smoke. He's just off the race circuit, so they'll have a yellow flag in turn number 2. But there is Dylan Jonkert, that just about to get passed by the leaders as they go past us now. There is Dylan Joubert in that 3rd spot. Ishmael Peck in 4th and leading Class D, with the rest of the Class D field just behind.
For those of you that are hard of hearing, that was a very big gasp by Jordan Hoban there. That was very much a driver nearly losing their lunch money heading down on the exit of turn 2. But we're watching on the entry to City of Cape Town corner, and it is still Nian du Toit in the leads ahead of Connor Kilbride with 2 laps left to go here, and it is going to be very, very slim pickings, I think, for anybody to get anything on that. In fact, I think that is the number 25 that we lost on the exit of turn 2 there of Pay there.
I think so, as he drops down the field, as well as Lloyd Brady after that spin. There's a bit of dust that's kicked up outside of turn number 5, so I think someone just went a little bit of rally crossing off the circus. The leaders head down to turn number 5, Cape Town corner. Not a big gap between them, it's just getting closer and closer every single lap, but they've got 1 lap left to go when they cross the start-finish line, and a bit of a slide there mid-corner for Nian du Toit, putting that NA E36 3T8i under the pressure of Connor Kilbride just behind, as now, David, they start their final lap with some traffic ahead, quite a bit of traffic, as we see Dylan Joubert now going into the braking zone of Cape Town corner, turn number 5.
This is sensational stuff then. Final lap of the race. Your race leaders are already making their way into to turn 2 just now. And in the thick of some big traffic just now, and almost getting elbowed out of the way, sends it round. Connor Kilbride getting very wide there, and yeah, that looks to be done and dusted, because some lap traffic getting involved there, and unfortunately not able to help things out here.
Dylan Joubert still sitting in that 3rd spot. Ishmael Peck there in 4th. Ernest Page in that 5th position, 2nd in class, with Shane Williams in a 6th. Johan Kukumur in that 7th position, with Kobus de Kock right on his case for 8th, and Sean Chubis in 9th. Mia Bench, the first lady racer, out on the circuit there in 10th spot, as we look to the leader coming around the final corner for the final time today for the class.
Yeah, it's a rags to riches story then for Nian du Toit, retiring from race 1, taking the win. You would think just 1 corner to go here for the KDIS BMW CCCT Championship, but it is indeed going to be Nian du Toit who takes the win. 2nd place for Connor Kilbride for Racing Spirit, and then Dylan Joubert taking 3rd position. Ishmael Peck in 4th position as well. So we've got a fight going down into the final corner. We've got a car going very, very slowly on the exit, or the entrance rather, to City Cape Town corner.
That will be Vicky Pather. That'll pull into Park Ferme. 25 car pulls into Park Ferme. He was just dropping down a lap ago. There is Dylan Joubert, 1st in Class C, and win in Class C, and 3rd overall. Ishmael Peck coming down from Joburg, purchasing that car from Zach Grunewald and taking victory in Class D on his first outing out in BMW Car Club of Cape Town class. Ernest Page for CRA brings it home in 5th position ahead of Shane Williams in that 6th spot. Kobus de Kock just beats out Johan Kukumur for 7th. And Sean Chubis goes up to 8th now, as I think Johan Kukumur actually pulled off the side of the circuit as well.
You've got Bench in what looks like 10th position there. Yeah, indeed, Kukumur dropping down the order, so not going to be classified, or at least at the end there. You've then got Shane Boscombe taking a 2nd win in the class there. Fantastic performance, getting the jump on Zach Layden. Zach Layden was leading the majority of that race there, but it all came down to the final couple of laps there. Then you've got Sickle in the number 23 car in 3rd position in that E class. Taking the win for BMW Class F is the number 117 car of Williams. And then, well, it's basically the rest of everybody and their dog.
Absolutely so. As I look down the grid, I mean, we've got a handful that didn't get to cross the line. Yusuf Hendricks started this race, didn't cross. Neither did Timothy Ball, who went off in turn number 1. Anu Michaels pulled his 911 BMW E36 into the pits, as did Vicky Paether into Park Fermé, as we saw a little bit ago. But then I also see Johan Kukamur, the youngster, sitting in the infield inside of Castro Corner, turn number 2. He just pulled that car off on his final lap and didn't make it across the finish line. So I don't know. He says he's finished 14th overall, but we'll have to see where that puts him overall come the results counted a little bit later. Here is a little bit of off-roading. That will be Nean de Toy trying to run away from the Class A car of Connor Kilbride. There we go, that's what I was looking for. So weird seeing 2 Racing Spirit cars in the same race. We used to have Tristan de Nobrega and Connor Kilbride also in the same class previously. There we have down into Block Coin Corner, turn number 1, and there's the big lockup for Timothy Ball that goes off in turn number 1.
That front left looks suspiciously at an angle on that one, so I think something snapped on that car.
There's some very close racing between the likes of Vicky Paether, Shane Williams, there's Ernest Page, and then Johan Kukamur just at the tail end of this group. So brilliant racing in the second and final heat for the BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series, sponsored by KD's Asset Management.
I'll tell you what, that's a brave move going through the Cyril sweep there. That's a defensive manoeuvre, and that's twice today now I've seen side by side into the sweep. Never on a month of Sundays you'd get me doing that. That's
There's some rally crossing for Jacques Prince. Oh, big bumps over the grass. And hey,
keep the foot in. That's all you need to do.
Yeah, keep your foot in it and point straight. And he did just that. He came off on the final lap of race number 1, but he was back out for race number 2, and he did a sterling job keeping that car in a straight line and on circuit. Luckily, he's one of the guys that's done rallycross in the past, so some good hand control there, I'd say, behind the wheel. As we look to the competitor of the day current standings, it is Quinton Retief, the man in the breakfast run class on the 2 wheels. He leads out ahead of William Morris in the Clubman's class, in Clubman's 1000s. And then Brett Roach on 4 wheels on the podium in the GTI Challenge Class B, currently sitting in 3rd position. So you've got a couple more hours. We've got a handful more races to get those votes in. Obviously, it's a vote per person, so get a hold of your friends, see who you think is the competitor of the day, or try and get as many votes as you can. And to the end of the day, we will report who is the final winner.
So with that happening, I was getting excited to hand things over, but unfortunately it's me and you, JT, for the next race. So we're going to have the Super Twin 650s and the Super Sport 300s. So we'll take a very quick break and we'll be right back.
Race number 2 for the Pirelli Super Twin Cup 650s and Super Sport 300s. As they head out of the pits now towards Block Coin Corner. Slade van Niekerk, a brilliant qualifying, a brilliant race 1.
Yeah.
Almost untouchable, I'd say, with Max Munton in his case in the early to mid stages of heat number 1. And then slowly managed to pull away come the end of that race, finishing 2.2 seconds difference. But what I have to say, so far, my ride of the race for this class has to be Clint Munton. I mean, he performed so well under the pressure of the 2 youngsters between him that he actually ended up beating the likes of Adrian Solomon and Abigail Bosson in heat number 1. But not only that, last round, I remember when we did it as well, Max Munton had, I believe it was a clutch issue on the number 14 Sunscan and Team Mag Workshop bike. So then what happened in qualifying, his dad said, you know what, take my bike out and go have a jaw. Go put it on pole or whatever he can do. But what did Max do? He put it in the sand in turn 1. Okay.
You know, it's got to be done. It's got to be done. But yeah, well.
So sorry about that. Just what I want to say is, after that crazy of a weekend for the Munton family, they take it a race later and they get both bikes sorted out. Clint and Max themselves, I know they do all the work at home, and they both have been running beautifully today. So good job to them, Sunscan, and to Team Mag Workshop as well, Mitch Robinson and his crew.
Well, that's the thing. The other thing that I remember from earlier with that fight, I feel kind of robbed because we had a fantastic fight with Slade van Niekerk and Max Munton. But unfortunately, as the laps went on, it just felt like the bike got away from Max a little bit, just didn't have the straight line speed out of the corners that Van Niekerk did. But Clint Munton, again, we were watching that battle come down. We thought he was going to catch on to the back of Nicholas Hutchings, possibly trying to get a P3. We'll see if that can be reprieved here. 7 laps left to go. Take it away, Jordan.
We wait for the 5 red lights, the revs climb for the Super Twins, as well as the Super Sports. 5 red lights on, 5 red lights off, and away we go. And a brilliant start for Nicholas Hutchings. Hutchings to the front of the field, out of the gate. He'll have Slade van Niekerk right on his case, and he'll have the inside line. Slade won't give it up easy, but he has to, as Nicholas slides around the outside and takes that first position away through turn number 1, Block Coin Corner.
Max Munton going backwards at a rate of knots. Looks like Nicholas Hutchings got the jump up into P2, and that now means that Slade van Niekerk, under pressure, thinks better of it, and Slade van Niekerk now having to apply the pressure, having had the jump put on him here. So again, we see how important these first couple of corners are.
And absolutely, the start is probably one of the most important. You know, they say in endurance racing, you know, it's not about the start. You've got hours to go. Even in a sprint race, the start is so crucial, either falling behind or if you are unlucky enough to jump, that also ruins your whole race. So luckily now, Nicholas Hutchings has had a brilliant start to his race, and he gets away. Or he had now. I see Slade van Niekerk as they come down the Killarney back straight behind us. Slade van Niekerk's got back to the lead ahead of Max Munton now, getting past Nicholas Hutchings for 3rd.
We'll find out as they come across the line. I know that Max Munton into 2nd place either way, regardless. Gets a great run out of that final corner, so there's still nose to tail. Probably about 4 seconds, 5 seconds between the top 6. You can see a little bit of dust and dirt getting kicked out of that final corner here. But they go across the line. It is indeed Slade van Niekerk from Max Munton, Nicholas Hutchings in 3rd, and Clint Munton in 4th. So it's as you were, really.
Now into Block Coin they go. There we see currently sitting 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, up into 8th with all the Super Twin Cups. There's Slade van Niekerk, Munton and Hutchings all going through. Clint Munton up to 4th now, and a decent ways away ahead of Adrian Solomon and Lance Jonas, with Jamie Hall on the 65 just slotting in 7th ahead of Abigail Boston. And then here we see Liam Carstens on the Missile Motorcycles 42 ahead of Bradley Musto on the 888 Motorcycles and CCH SA 390 as well, fighting out 4 class honours in the 300s class, but also to stay inside the top 10.
Yeah, and the 300s have usually been a source of incredible battling. So we'll see if they provide more of the same today. But that lead gap is opening up significantly. Slade van Niekerk now looks like to have the best part of a second, and Max Munton really falling back quite quickly just now. But either way, we'll see how this one pans out. They come out of the final corner. So again, I think it's about the best part of a second now for Slade van Niekerk ahead of Max Munton. But again, Munton gets a brilliant run out of that final corner. The gap does go up though, I was right, to 0.8 of a second.
That it does as they go down onto the brakes into turn number 1 once again. Now, everyone is splitting up by quite a margin amongst themselves. We don't have any serious battles going on. Everyone's found their place, found their time. But what we do have is a battle in the 300s class that's down into turn number 1 now. A little bit wide there for Liam Carstens, as himself and Bradley Musser, that's just ahead of him on that KTM, are just pulling away. There you see them coming out of turn number 1. And now we jump down to Damstip, turn number 3. And then we see Slade van Niekerk with a gap of 0.8 seconds, 0.8 to Max Munton, then 1.4 seconds between Munton and Hutchings at this point in time.
Max Munton is hungry though. He really wants to get a big look over the shoulder coming out of 3 out of 4, and trying to make sure that Hutchings isn't anywhere near. Now, what then has happened, because if we've got Munton in second position and we've got Hutchings down there, just trying to figure out how far back Hutchings is. So 2 seconds is not really a threat right now to Max Munton.
Not at all. Just staying comfortable where he is at this point in time. We'll watch the lap times tick down as well as they come through in a 19.7. It is for Slade van Niekerk on this lap. They were both doing high 19s, if not just touching the 20 mark, was himself and Max Munton in race number 1, but now breaking into the 19s early with all this clear air ahead is the Project 60 SA and Team Wayward rider of Slade van Niekerk. Max Munton in that second spot with Nicholas Hutchings on the Masan Motorcycles number 72, currently sitting in that 3rd place. Then it is Munton from Solomon, from Jonas Bosson, and Jamie Hall and Abigail Boston have been swapping places back and forth, with Jamie now just losing out that 8th position, or that 7th position, to Abigail in 7th.
I was having a huge panic there, seeing a big smoke coming out of turn 2, but of course that's our spinning pitch, so absolutely nothing to do with the race going on here. But it also means that we're up to our full length of race now. We're back to 8-lap races here, 4 laps, so we're halfway through the second race of the afternoon for the Pirelli Super Twin 650 and the Super Sport 300. It is Slade van Niekerk in the lead here on lap number 3, with Max Munton in second place. You've then got Nicholas Hutchings in third. That's your 1, 2, 3 for the 650s. Then for the 300s, Bradley Mustoe, Liam Carstens, and then you've also got Julian Ferreira, who we haven't really seen much of, but actually Julian Ferreira is in a hell of a ding-dong battle with James Lloyd.
That he is. James Lloyd, we know, is not quite where he wants to be, as there's a move up into turn number 1, block coin corner. Is that Adrian Solomon on Clint Munton? That it is. Through they go, through block coin, and a position change and a move up overall for Solomon. Clint Munton's not going to let that slide that easily either, as he'll try and fight back. Will the Sunscan and Team Mag Workshop rider as they go out of Castro corner, turn number 2. We should be able to see the, there they are, the 300s. This is who we've been wanting to catch up to. We haven't seen much of them today, so we should stick with them for a little bit. Bradley Mustoe coming towards us now on his KTM 390, ahead of Liam Carstens on the Kawasaki 400. As they go through Castro corner, they were nose to tail, and they were position changed at the start of this race, but Bradley's gotten ahead into the lead. Then we see the 2 lady races of Alme Mostert and Cody Redlingace racing nose to tail as well into Castro, as we jump back to the leaders in Cape Town corner.
Yep, just a couple of laps left to go in this final race of the afternoon for the 650s and the 300s, and that gap now opening up. Van Niekerk now 2 seconds, well over 2 seconds ahead of Max Munton. You've then got Nicholas Hutchings in 3rd position, Max Munton in 4th. You've then got Adrian Solomon in 5th position. Lance Jonas is going to come across the line in 6th, but again, it's not over yet for 4th and 5th. Solomon and Munton still very, very close. Clint Munton right on the tail here.
I mean, we can't forget that Clint Munton is an absolute weapon, even on a ZX10 when he raced ZX10 Cup around the country. He had an unfortunate accident, I believe it was up at Swartkops a couple of years ago, and did some injuring to his leg or his knee. So that's been plaguing him for quite some time, but to see him back after a couple of operations and whatever the case may be, he's back on a bike, he's racing hard and racing with his son as well. This is a father and son dream come true, I'd say. Maybe not racing together, but being able to watch your son ahead of you absolutely kicking butt, I'd say, is a great feat.
100%, 100%, and that's what makes it even nicer, having all of these stories that we can share with the viewers at home and with the listeners around the circuit here at Killarney International Raceway. But it is Slade van Niekerk coming out the final corner then to click another lap up. We are going to have the white flag come out. It's going to be the final lap of the race here. Max Munton then in second position. Very little at this point he can do for this, 2.3 seconds. It's now about consolidating that podium, but what a run for Nicholas Hutchings as well. Hasn't really had to do anything, but this is the fight we need to watch for, the number 12 and the number 4, as Adrian Solomon comes under real pressure here from Clint Munton. Abigail Boston in 6th, Lance Jonas in 7th, Jamie Hall in 8th, Bradley Musto in 9th.
It's still very dicey onto this final lap. There is 3rd place for Nicholas Hutchings, ahead of Adrian Solomon and Clint Munton. Obviously we can tell the Muntons by their very bright green motorcycles. As there we look back to your leader, 2nd position and 3rd. It will be just behind as Max comes into Sorrel sweep, that being Nicholas Hutchings. It will be 1 and 2 once again if it stays this way, coming around the final corner and across the line. But Slade van Niekerk, an absolute charge in race number 1 and in race number 2. And Max Munton will definitely be seeing next round a little bit of fierceness, more so to try and get himself a little bit closer to an overall victory in the class.
Yeah, he's just not had the bike beneath his hands just now, has Max Munton, but it's going to be across the line then for Slade van Niekerk to take the 2nd win of the day. Max Munton finishes in 2nd position, and then it's going to be Nicholas Hutchings who comes across the line for the 650 Super Twin class. Adrian Solomon finishes in 4th, but only just over Clint Munton, 0.3 of a second. Abigail Boston comes across the line as well to finish P6. Lance Jonas finishes in P7, and then P8 is going to be Jamie Hall before we wait to get the 300s across the line.
I think Jamie Hall's been out of 650s for now what is a year and a bit, actually a year and a half, 6 months, and very right around the outside. Look at this going to the final straight. This is Bradley Musto and Liam Carstens. They'll go side by side across the line, and Liam Carstens has him at the checkered flag on the final lap. That was 4th position by 0.2 of a second, with Almain Mostert coming home in 11th position and 9th overall in class, ahead of Cody Redlingace on the 87 racing, number 87. In 12th, James Late bringing it home on the Ravenel and RSRA. 400 across the line in 13th, and then Julian Ferreira as well, the youngest man on the grid at only 15 years and a bit of age, brings it across the line for his first full day of a power series, I believe. How was that lost?
I'm sorry, what? What just happened on that last corner? I thought the KTM was in the breakfast run race. That's exactly what just happened. They're riding the curb, and not only riding the curb and keeping it upright.
In the breakfast run, didn't we?
But not only riding the curb and keeping it upright, but absolutely keeping it pinned and going and taking the position. That is unbelievable bravery. Maybe it's not the word to be using with riders, but
it was something. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, usually when you go to the curb on the outside, you actually get a little bit nervous seeing how far you're going to go up against the dirt. But Liam Carstens, or actually I'm not sure if it was Liam Carstens or Bradley Musto that was on the outside. I just know that coming to the line.
It was Carstens.
It was Carstens. Carstens came around the outside through the 5A kink and beat him down against the wall just to cross the line, nose to tail by 0.2 of a second. That was really really something across the line.
I know with
Brilliant
cars,
racing from both of those youngsters.
I know with cars we joke about when they're off track to keep it pinned, but or to keep
bike,
it, different story. You're expecting them to go
We say
jumping
that,
over.
And last round we saw one of the biggest moments for Bradley Musto on that KTM, that he basically made it into a motocross bike, or what the super motards used to do, which was dirt and tar at one stage. But he went out of 3 onto the dirt, still managed to save it. I mean, the rear end of that bike was all over the place, and he was up in the air pretty much. And he did it outside of turn 1. So Liam Carsons has almost done the same thing, and this time taken the position away at the line. So these youngsters are really, they are hightailing these horses, basically, so to speak. Well, getting bucked around the circuit. So really on the ragged edge for the 300s class.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not entertained, are you not entertained? Just a reminder, you can vote for your competitor of the day.
They're right in front of you.
It's not like we're heavily hinting or anything like that, but 060-352-2890. Get in touch with us on WhatsApp. That's 060-352-2890. Put your vote in for competitor of the day, and we'll announce it before the end of the day this afternoon in about an hour and a half's time, an hour's time. Maybe, because we are rapidly now making our way through the order of the day, and then that means that up next, I will have to double check though, since that's been the 650s and the 300s.
It should be the Warwick Wealth Sports GT's race number 2.
It absolutely is, in the V8 Masters.
With the combination of the V8 Masters, and a brilliant race one they had as well, I must say, watching it from the sidelines, and can't wait to see a race number 2. I know Mike Verrier had an issue in that race, and he should be back out once again, he said on the group. So we'll see what comes of it when they head out in just a moment.
Just for interest's sake, we saw that Andrew Moffat incident earlier on where he stuck into the wall. Here's a cryptic clue. Guys, check your steering rack mounting points. Wow. That's a thought.
Okay, here we go with the Here we go with the second race for the Warwick Wealth Sports and GTs. As really they're rolling out of the track. There's Mike Verrier. He got a DNF in race number 1. Did Mike Verrier with the Z4. So we'll have a look and see. He's out on track. Andre Steenkamp also had a problem out in the opening race with that car of his. He's back out there on track again. Andre Steenkamp, you'll see if you watch the iRacing Master Series on a Wednesday evening, you'll see Andre Steenkamp in there. Hope that him and Nico Nikolaosov got that car sorted out, which they did, obviously. Whatever the problems were, couldn't have been that bad. They got that car back out on track again. There is the Angry Racing Audi R8 of Tate Bishop. That car is obviously up for sale. as his new sports car will be arriving in the country hopefully sooner than later, as the cars roll through to start another lap. This will be a rolling start over 7 laps. Fabio Tafani there, Connor Kilbride, I see coming through as well. Valen Volskenk, Roy Overy, just to name a few of them. Eric Salomon of Eric Salomon Chartered Accountants in Century City here in Cape Town, in the Elf. That's a Lotus 23B replica.
Frankie, I'm just looking to the oval, and that is 2 cars that have pulled
Yes,
off.
Martin Prince is one of them.
And that looks to be a green V8 Master, which would be Sean Moore.
Sean Moore, yes.
So
Oh boy.
that's some bad luck off the start. Off the start, we haven't even started. Unfortunately,
that'll
it'll
be
a rolling warm-up lap.
Now I see Martin climb out of the Porsche. So both drivers out their cars and okay, but what exactly happened there, I don't know. We obviously didn't pick that one up.
It's strange to have one car pull off to the side of the circuit on the warm-up lap, let alone 2.
Do you think they made contact with each other on the warm-up lap?
That's what I was
It's
thinking.
not impossible.
It's not impossible. When you're so close together, when you're weaving like this,
yeah,
anything can happen. When you know, most of these cars don't have blind spots in actual fact. Because your head is bolstered into the seat and you've got a side bolstering that you can't turn, and with a Hans device you can't turn your neck around.
No.
So
well, you've got the well, you can't, even with the layout device, you can't turn around.
So it's a little bit difficult to see around you, so possibly make contact.
I was going to say, spirit of thought for Eric Salomon in that Elf. We're so low down on the ground. The guys in the higher, bigger cars, do they actually notice that Elf around them? Because it is small, it is low, and Eric drives that car very well. He actually didn't do too bad in the opening race a bit earlier on this morning.
So look to him as well to see where he ends up in class and overall. Frankie, take this one away.
We will indeed take this one off the line as they make their way through the term 5A kink. The red lights are on, the safety cars pulled off as the lights are going to go off, and now and away they go. And it is Wayne Hoffman that's there in pole position. He's got Tate Bishop there on his outside. A big lock-up there by Tate. There's a lot of lock-ups going down into turn 1. One of the cars are going straight on, turning in very, very late.
That's Roy Overy. Sorry, Frankie, they went off. There's other cars off the side of the circuit. Woof, that was really something. Was there a little bit of fluid down there? Tate Bishop is turning that R8 around as the rest of the field goes into Castrol turn 2.
Yeah, as they make their way out of Castrol corner, through the Lundstem kink they go, racing through down towards turn 3, towards Damstep. That is the lowest part of Killarney International Raceway. Now they climb up that slight hill towards the highest part, which is turn 4, the double right-hander Sarl sweep. Out of Sarl, they'll go down that long Killarney. That's about 800 to 850 meters down that back straight they go. And it is being led there by Hoffman as they work their way down into turn number 1. But surely he's going to lose that lead. Pity though that Tate had a problem out there in turn 1. But still, he hangs on there. Robert Franco is right in there on his heels, followed by Divan Wenzel and Dr. Mike Verrier.
Incredibly quickly for those 2 GT3 cars coming out of turn number 5, Cape Town corner. And up the inside in the R8 GT3 goes Robert Franco ahead of Wayne Hoffman. But Wayne keeping right on that exhaust pipe of the R8. That V10 exiting out of Block Point corner. Divan Wenzel sitting in that 3rd spot in the 31. Wenzel Motorworks, as well as Motor-sponsored Porsche GT3 Cup. Mike Verrier in the V8 Z4 sitting in 4th place. That is A-class. It looks like 2 cars off into the pits. Roy Overy and Tace Forskink in the IMCSA Audi S2 Quattro. But back to the lead we go, Frankie.
Yeah, it's all about that man up front, Roberto Franco, or just Robert Franco as we call him, sitting out there in P1. He has got Wayne Hoffman in 2nd, Divan Wenzel, Mike Verrier coming through, Fabio Tafani is in that mix as well. He sits in P1 in his class. He's got Jason Ibbotson right in there behind him as they race down the Killarney straight towards Cape Town corner, and that's your two front runners working their way through the 5A kink.
Look how close this group of 4 is, coming out of Cape Town corner, down under the city of Cape Town and Castell Bridge, past our commentary tower and down into Blockcoin corner, turn number 1. Hard on the brakes, heavy on the downshifts with the paddle shifters. And through the gears they go. Valen Forsking make his way past us now as well into 7th position in Class B. There we see that top 7 come through, and they're all mighty close together. Wayne Hoffman looking for some room up the inside, Frankie. They're getting so close out front.
Yeah, man, it all holds station, that first 4 cars. There comes Ibbotson, and he's got Connor Kilbride right in there behind him, as well as Valen Forsking coming through. But these are your front 4 cars working their way out of turn 3, out of Damstep, up the hill they go towards Saddle Sweep. Into Saddle they go. The first of the V8 Masters is Fabio Tafani, and right behind him is Jason Ibbotson.
Out of Saddle Sweep they go. There are those V8 Masters coming through. Tafani, multi-time champion in V8 Masters. Jason Ibbotson as well. He raced both the V8 Masters in its previous form compared to the Evo now that he's racing, but also the 458 GT3 that he raced in Sports in GT previously with Marcel Angel as well in a sister car. So now down into turn number 1 again they come for the leaders.
And a 115.416 for Mike for Dr. Mike Verrier. He's the quickest man out there. Going into turn 1 into Blockcoin. They're the 2 V8 Masters of Tafani. Ibbotson, right behind him is Connor Kilbride. Right behind him is Wayland Volskenk. As look at Mike Verrier, he's closed up right onto the back bumper of Divan Wenzel as they work their way through the Lundstem kink and towards Damstep.
It's almost 2 by 2 hurrah for this group of 4. It's Franco and Hoffman that are nose to tail with Wenzel and the Z4 V8 of Verrier, who's come down from Nice, as we said a little bit earlier on as well, campaigning that car up at Samola once again, and he is right on the case. The car running beautifully now. Let's not curse it. It's running beautifully now, prepped by NDT Racing, and they've got it up to point, onto spec, to race to the back end of an overall victory.
Well, let's have a look and see. Can Robert Franco keep Hoffman behind? He was 9/10 of a second ahead of him before they started this lap. We're heading now towards the end of it. Not only that, that fight for 3rd and 4th between Wenzel and Verrier, they closing the gap on Franco and Hoffman as they work their way into Blockcoin.
Oh, here they go, still nose to tail. Only a car length separates the front 2. These are premier spec GT3 cars. One that races in GT3 Porsche Cup overseas in Europe. A dive up the inside, so close. That was too close for comfort to call. But look behind, it's the GT3 Cup Porsche as well in front of the Z4 V8 with that LSX Chevy motor. As once again we see these two, Frank, I know you pointed to them, they made contact on the last lap of the previous race, and now they're holding their own coming to the end of this race.
Oh, let's have a look at this front 4 going through. Out of Saddle Sweep they come. It is Robert Franco, that's Hoffman. It is Wenzel, followed there by Mike Verrier. Down the back straight they go. Mike Verrier. Will he look to the left? Yes, he does look to the left, but the line has been covered there by the Porsche of Divan Wenzel. As they make their way out, you're going to try and do the out-in on him. Is it going to work? Does he have enough ponies under the bonnet of that Z4? They touch. There was a slight touch between the two of them as they run down. Now he's got the toe. He's got the toe. Does he use the toe going down into turn number 1? He's going to dive up on the outside. No. I'll tell you what.
He can hold it. He can hold it.
If he can hold it, he's got the line.
Whoa,
turn 2, and there
Hoffman's
goes
around.
Hoffman.
On the inside of 1, he needs to get that car running again, and he does so. But what a move that was. Oh, and he's stuck in the grass, spinning that car. It doesn't like the slicks on that, what is probably damp grass, as Fabio Tafani gets past. Jason Ibbotson will get past, as well as Connor Kilbride. He needs to move out of the way. He does so. Just gets by, does Connor Kilbride. But with 2 laps, a lap and a half left to go for the leaders, it's heating up. As here is your leader, Roberto Franco, with no pressure whatsoever from Wayne Hoffman. But he's got that man.
Yeah.
The V8 Z4 of Mike Verrier rocketing down behind him.
Well,
now.
what happened was Mike obviously held the inside line going into Castrol. That's why he's now ahead of the Porsche of Wenzel. And now the power of the Z4 comes in as he races down towards Cape Town corner, chasing down Robert Franco. There's a massive, massive gap before we'll see Fabio Tafani come into view. Here comes Fabio Tafani with Jason Ibbotson in there behind him. Connor Kilbride is coming through as well, and it's a recovering Wayne Hoffman that's trying to get his nose ahead there of Kilbride.
Off a little bit wide for Wayne Hoffman, coming around the final corner to start their final lap for both Kilbride and for Hoffman. There's Tafani, the first of the V8s, ahead of Jason Ibbotson. Then we see Kilbride in the Racing Spirit BMW M3, and just behind Rico Barlow Racing and Graphic Supply World, the Rico Barlow Racing and Hoffman Property Group for Wayne Hoffman in the Porsche. He does get by him into block coin turn number 1.
Well, the lead is now making his way towards Saddle Sweep, all on his own. There he comes, lights ablaze for Robert Franco, the man that sits up there in the lead. He's been caught heavily here by Verrier, but it's going to be too late. That's going to be too late. Now, Aubrey will just stay out of his way and let him go through. But Mike Verrier, what a second race for the Doc after having a DNF in race 1.
But David just said to me, Mike Verrier was 7/10 up on the leader that last lap. Coming to the final corner, we'll see if Mike Verrier might not be able to get the win. He won't, but let's see if he gets the fastest lap, Frankie, as Robert Franco comes to the line to take victory in race number 2 ahead of Mike Verrier with a time of a 1. It doesn't look like it beat him, but coming to the line immensely quick with Divan Wenzel in that 3rd position.
Right, that's the top 3. Now we're waiting for the V8 Masters to come to the line. Here he comes, Fabio Tafani and Jason Ibbotson, and right behind him is a recovering Wayne Hoffman to the checkered flag, followed there by Connor Kilbride. Behind Connor Kilbride, it's Valen Volskink that brings that car home in 8th overall. And that's the top 8 cars across the line. We're still waiting for that man, Andre Steenkamp, to make his way to the checkered flag. And he will finish 9th overall and 2nd in Class C.
Yep, no issues coming to the end of this race, so we didn't curse him out.
No.
Luckily. As he comes to complete that second race. There's still racing going on here between Devon Pillay and their Porsche GT3, as well as Eric Salomon in the Elf, as they come around the final corner
And
as well,
that's
Frankie.
first, and that's 1st and 2nd in class.
Correct.
That's
7/10
Class
the
D.
last lap. Will there be Slipstream City down to the line?
I don't think that Alpha's got the guns to get past that car. No, he doesn't. But well done. He's right there with him. But Pillay will come to the flag ahead of Salomon.
Not far behind. That's 3rd place in class as well for Brett Swanefelder.
Brett Swanefelder, yeah.
In the Class D Nissan 350Z. Wow, what a race that was right until the very end. Brett Swanefelder bringing, like I said, home in P3, 12th place overall for that Westpunt-Druckers Nissan 350Z. And just what a race that was overall.
Just a pity we lost the likes of Tate Bishop with a big lock-up going into Blockcoin corner. But yeah, that's the way it goes. That car is up for sale, that Tate Bishop Audi R8, sponsored by Angry Racing. So that was the Warwick Wealth Sports and GTs and V8 Masters race number 2. There's the lockups. Tate was the first one to lock up and disappear down the escape road.
There, Roy Aubrey in the background as well. He also goes straight off. That's in that 924 GTP, or the Tribute.
He got back again, but Bishop did not.
But you know what? Tate rode around for a lap or 2 before pulling it in to the Joubert pits. And I think because of how harsh of a lockup that is, here's this dive.
Could have affected the brakes, yeah.
That too, but the flat spot on that front left where it was slick tire.
That was a slight contact, sorry, between...
It was, in fact, a little bit of contact, you're right.
Franco and Hoffman.
Going for a little bit of a closing gap there was Wayne Hoffman, and he made his case right up until that moment. Here, this probably, for my personal opinion, was the move of the race around the outside of 1 to then get ahead just on the exit there. Wayne Hoffman goes around. So with that as well, Divan Wenzel's in a tough spot. He has to move over to the right because he doesn't know if Wayne Hoffman's going to roll back onto the circuit. Lots of dust and dirt on there. There's another angle that we get, just a little bit hard on the throttle coming through and getting that car around, but brilliant stuff.
And there you can see the successful overtake, or already was actually ahead of Wenzel when they went into turn number 1 into Blockcoin.
And good as well on Wayne Hoffman for not letting that car roll back or spin out again. There's a lot of times where you see a car gets under control, the driver stomps on the brakes or stomps on the throttle, and with a rear-wheel drive, rear-engine Porsche, I mean, the tail end is going to spin around like crazy, as we've saw in previous times with going into the magnet out of turn 3. And one of the most famous corners for Porsches as well in the rear engines is out of 4 and then into the clubhouse wall, which unfortunately we saw for a BMW this morning.
And with those warmed up slick tires, obviously that on grass doesn't work. It's going to have no grip whatsoever. He kept on flicking the tail around and getting himself more and more worked up and frustrated. But yeah, he made a comeback at the end, but it was a little bit too much too late. Now, just remember, vote for your competitor of the day. People at home and around the track, 060-352-2890. We haven't had an update since quite some time ago, when it was still being led there by Willie Morris, with Brett Roach was then in that second position and Matthew Deusser was in third. And it has changed around completely. Roach has gone to third, William Morris has gone to second, and Quinton Retief has now got the most votes so far.
Right, folks, next up, Pirelli Clubman Classic and Breakfast Run. Motorcycles out there, Libabala and Tasana, Matthew Dews, William Morris, Wesley Hendricks, Sword Adam, Gerard Joubert, Wayne Gresser, Derek Hendricks, Mario Ferreira, Willem Lowe, Michael Becker and Quentin Retief. And Willem Lowe said to me last time, I said Willem Lowe should be in the pack. He said, I'm standing in the pits listening to it, laughing at you. I said, thank you, Willem, I appreciate it. But he's out there now on a motorbike, so I'll laugh at him.
Well, allegedly he's out on the motorbike. We'll see if he's actually taken to the track, or have you seen him actually out there? Because I've been caught out too many times by being on the
onto the timing screen, yeah. Now we'll pick up later, don't worry.
It's all good. It's all good. Right, so the talking points then from race 1. Matthew Doyce just away into a different
in a league of his own, I'm telling you. Currently, a couple of rides out there. I would go possibly rider of the day, without putting in too much influence there on the listeners and the viewers. But Matthew Doyce doing fantastically well. Let's see what he does in heat number 2. He's got the makings. I mean, he's a really talented rider, very talented. Libabala Tasana had a good race there in P4. He was coming up well there and catching William Morris. So now lying ahead of him is Libabala's on pole. Will he take it with both hands is the question.
Well, I mean, it was a cracking fight that he had with, as you said, William Morris.
Yeah.
Did he not finish actually P3?
Four.
P4?
Yeah.
Because they were fighting for P2.
They've inverted the grid, so he was in P4.
Right,
yeah.
okay. Right, fair enough then.
Sword Adam was there. Gerard Joubert had a great race, I thought.
Yeah,
he had a
did.
great first outing. So Wayne Gresser, as we know, was going backwards, unfortunately, for some other reason. That's not his makeup, so maybe there was a spill problem on the bike. Derek Hendricks, nice to see him back out there on a 600. Mario Ferreira. Willem Lowe, hopefully, is out there. Michael Becker, he's on the, I think he's the one on the KTM. And then Quentin Retief.
And there's our boy in the KTM at the back. Looks more like a scrambler than anything else. It looks like ready for some speedway action.
There we
as
go.
Opposed to everybody
There's an
else.
86 machine out there. That means Willem Lowe's out there.
86, yep.
Yeah,
He's on
Willem's
the
out there.
inside line.
With his new green boots. It looks like he's wearing spats.
It's an extra 10 kilometres an hour over here.
Well, 10 miles is what, 80 kilometres an
Yeah,
hour?
yeah, I'm sure he'd take that, but Right, the green flag flies and we are ready to go. And our final race of the day then for the Pirelli Clubman Classics and Breakfast Run. Race 2 is about to get underway. Take it away for us.
Well, lights on, lights off, and away they go. Cracking on the pace. As they all hurtle down into, it looks like William Morris might have the whole shot. No, he doesn't. He lies in second. There's someone ahead of him. I think it's Matthew Doyce that's gone through there. Matthew's gone towards the front. He rolls up there towards Castrol Corner. A great start coming out there from Matthew as he goes up into Castrol Corner on the brakes. And just leaning it in there nicely, gingerly. Everyone does it. Just make sure they get through the second corner. And then they work their way down through Landstem King down towards Damstip. And now you can start winding on the power as you go there into Damps. You get down in about fourth gear, you just roll off the throttle, get around, and then get back on the gas up the Tigerberg straight away up towards Sarl Sweep. Now you can tank it nice and hard. You hit that corner, doing it about 130, 140 k's an hour, pitch it over. You got a double apex. You'll try and hang up on the inside. It'll force you outside onto the curb, and then you work your way down through the gearbox.
Yeah, here we come then through the Sarl Sweep, and it does look like it is Matthew Doyce who gets the run out of that turn 4, but also on the move, Willem Lowe, who looks to have made up about 5 places on this opening lap, if not in P5, possibly even higher. We'll check as they come across the timing line just now, but they're out of the final corner, and again, it's now, nose to tail for the top 9 riders. They come across the line, and that is going to be a change of position. The number 95 goes into the lead. Wayne Gresser, where on earth was he this morning?
Well, there we go. He sorted out his problem. Side Adam, Matthew Doyce there now in third place. Matthew getting caught sleeping there. Side Adam and Wayne Gresser went past him. Wayne Gresser now on the fly, on the red machine now as he works his way up the Uber straight. Matthew Doyce coming back at Sword Adam. Looks around the outside of him. Will he dive across his bow? Or no, he affords Sword some space up on the inside. Doyze hanging around the outside. He gets more around the outside. They're still side by side as they go through. And Doyze gets through the King. And he sees Gresser in front of him. Oh, this is brilliant stuff now as they work their way now through Dams. Through Dams they go, and it is still Wayne Cresser leading out. They're going to get onto the hammers now as they work their way up the Tigerberg straight away up towards Sorrel. And there's about 6 or 7 bikes in there. Look at them on screen coming up towards us. Brilliant stuff here. Great, great, great.
Absolute determination from South Adam to hold that in, and it is 7 bikes nose to tail all the way down. That's going to be Matthew Doyce getting absolutely pegged there from South Adams. Takes back into that second position. They go down into Cape Town corner. This is going to be giving Wayne Cresser a little bit of a reprieve, a little bit of respite, but not too much. Round the outside. Are you absolutely kidding me? It's going to be a drag race down for the second time of asking. Cresser's got the horsepower, got the grunt on that bike, but no, he doesn't. Flying straight past.
Cresser's put his hand up. Wayne Cresser's put his hand up. He's out.
Oh.
So whatever it was is going to pop again. Oh dear.
Well, it was good while it lasted.
Oh, you had fun. That's true. You know much. So Matthew Doyce leads out from Sword Adam. Wesley Hendricks has now posted the fastest time on the circuit at the moment.
Wow, what on earth is going on in this second race? What have they slipped into these bikes during that lunchtime? Matthew Doyce then ahead of South Adam. Wesley Hendricks up to P3 just now. But again, it's the bravery through the kink. That's where South Adam's making up a lot of time here and really, really enjoying watching how this race is unfolding. 5 laps left to go here in the Pirelli Clubman Classic in Breakfast
And
Run.
look at that, 5 bikes in the scrap at the moment. Almost 6 as they go into Sorrel Sweep. They're going to work their way down the back straight now, come out of the second part of turn 4 and work their way down the back straight. Matthew Doyce leading out Sword Adam, Wesley Hendricks, Libabalan Desana, and Wayne Cresser's out. So Gerard Joubert will be up there in P5.
Here we go then down into the Cape Town corner, and that's going to be a little dive up the inside very, very late onto the brakes. I think that was Lubablo Insana also fancied a little bit of a fight. We've barely spoken about him in this second race, but he is definitely going to be one to watch.
Keep an eye there on Wesley Hendricks in third, up behind Sword Adam. He's trying hard, and up behind him Libabalan Desana just flies through. Doyce 121.6, absolutely mind-blowingly quick coming out of him. And it looks like Libabalan Desana got pipped there by Wes Hendricks. So they work their way now up the Joubert straight towards Castrol corner. It is absolutely war out there between all these guys. Who's got the biggest canonis going into Castrol corner? It's the 55 of Wes Hendricks who sits up there in the second place.
Yeah, this is just warfare, as you said there. But Matthew Doyce now getting a little bit of daylight out there. You've got Hendricks having to fight off Lubabalo Insana. You've got South Adams in there as well. Gerhard Joubert as they make their way round the Sarel Sweep with just, 4 laps left to go here. This is exactly what Matthew Doyce wants because it gives him a little bit of clear air. It gives him a little bit of space to go, but not much because here comes Wesley Hendricks on the exit of Sarel Sweep here, and this is only going to last 1-2 laps.
They are absolutely cracking on the pace going down towards Cape Town corner. Doyce, Hendricks and Desana, Sword Adam and Gerard Joubert, followed by William Morris. Have a look at them all dive there into Cape Town corner. Line astern stuff now. When they cross the line, they will have 3 laps to go. As they come up towards under the city of Cape Town Bridge, Doyce hard on the gas now as he works his way up over the line. Wes Hendricks is there. So to Sword Adam, Libabalan Desana, Gerard Joubert and William Morris.
Oh my life, a second for Matthew Doyce on that last lap. A full second faster than everybody else. That gap's now up to nearly 2 seconds.
Well, as the saying goes, whatever he's smoking, I'm going to start smoking.
Performance enhancement bikes, that's what's going on here. Wesley Hendricks, though, now having to fight, and that might be slowing Wesley Hendricks down as well because South Adam and Lubablo Insana absolutely giving him no respite whatsoever here as we go down into turn 1. That is going to be William Morris. You've then got William Lowe as well.
Yeah.
Then you've got the number 62 of Quinton Retief.
And there's Becker on the KTM going through. Yeah, come your leaders once again up towards Sorrel Sweep. 2 laps left in this one. Doyce. And I must be, Wesley Hendricks can see Doyce in front of him and thinking, but why can't I catch you? I'm full tilt and Matthew's just pulling away.
Yeah, and if anything, it's now South Adams that fancies it. It's 3 laps left to go here, so we're going to be 2 laps at the end of this one. And look at this, we're side by side. That looks to be, is that Lubablo Insana moving out the way there for Joubert? But again, we see there's so many different lines into that final corner. It's all about the exit speed.
It's wide and it's cambered, so you can really tilt the bike over. You can go deep into the corner and then work your way out. Matthew flying at the moment. Where's Hendricks sitting there in second? Oh, Lubabala, Desana and Sword Adam work their way through. Gerard Joubert in there as well.
Oh, and he's gone wide. That was far, far too late onto the brakes. Doesn't manage to get that bike stopped in time. He will get turned around and will get joined back onto the circuit here, but has to wait for that bike to come round successfully. That was side to side. That was handlebar to handlebar stuff.
But you cannot come in if there's a bike alongside you. This is the problem.
Yep, exactly. And just left it far too late on the brakes, and he's very lucky that he kept that bike upright.
Yeah, no, he is very lucky that he happened to keep that up there. Right, so here they come now. Into Dams. Doiser reads out as he takes him up to Tigerberg straight away up towards Sorrel for the Maver sweep. Wesley Hendricks in there. I think Sword Adam Gerard Joubert. I think, was it Sword that went off? So there they come up towards us now down the Killarney straight away, and they've got on their penultimate lap. They're on their penultimate lap, and I tell you something for nothing, Matthew Doiser putting on a display of note here at the moment.
Listen, he's earned his pennies tonight after this one. 2.5 seconds up. The pace that he has had has been absolutely superlative right now. That last lap was a 1:20.7, 0.8 faster again than everybody else. But Doiser comes across the line to start his final lap of the race. Second place then is going to be Wesley Hendricks. That gap now is, 2.8 seconds, so it stayed exactly the same. And it looks like it was Insana that went wide in turn one.
Lubabala went off there. So a good outing here by Gerard Joubert, finding himself in third place. He's really come up through the ranks. He showed his fight and his tenacity in lead number 1. Here he is now in third place as they go into Castro Corner, ahead of Sword Adam and William Morris. And Morris was actually the main contender in the previous heat, now finds himself down in P5.
Yeah, certainly was, as we're watching out of Sorrel Sweep for our race leader, Matthew Doyce, who has been just sensational right now. This, though, is the battle for second, third, fourth and fifth as well. Side Adam under pressure there, potentially from Willem Morris, but that is going to be that for just now, because Matthew Doyce going down into the final corner for the final time here. And this has just been an exhibition run. Matthew Doyce comes across the line in just a couple of seconds' time. And again, what more can you say from what has just been a very quiet Sunday ride for Matthew?
And a man with challenges nonetheless, and he's still riding like an absolute pro.
Absolute dominance in. Matthew Doyce takes the win. It's going to be Hendricks in second position. Saud Adam takes third position. Gerhard Joubert in fourth. Willem Morris in fifth position. Willem Lowe in sixth. And then it's going to be Lubabalo Insana in sixth position. Actually gets that position from Willem Lowe on that final lap there. So Willem down to seventh. Quentin Retief, who was your rider of the day when last we checked, he's in eighth position. He'll be coming across the line very shortly. Mario Ferreira in ninth position. Michael Becker will come across the line in 10th. And Derek Hendricks is going to be across in 11th position. But a lot to pick apart there. Matthew Doyce didn't have it all his own way, had some real pressure, mostly from Wayne Gressa. We have to figure out what happened with Wayne's bike, but the return to form was just instant, just absolutely.
Yeah, whatever he had going, it was going for him, and they decided to give up the ghost on him. So rather a disappointing day there for Wayne Gressa. But yeah, he'll be back next time round, and I'm sure they'll eradicate the problem that he picked up there. Well, that was Pirelli Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Round Bikes, and a very, very good race at that.
It really, really was. And after the bikes, we move on to the Clubman Saloons. We'll be handing it over to Frankie and to Gary for that one, because goodness knows we need some fresh voices on the mic to get us prepared for the Clubmans and all of the chaos they're going to give us. But time for the replays then of the Pirelli Clubman Classic and Breakfast run just now. This was one of the ballsiest moves I've seen in quite a while. Straight round the outside, keeping it absolutely pinned and sending it as much as they possibly can. Such was a quiet race for Matthew Doyce that literally this is the only highlight we've got for Matthew Doyce, is coming across the line to get the checkered flag. He was absolutely dominant. But again, as we said, didn't have it all his own way until he sent it 2 or 3 laps into the race. But we have to say, what could have been? We could have had Wayne Gressa and centred it round the inside. So, as we said, we are going to have the Clubman Saloons up next. So we'll take a short break just now, and we'll be right back.
All right, here we go. With the Thermofires Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars over 7 laps, race number 2. Remember, vote for your competitor of the day, 060-352-2890. And that did change around early on. We'll have a look and see where that one ends up eventually. So here we go with the second race of the Clubman's Saloon Cars. Have a look and see what happens. There's Ian Cup just making his way through. Bernard Lehman coming through as well there. Cedric Berger. Anton Jacobs. They all filter out there. David Vermaak. David Fourie. That is Rhys Koersen in that yellow polo. One by one, Lee Fielding leads Ever de Toy. Sorry, that is David Vermaak coming out there behind Ever de Toy. And there are a lot of them. Trappies van Tonde should be out there as well. That car of his was very, very loud at the last event. Not loud as in sound loud, but as in sticker loud. It was wrapped with all sorts of bright little colourful blocks of race cars and suspect photo on the bonnet. But we'll leave it at that. No, only joking. Shane Justice, busy weaving his way around. That's Gary Smith, sorry, in the 71. I saw Guy Nayans also come through there with that BM of his. Koersen coming through once again, trying to get some heat in these tyres on a late wintry afternoon. It's a lovely winter's afternoon here at Cape Town under the cliffs of good old Table Mountain as they run or roll, I should say, down the back straight, the Killarney straight towards Cape Town corner. Gaza, this is going to be a pretty good one.
As always, Thermofires.
Why is it not working?
As always, Thermofires Clubman's always gives you lots of entertainment. So I see Seth Griffin-Wintel's name is on the list there now, but Clint Renard and Stephen Gous on the front row from Jaco Lambert. And the first of the Class B cars is Willem Swart from Shane Justice and Gary Smith. That's that yellow BMW that Frankie just spoke about. It's lovely to see Clint Renard out on circuit again. Lambert super duper quick with the red and yellow mean machine. As they work their way through 7-lap race, it's going to be Race number 2. Event number 4 for the Regional Racing Series, brought to you in conjunction with City of Cape Town, Lime Property Management, and our media people, Smile on 90.4 FM. As they work their way around, see the better part of still 29 cars out there, a couple of Class X's coming off the back end of the pack. Lovely size field. Let's hope it goes well for Stephen Gous. He had a very disappointing event, round number 3 of the regional racing, where he literally got the lights, went down towards turn number 1, locked it up, turned it around, stuck it in the kitty litter, idled it back to the pits, and that was the beginning and the end of his day. And said, let's rather take it home, get it all fixed up, sorted out, and get it back to the track. And that's exactly what he's done out there. Jess Huggett, due to return to the circuit at the next event. His car has not been completed. He's doing a, let's just refer to it as a conversion on the Jetta. Should be pretty quick when he comes back with it. A lot of work that's been done, making parts and mountings and changing gear linkages, going to cable shift linkage, etc., etc., etc. And yeah, you know what Jess is like. It's got to be 100%. Takes his time, puts it all together nice and neatly, arrives with an immaculate package, and 9 out of 10 times takes the car home in the exact same format. He's had a fair amount of bad luck engine-wise for this season. In fact, towards the second half of last season, started to run into problems, breaking clutches, having motors rebuilt, finding problems with cranks, getting that sorted out, breaking clutches once again, thinking it's vibration, changing blocks eventually, line boring, you name it, done everything you can think of, and eventually said, stop. Let's just change this configuration and let's go to something that is going to be more reliable. And that's exactly what he's doing. And yeah, you'll find him right up there amongst them, but Gous and Renard. And that'll probably be at the next event, which is the last Saturday of the month of June.
All right, here we go with the Clubman's Regional Saloon, sponsored by Thermofires, Clint Renard and Steve Gous. They lock up the front row of the grid. The lights are on. The lights will go off now as the hammers get dropped and away they go. Already you see David Fourie in that mid-pack trying to make his way through, but as they race down into turn number 1, it is Renard from Gous. It's going to be Shane Justice. Justice trying to make his way through, wants to fight through. He's got that third position as Justice as they make their way down into turn number 1. But look at Jaco Lambert. What a burst of speed for Jaco Lambert, and Jaco goes into the lead. Into Castile Corner. As a matter of fact, Stephen Gous has gone backwards. He's there just ahead of Willie Swart and just behind Justice as they work their way through the Lundstem kink and into turn 3 into Damps.
Well, remember, Shane Justice had a lovely race number 1. In fact, I think it was Swart that was the class leader, and then he ended up second in class. They've done a lot of work in the Heidenreich workshop on that motor car, and it's just getting better and better. And we know he's a man that can drive just about anything.
Well, I'll tell you, as we watch this group running out of a saddle sweep, the leaders are full tilt going down into a Cape Town corner. Jaco Lambert sitting out there in P1 with the Clint Renard in that second position. And as they make their way out, they're sitting there P1 and P2. That's the mid-pack. Here they come underneath the bridge. That is your leaders heading down into Cape Town corner. And we'll pick them up right now as they go into Cape Town corner. It is Lambert from Renard, from Gous, from Justice. Then coming through there, that is Gary Smith. Right behind Gary Smith is Willie Gous. Trappies van Tonde. He's in that fight as well, but he's just behind Skull Geldenhuis as the field rolls out of turn 1 block 1.
Well, so far so good. Just about no incidents thus far. The biggest loser was off the front of the grid was in fact the Thermofires man, Stephen Gous. He's dropped it down to third position, but it looks like it's going to be a pretty interesting struggle that's going to happen up front here. I don't think anybody's going to get to Lambert. Probably find that Renard should be able to hold out on Stephen Gous. I tend to think that Justice would be the first of the Class B cars behind those three Class A's. Class C, well, it's Van Tonder from Nayens and Joubert so far.
Into Cape Town corner goes your leaders, making their way out of Cape Town corner. Here is an attack. This is Smith having a go up on the inside there of Justice, making their way out of Cape Town corner. That's Gary Smith and Shane Justice. As we look at the leader working his way into Blockpoint corner, that's Jaco Lambert. But the man on the move there is Stephen Gous. He's right on the case there of Clint Renard. Then it is Gary Fourie, followed there by Justice. Then behind him it's Geldenhuys. Behind Geldenhuys, oh, there's chaos in turn one.
I think it's Joubert.
Well, that was Dylan Joubert. He's going to rejoin. Dylan Joubert rejoins and almost makes contact with one or two other cars. So Dylan Joubert, that was lying in 10th position, has dropped way out of that top 10 right now.
Wow, I think you might get some undue attention from the COC with that recovery to the circuit. Very, very dangerous. But yeah, it is what it is. When you're out there on circuit, and that happens, you see the red lights, the steam blows off. You desperately want to get going again. It's also sitting in the car, sitting tight, belted in with a helmet on. Not that easy to be able to see left and right of you. Everything set up for you to look right in front of you. And that's exactly what Stephen Gous is doing. And he's looking at the back bumper of Clint Renard. This battle might just be a change-up of positions going down into one.
Yeah, here they go. Renard on the inside, Gous on the outside. Gous, I think, might have the legs, but Clint Renard is going to try and defend. He's not going to be able to defend against Gous. Gous moves up another position. Then it's Gary Smith. Behind Gary Smith, it is Justice, Schalk Geldenhuys, Willie Swart. All of them rolling down into turn number one. Then it's Guy Nayens. And he's got Trappies that locks up there on his inside, and right behind them is the yellow BMW of Faisal Jacobs. Faisal Jacobs busy coming through there. Then behind Faisal Jacobs, it's Becker coming through. And just keeping an eye there, that is Rhys Koorsen that's busy making his way through. And he's got a recovering Dylan Joubert right there on his inside.
Ooh, Dylan Joubert just dives it up on the inside. Make sure he makes up that position. He's going to try and make up as many as he possibly can. He did lose out a lot of places with that one. And as they come up what's quickly becoming the Golden Highway, they're starting to stretch out.
Now, Bernard Lehman just leading that. He's got Wayne Rosser in there behind him, and behind them it is Rhys Koorsen. Then it's Dylan Joubert. For Mark coming through as well, Griffin Wintle, and then Quinton Carsten's also busy making his way through. But here the leader goes, and that is Jaco Lambert. So 122.158, the man in
marginal.
P2. That's a second place man. He's the quickest guy out there. Stephen Gous, Clint Renard coming through, and then this yellow BMW of Gary Fourie. Gary Smith, sorry, right behind him. We have got Justice, Shane Justice. He's been hunted down there by Schalk Geldenhuys. Nayens leads this pack through, and in that pack is Trappies van Tonder. Faisal Jacobs is in that pack, followed there by Becker, and the last car in that group is Ian Cup.
Well, looking a little bit further down, Lehman's leading out in Class D at the moment from Rosser, for Mark, and then Jacobs a good couple of positions further back for Class D.
Now, well, Rosser is right on his case. It was 0.4 of a second between Lehman and Rosser for P13 and first and second in class when they started this lap. So blue flags are waving there for a slower vehicle that is making its way around. So Gary, here comes your leader under the set of Cape Town Bridge into turn number one. way down the road, ahead there of Stephen Gous, is your leader, Jaco Lambert.
Yeah, Jaco Lambert on a 1:22.158. That is the fastest lap of everybody in this race for today. Your cutoff being a 1:22, so 1500ths of a second, and it would have been a bust out for him as Shane Justin stays in there behind Smith, and then Killarney, the first of the Class X cars. There comes Willie Swart. In behind Swart is Nayens. Van Tonder leads out this group from Jacobs and Sandra Becker, and then Lehman and Rosser, they work their way through as well. So they're starting to spread out. They are presently on the second last lap. Our lead car on its way down the back main, and it'll be for the second last time. He's done everything right. He's gone as quick as he possibly can without breaking out. Clinical drive once again.
Well, Jaco Lambert, what do you do to catch this guy? He's just in a league and a class of his own. He's 4 seconds ahead of Gous. That's in that second position. That's Stephen Gous. Clint Renard is there in third. Here to start the last lap is Jaco Lambert. Here is Gous getting past one of the backer markers. Here comes third place man in the Golf 2, Clint Renard. And he sits there in that third position. And here we go. We have still got Gary Smith, and he's been hassled here by Shane Justice. And just behind Shane Justice is Skull Killarney is coming through. Willie Swart is the next man through. Then Guy Nayens. And Nayens and Trappis van Tonder. Nayens and Van Tonder are side by side as they cross the line to start their final lap.
Trappis is not going to let that one go. He's on the inside line. He's very late on the brakes. Actually perfectly done there by Trappis van Tonder. Not touching the back end of that yellow BMW. Just shifts it in there nice and neatly. A beautiful piece of driving.
Well, we'll keep an eye on this fight. This one is still raging on. That's Faisal Jacobs that you see going through there. He's got that car sideways. Jacobs, he's got Van Tonder, Becker and Cup company with him as they work their way around. But you've got to go back to the man that sits in P1, and that's not the leader. He's a bit further down the road towards the city of Cape Town Bridge. Comes your leader. Jaco Lambert will come home in P1. Second across the line, 2 back markers, and then the second car across the line. That is Stephen Gous.
Yep, Stephen Gous comes through. Then we wait for Clint Renard. There comes Clint Renard. As he comes across the line, we wait for the yellow BMW. There he comes. That is Smith behind that, and held on very well is Shane Justice. Then we've got Killarney Jr. He's the leading Class X car. Willie Swart comes through, and he's 7th overall, 3rd in class. Then the winner of Class C, Guy Nayens. It looks like it's going to be then Jacobs. No, Jacobs is gone. It is Nayens, Van Tonder, Becker, and then oh, yeah, into the pits.
That's Faisal Jacobs that's going into the pits. He's not going to finish this one. Here comes Rhys Koorsen to the checkered flag. So I would love to see what class he's going to break out into. There goes Dylan Jabé, recovering Dylan Jabé. Steve Griffin Wintle finishing his race. Here comes David Seth Griffin Wintle, followed there by Evert de Tooy, and then Anton Jacobs in that trusty old Nissan Sentra of his.
I wonder how many hundreds and hundreds of laps that Sentra has gone around this circuit already.
I don't remember what car he had before he had the Sentra. It's such a long time ago. That shows you how long he's been campaigning with his trusty old steed, that Nissan Sentra of his. Right, that was Thermofires Clubman Saloons, race number 2. Just look at a little bit of for the folks at home, a little bit of the highlights package. That's when they launched off the line. That X55, yeah, I was watching that Golf in the middle. That's David Fourie. I actually mentioned that earlier on. I still said when they launched the lights, look at him cut down the center of the track. That was David Fourie as they worked their way into Blockcoin Corner.
Uncle Anton raced a Sapphire.
How did you know that? but you're quite right. And that is Dylan Jabert that went off there. Well, obviously, Geordie's done his homework. It was a Ford Sapphire. That's quite right. I'm sure Tiny would have jumped on that one a long time ago, because he's got a serious memory when it comes to things like this. And so it's just a replay of this is to the checkered flag. Jaco Lambert coming through to finish his race. But he's made it 2 out of 2. There was no way they're going to catch Jaco Lambert today. So that was the last race of the Clubman's. 2 more races to go. BJ Trustees Formula Libre, and then we'll end the day off with the Lauda Classic cars. And I'll hand you over to David and to Francois for the Formula Libres.
Well, I think Francois is having a little bit of a chill just now, because he's going to be handing things over to Jordan for this one, and then Francois is coming back for the final race of the day. But ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, or if you can't, then let me remind you that the Power Series competitor of the day is still open. You can vote. This is going to be your last chance to get your votes in, so get the WhatsApp to the number that was just on screen there just now. You can see there, though, we have got 2 races left to go. The Beijing Trustees Formula Libre and the Lauda Classic cars. And Jordan, I'm going to suggest that you may have got yourself in for potentially one of the best races of the day. Race 1 was out of this world. The Formula V class absolutely sent the excitement into orbit. It was sensational, that race. We had a 3-car battle, we had a 2-car battle, it was a 5-car battle at one point, and it was all about the Formula Vs.
I mean, you can see the smile on my face as I grab the microphone ready for this. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to join this.
I heard there was bribery involved to Francois to take this role.
I wasn't going to massage his feet, that's for sure.
He's suggesting there was money changed hands on this one. So, wait, is it a case of the checks in the post on this one? He's never going to see that money.
Whatever.
Yeah.
But yes, what an incredible race one it was to watch from the side, from upstairs in the commentary box. Lovely to see DJ Boyson back as well in the Dyko Burner family car. And what a beautiful scheme it is as well. Nice, freshly redone. But as you say, the point of the hour, the Formula Vs. What a group of ravaging little, I don't want to call them mosquitoes in a bad sense, but let's say bees. They are literally like a bumble of bees. They're like I don't know what the collective is.
I'm going to get that embroidered on a tea-towel. A bumble of bees.
I'm going to use that. It's a bumble of bees. The Formula Vs. A swarm. That's the one. A swarm of bees.
I've never seen somebody search so hard for words.
Well, seeing it's quite a large group, why don't we refer to it as a herd of bees?
So, some of the trawling through the track, I think that would be an appropriate...
I could have sworn I knew that one.
So, obviously, we have to talk about Jason Coetzee and DJ Boyson in the S-Class Libres. They were obviously fighting amongst themselves, but it was a fairly quiet race at the front. But... drivers to watch out for then, Richard Carr, Joshua Smith and Oidrik Huisamen. Now it was Richard Carr and Joshua Smith at the line, separated by less than a 1/10 of a second. Richard Carr was behind Joshua Smith on the final lap. Smith had got an amazing run, a charge through the field, and then just sent it on the final corner, sent it too hard, and it was Richard Carr who got the run out and took that position. Also keep an eye out for Kelly Fletcher, who was toe-to-toe with Courtney Steenveld all through the race.
I must say, we did get Mr. Richard Carr coming up to say a word or two for himself. And he said to you guys that did this before, Courtney Steenveld is a man, not a lady. So
Well, I'm hoping I didn't make any gender calls on that one, so I think I'm safe on that one, but not to throw my other commentator under the bus, but it's fine.
But all good in love and laughs.
So this is what we're talking about, right? The Formula S or the Class S Libre cars obviously look very strikingly different to the Class V cars.
Yes, those being the 2-litre VW Reynards built to, in fact, international specification.
Is that F4?
It is. I'd stand corrected. Most can probably correct me otherwise, but yes, it is mighty close.
F4-ish.
It would be the same as, you know, the Formula. I believe the Formula Fords had a version of this. I may be wrong, because I know this is Formula VW. The Formula Renaults had their series over in Europe as well for quite some time, but I believe they used 3.5 litres at one stage. But continuing on there, we've got Nick van der Westhuizen with a different nose. He bumped his last one last round, so he's in that Super V without the wings. So that's an 1800. Ricky Anderson, I must say, the talk of the hour to me and his dad, Reg, and the Cape Town Cowboys team. That car's clutch slave cylinder disintegrated basically in race number 1. That's why he pulled into the pits. They got it done. They dropped a bolt in the gearbox, stripped the gearbox, got it back together, and it's ready for race 2 after putting the engine in on just Thursday night, ready for practice on Friday. We're waiting for the light. If you don't mind me taking it away, I'm very avid for this. The 5 red lights are on and off, and away we go straight away. As the VW Renault set off, there's Damien White in the GTI Swift that heads down towards, and a big lockup there for DJ Boyson right off the start into turn number 1, and there comes the bumble of bees.
That was we got there in the end. Very good job there. Right, so into the lead then we've got Jason Coatsey. We've also got Cohen Bam in the Class S field as well in the number 40 lockup of the brakes there from the Formula V cars as they make their way round. We will get an idea of who is who just now, but they're chopping and changing so very much just now, and we literally struggle to see them from our commentary box just now with this setting sun here at Killarney International Raceway.
Winter time, obviously the sun goes down relatively early, and that's where the Golden Highway comes into play. Damien White getting swarmed there by the Formula Vs as they come through Sorrel Sweep on this opening lap. The VW Reynolds in Class S will come through and out of turn number 5 Cape Town corner in just a moment. They are of course a ways ahead. They do up to the 1 minute 14 second lap times, if not faster, but it is Joshua Smith that holds out the V-Class ahead of Richard Carr. Then it's Damien White, the sole Class C. It's himself and Nick van der Westhuizen, and then Jurgen Heisamen. Then it looks to be Courtney Steenveld ahead of Kelly Fletcher. Behind Kelly Fletcher, there goes Damien White around the outside. Nick van der Westhuizen in there. Then it's Ricky Anderson. Behind Anderson will be the 17 of Ben-Jack Phillips, Cyril Somerville, and Donovan Ramsey at their tail end. It's a big lockup. There you go, David.
Yeah, that was Damien Smith. Huge lockup on the inside there. That allows Richard Carr to go up the inside and take that position away. Damien White, as you said, trying to make past and should have the advantage with the aero on that car, but just stuck in between all of those cars. There is Oidrich Huysamen as well in that red car in the number 44, just making their way back up to the tail end of that group, but it is still Richard Carr and Joshua Smith fighting it out toe to toe as they go through the kink, through into 3 as they make their way up to the Sorrel Sweep.
That is the Chile Racing team for Jurgen Heisamen. His father Johan, but both of them put in hours of work all the time after some bad luck at the beginning of the season. I won't call it now, but he's been running brilliantly so far today. Out through Sorrel Sweep, turn number 4 they go. The double apex right-hander onto the rumbles without going over them, and you don't want to get touching your tyres on the dirt as they go out, but down into turn 1, block coin corner on the first racing lap, a 13.7 for Jason Coetzee in that luminous yellow and black VW Reynard.
Yep, out in front there is indeed Richard Carr going to be coming across the line very shortly, side by side then with Joshua Smith under the City of Cape Town Bridge. It's going to be Richard Carr on the inside line for turn 1. It's then going to be Joshua Smith on the outside line for turn 1 as well. Late onto the brakes, and there goes Damien White trying to cut up the inside. Very, very close indeed, but nothing happening. 5 laps still left to go, and it is still a 2-car fight up in the lead of the Formula Vs. In fact, there's Oidrich Huysamen still behind Damien White, desperate to try and get involved in this fight here.
Down into turn number 2, Castro corner they go once again. There we go, side by side for Kelly Fletcher and for Courtney Steenveld as they go through. Those two, Courtney Steenveld under Richard Carr racing in that Formula Reina. So the Raymer through there as well. Different chassis, the likes of the Formula Forza, the Reina and the Lantis, or the Rema, sorry. The Rema, the Lantis and the Forza all coming through in this class. Through they go with a setting sun. through Sorrel Sweep once again. It's just all in the reason of slipstream that they have to focus on. You want to be behind the car ahead as close as you can, and then pull out at the last moment into the braking zone. They go 3 wide, do they? Down into the braking zone of Cape Town corner turn 5, and Damien White still slotting in behind those 2 Vs at the front.
Wow, wow, wow. This is sensational action that we've got going on. That sun is absolutely blinding the drivers as they make their way down to that final corner. But here we go then, under the bridge to start another lap. Damien White weaves one way, then the other. He's trying to chase down Richard Carr and Smith. Smith again goes to the inside. Damien White is not going to get past. Smith tries to take the inside line into turn 1. Richard Carr on the outside, I think, may have to give up this position. And there we go. Joshua Smith takes that 3rd position back from the number 8 of Richard Carr, but for how long?
The problem is for Damien White in that Draken Racing number 29 GTI. The problem with that, sorry, GTI Ray, I called it a GTI Swift earlier. The problem where he's sitting now, he's a good speed difference ahead of the Formula Vs, but when he's trying to get past them, he doesn't want to leave it too late because the Formula Vs are so nimble through the corners. As we jump back to Jason Coetzee in the Class S, number 77, a little bit tail happy coming onto the curb. These things are literally big, or massive, powerful go-karts, as there comes DJ Boyson in that Dyco number 20 car. Good to see him back out on the circuit once again. Like I said at the beginning, through they go. Take it, David.
I was just waiting to say, what has happened to Damien White there? I've just seen him, I thought I saw him in the background there, but he's really, really struggling. 1:12.261 there, your fastest lap from your race leader, Jason Coetzee. That is almost superbike times.
Well, it's a superbike with 4 wheels and a wing.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they'll see it that way, but either way, yeah, Damien White. Am I missing something here? Oh, yes, there, right, just in the background. Sorry, I was looking down into Cape Town corner and couldn't see it, but either way, side by side, leaning on each other. That was very, very aggressive defending there from Joshua Smith to take that position back. But here comes Carr around the outside. That's never going to work onto turn 2. But it's the master cutback, and Damien White goes very, very deep into 2.
Very wide for the Draken Racing car. Lock up with the brakes there.
Oh, and a spin!
Oh, and a spin. That's for Nick van der Westhuizen in the L&W Logistics 1800. That's that Super V. That's the one I was looking for, not the Formula V. Super V. He gets that car spun around for Cape Town Cowboys, and he's lost a plentiful amount of time.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is how you do a spin recovery on that one. Beautiful, beautiful recovery there, but we got that car back out on track with no danger at all as we are watching all the cars coming through the Sorrel Sweep here again, side by side. That looks like it's going to be Fletcher trying to fight off Steenfeld, the number 22, against the number 69. This is what we saw. Kelly Fletcher against Courtney Steenfeld as again side by side for 3rd and 4th position. Richard Carr trying to make that move onto Joshua Smith. It's not going to happen.
Not at all. Joshua Smith for racing for SNS Racing. Right there with Richard Carr in the ERA Racing team. Just behind in the number 8. There's Damien White still lurking in the distance. We're coming up on a lap and a bit to go. As your leader, Jason Coetzee, will come around and very wide for Richard Carr. That'll lose him a bunch of time. Maybe even let Damien White catch up and maybe try and get past. Julian Haysalmon for Chile Racing, just sitting there right behind, waiting for something of possibly a position. And you know what I see as well? Ricky Anderson is out of this race only after 1 lap, so something has gone wrong with the Cape Town Cowboys GT Raps and L&W Logistics car. As there is your leader on his final lap with DJ Boyson a little ways behind, but 1 lap left to go for the Formula Libras, and it's gone like that.
Yeah, it's almost a shame for Jason Coetzee because the pace that he's got in that car is absolutely fantastic. Same with DJ Boyson. They're having an absolute whale of a time, but they're 10 seconds a lap faster than the entirety of the rest of the field here. A beautiful, beautiful shot of the setting sun here at Killarney, and I think you're going to get a picturesque Libra Classics final race here. But down the back straight for the final time, the blue flags come out because it is going to be Jason Coetzee who's going to come into Cape Town corner for the final time here. And he's made it look so easy. However, coming up on Kelly Fletcher and Courtney Steenfeld, who I think are going to be too involved with their own little battle, and that's exactly what happened.
Jason can't get in the way in that. You almost can't look as here they come nose to tail. And what will it be? It will be Kelly Fletcher in the Dolphin Engineering in Ravenel, number 22, that just beats out Corny Steerveld in the 69. Richard Carr Racing.
They're still going.
And there's still more.
No, they're still going. The leader
Sorry,
didn't
yes,
get
you're right.
past
They
them.
still have another lap. As Jason Kusia came across the line, as will DJ Boyson. These guys will then close where it is. Cyril Somerville finishes 9th, ahead of Ben Jack Phillips, and then a recovering Nick van der Westhuizen in 11th.
So 3rd to 8th, that fight is still going on right now. So Joshua Smith still fighting with Richard Carr, and Oidrich Husaman still trying to fight with Damien White. So we'll keep an eye on where they are. I think they're going to be coming out of Cyril Sweep any time shortly just now, and again making it very, very difficult to watch here. But Joshua Smith then has a huge gap over Richard Carr. We saw that going very wide into turn 3. Again, Damien White trying to make this happen, and if anything, it looks like they're quite happy just to call it a day as well.
I think so. Joshua Smith in the SNS Racing, number 83. After some serious bad luck in the past, going off into turn number 3. There's Ricky Anderson's number 96 on the inside of the circuit, so he spun out of turn number 5, but that doesn't matter. Coming to the line, Joshua Smith brings it home first in Class V, ahead of Richard Carr in the Yario Racing number 8. Yidrich Salmon for Chile Racing team comes home in the 44 in 3rd place in class, and a brilliant run.
Kelly and Courtney are just about to come round, but they have finished the race. They thought they'd been caught, so they've both slowed right down into that. So they're going round into the final corner just now. So they have to make sure that they cross this line.
They haven't finished.
Yes,
on our timing screens, they haven't crossed the line. So this is going to be the same scenario that we had a round ago with the sports and GTs.
The difference being is that flag came out when it was due to, so that's their misunderstanding that they got that caught up by that. But again, it's not really going to make any difference. You've got Cyril Somerville, who was about 20 seconds back, 15 seconds back on that one. So I can't see how that would...
In actual fact, they did all complete 6 laps up to Kelly Fletcher. It's not like they didn't finish those extra laps. So, I mean, that will be for the committee and the class
That's
to
going to be
figure out the rules, but we'll worry about that come prize giving a little bit later on.
What's it they say until it's not over until it's over? So yeah, that's them heading through. I mean, technically then, well, it's still not going to change anything though, actually, because Cyril Somerville had done 6 laps as well.
But they didn't cross the line. So at the moment, they're still racing, which I can understand would then cause for a did not finish.
Yeah, that's
maybe a little bit of a misunderstanding coming across the line.
Oof, that's
by nothing.
I
by next to nothing.
do not want to be in that conversation whatsoever. I might suddenly be busy for prize giving tonight. I'm just saying that right now. Goodness me. But either way, that didn't spoil what was an amazing
both
Formula
races
Libre race.
fantastic.
Right, folks, next up, Lauda Classic Cars. And looking forward to some great racing out there. We see Butty's cars out there, so hopefully that problem has been resolved. Dave, a couple of highlights here.
So this is just a replay of going wide into turn 1, and there we go, right straight back into the Loud Classic Cars. Oh, they brought it back just for me. What can I say?
No, I wanted to give Dave a chance there, but this is the last race, 5:15. We've made up some good time. We've got to be done here by 6 o'clock. Now let's hope that Boetie van Zyl has got that Ford Fairmont GT out on track. I saw Glenn Uitenbogart go through with his GT Ford Fairmont 350 GT. So let's look, is Boetie going to be out there? Let me have a look out the window. It'll be a massive disappointment if that Ford Fairmont GT 350 GT does not come out onto the track. Yeah, so there goes the Lauda Jaguar. Is it going to be Ford versus Chev again? Donadio versus Hitchcock? I'd like to think so. There goes Franco as the sun's beginning to set. The shade.
Oh, Frankie, the Golden Highway is now basically just the golden track.
Well, I'll tell you what, John, you can actually see the haze of the sunset on the cameras. Rob Rowe coming through. There's Ernest Leet. Brian Evans. I just picked up Brian Evans there. Nicholas Fourie. Here comes Wayne Lotter. Just a few of the Hammond de Kock. Nice to see him. He was once upon a time champion in this class a couple of years ago. Rob Rowe coming through. There's the Lauda Jaguar that's working its way around. There we go. Both Ford Fairmont GTs out on the circuit. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Ian Richards coming through there with the Sirocco. There's Jared Evans. He didn't finish race number 1. Dave Rowley with the Beetle. Eric van der Merwe with the Porsche. And there are the two Ford Fairmonts. Glenn Eyton-Bogard and behind him Putty van Zyl. So Francois, the cars beginning to line up in grid position. We're almost ready for 7 laps of action.
Yeah, I'll phone JP Smith on Monday and say, you know what, there were no traffic officials here. We had a traffic jam of 36 cars plus. So yeah, let's see how this one pans out.
There's Sonnenberg Senior with the R100. Brian Evans in that blue Escort, busy working his way just ahead of Bruce Evan Tapler. And here comes the other Sirocco of Ian Richards. Where do I go, says Ian. We'll find a spot for you.
Pick a number. I'll park here.
Choose any number and go there. We see Steve Humble walking down the pit lane. He's having a look at some of the cars. There is Ferdi Maton. And just behind Ferdi, we've got Andre Diedrichs in that Gunston color Ford Capri.
Andre racing open face. You see the big head there in the helmet. Big man there.
There's Wayne Lotter trying to find his grid position. Not going to be that easy. Lane Hutchings in the other Sirocco coming through.
He's going to park up behind Ian.
Now, Robin Forbes, many years ago, back in the Standard Group N days, raced a Sentra in Class B. And he was involved in a massive accident going under the old Goodyear Bridge.
Yes, I remember, yeah.
And he had some serious damage to his legs and his, I think it is 1 foot. And he was out of motorsport for many, 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 many years. And a heck of a long time later, he came back to classic cars with that Stingray of his. And he doesn't compete at every race meeting, but he does do more races than often. So good to see him out there with that Stingray once again, Robin Forbes.
Beautiful sight to behold there, Frankie. All the cars there lined up on the grid proper. Some beautiful rendition of various cars of yesteryear standing there. And they're all basically ready to rumble.
Yeah, I remember that accident. I think I was still doing timekeeping. No, I wasn't. We were commentating from here. It was the early 2000s. We were up here. Nick van der Meulen was still part of the team those years. when that accident happened under the old Goodyear Bridge. But that's back in the day. This is now, as we watch the cars move off the line, being led there by Franco Donadio, Michael Hitchcock, and then we've got the first of the Ford Fairmont GTs, and that is Boetie van Sail. Yeah, the Granada isn't out on circuit, yeah. So, but we do have both of our Ford Fairmonts out there.
Well, it's going to be a Ford versus Chev afternoon here in the closing race of the day. It's going to be a crackerjack. There's a lot more Fords than Chevrolets there, that much I can tell you. One Chevy and a whole bag full of Fords. Lots of Fords here, a lot of Escorts, the Mustangs, and the only Chevs we got is the Chev Can-Am and the Chev Corvette.
Now, then there is Herman de Kock at the tail end of the field. He's just behind the skyline of Theo Klaassen as they work their way out of Damstip onto the Tygerberg Straight. A lot of shadows here at Killarney International. Well, that's why our ex-commentating friend Byron Height referred to it as the Golden Highway. For you people at home, you can now exactly see why.
And whatever you do, don't look in your rearview mirror.
No, you don't want to look there.
Because you will be substantially blinded by the light.
That is a lovely shot, that looking down the Tygerberg Straight towards Damstip as the cars work their way out of Saddle Sweep, heading down the back Killarney Straight towards Turn 5, Cape Town corner. Big thanks, Apex Pets, the sponsor of the safety car today, that beautiful Maserati. And we want to say thanks to those people for supplying that car as the safety car. All right, Francois, out of Turn 5 they go for 7 laps. Take them away.
Right, folks, here they come now. The pace car peels off to the right-hand side. Franco Donadio holds the pace set there on the inside line. Outside him is Michael Hitchcock in the Crosscape forklift Ford Mustang, the 67 Coupe. Just behind him there, Glenn Bogart in the Ford Fairmont, and Trevor Momberg in the Capri, waiting for the lights to go off. Lights off, and we go racing down towards Block 1 corner, turn number 1. And it looks like Michael Hitchcock gets the upper hand there and gets the whole shot. Trevor Momberg is there on the outside of Franco Donadio as they work their way now up the Joubert Straight, up towards Castrol Corner. Hard on the gas, here comes Donadio, pressing the back there of Michael Hitchcock. Michael keeps the door firmly closed up on the inside. A couple of lockups there for the likes of Trevor Momberg. Jared Evans sits there. Then it's going to be Eric van der Merwe and Ferdy Maton. Then it's Boetie van Sail that's in there. And they work their way through now as they go through towards Damstip and works their way up the Tygerberg Straight.
Well, it is Hitchcock that sits out there in P1, followed there by Donadio. Then it's Mark Bogart that's there in that third position. Mark Bogart coming through. Then where is Boetie van Sail? There he goes into Saddle Sweep. Down the back straight they go. We've got Trevor Momberg and Jared Evans, they're right behind each other. Those two Capris is busy hunting down that V8 Ford Fairmont as they work their way down towards Cape Town corner. And yeah, Boetie van Sail goes through on the inside of Ferdy Maton.
Boetie van Sail starting to light up the Fairmont. He wants to go towards the front end of the circuit. Have a look at this. Diedrichs. And then Evans, as they work their way through, up behind Evans. Oh, look at them, humble there. And here comes Donadio now, using all the power up on the inside of Hitchcock. Mark Bogart, Trevor Momberg, Jared Evans, Eric van der Merwe, Roy Aubrey. And the guys are really, really motoring around here for the final race of the day.
Here comes Rowley through. Here comes Sundenberg Senior busy working his way through as well. But we go back to the sharp end of the field. Wayne Lott is trying to find his way around. He sits there between the two Siroccos of Ian Richards and Lane Hutchings as they make their way into Damstip. But up the Golden Highway they go. It is Franco Donadio P1 from Michael Hitchcock. Then it is Mark Aiton Bogart. Then the two Capris are side by side. Jared Evans and Trevor Momberg coming through. Eric van der Merwe has got Roy Obery right there with him as the field works its way through Saddle Sweet.
Yeah, behind Aubrey now is Boetie van Zyl, and he's starting to turn up the volume button, and he blasts past Roy Aubrey. Aubrey then closes the door in his face and gets up on the inside of Eric van der Merwe. I can tell you what, down in turn 5, there is serious frustration coming out of the likes of Boetie van Zyl.
Right, the leaders are going into turn number 1 into Blockpoint Corner. It's Donadio, it's Hitchcock. And here comes Mark Aiton Bogard. Behind Aiton Bogard coming through, we've got the Capris of Evans and Momberg. Then behind them, it is Eric van der Merwe. It is Roy Obery up on the inside of Boetie van Zyl. Then we have got Andre Diedrichs. Behind him is Fadi Maton as the field went through.
Donadio's off. Right, so Franco Donadio's retired towards the insider circuit on the Bear Straight. So that means Hitchcock takes over the lead.
Yeah, well picked up there by Francois. We'll just see that Chevy Forenza parked there on the tarmac on the inside. So that's all over. That means that Mark Aiton Bogard will go to second. Obviously, it means that Hitchcock will go into P1. That's first and second going down the Killarney Straight. And then the battle of the Capris coming towards us. Well, not much of a battle. That's Jared Evans, and there is Trevor Momberg. Then you've got Aubrey, van der Merwe and Van Zyl going down the back, so followed there by Diedrichs. He's got Brian Evans right there with him as the rest of the field go through. Fadi Maton, Charlie Arton, Ian Richards, Forbes, they're all in the fight as they went down towards Cape Town Corner.
Well, I see that Boetie van Zyl has got past Eric van der Merwe. Now lining up Roy Aubrey up on the inside. And is Franco Donadio up on the inside. He's missed out. So Michael Hitchcock on the Crosscape forklift holds the lead there over Mark Aiton Bogard. In third place, it's Jared Evans. Ahead there of Trevor Momberg. Then up behind there, we've got is the Porsche. There's still Aubrey and Boetie van Zyl having a right roll scab. So Roy Aubrey trying to show Boetie van Zyl the way around. But Boetie will use the might of that V8 down the back straight.
Lovely to see that Jared Thompson back in the field once again. The quickest man out there is Franco Donadio with a 120.956. But he is out of this one, unfortunately. There is your two front runners. Michael Hitchcock, Mark Aiton Bogard sitting in that second spot. There was 1.7 seconds between them. And when they started this lap, it's going to be a hell of a lot closer now. The Ford Mustang and the Ford Fairmont going one-on-one through the 5A kink towards the start-finish line with 3 more laps to go once they start that lap and head towards Blockpoint Corner.
Yeah, Michael Hitchcock and Mark Aiton Bogard are having a right royal tussle there now. Third place, Jared Evans coming in there. Up behind Jared. Oh, what's happening here?
That's a Boetie van Zyl that's having a go at Trevor Momberg.
Yeah, Boetie's on the fly.
Yeah, and right behind them, we've got Roy Obery coming through and van der Merwe. Yes, Diedrichs. There's Brian Evans. Here is Robin Forbes, and he's got Fadi Maton there. Then it is Charlie Arton with Ian Richards, Bruce Evan Taplin, and Lane Hutchings and Donnie Sundenberg Sr. heading towards Castrol Corner.
Well, we're going to go look up the Tygerberg Straight now as Boetie van Zyl gets onto the gas. Watch him come out there. Boetie van Zyl is absolutely hurtling that big Fairmont around here now. No matter what Aubrey and the likes and Momberg do behind him, Boetie van Zyl has decided it's time to light the candle, and he gets that V8 power down the back straight.
What he's going to have to do something is Boetie sits there in P4 overall, just ahead of Momberg. There goes Van Sale. Momberg has now been overtaken there by Obery as they run down. There goes Obery, there goes Momberg. So he's got his nose ahead of Trevor Momberg with Van der Merwe and Diedrichs in there behind him. We've got 2 more laps to go. Here comes Jared Evans. Behind Jared Evans into turn 1, that's Boetie van Zyl. Then we've got Obery right behind him and fighting back is Trevor Momberg, and right behind them is the Porsche of Eric van der Merwe.
Yeah, blinding quick stuff there. There's Brian Evans in screen. Up behind him there is the Corvette, and he sits there. That's Robin Forbes. Then Charlie Arton, then Maton, Richards, Bruce Van Taplin there in the Corolla, sits up there behind him. And then we got Donnie Sonnenberg and Dave Rowley.
Right, there goes Arton, and then behind them, here comes Richards. Then it's Maton, Van Taplin, Sandenberg Senior, and up on his inside is that Ian Richards. Yep, it is Ian Richards that's coming through there. They are absolutely hammering it. Here goes Robin Forbes coming through, and Charlie Arton behind him, and then that group of 5 cars that we just mentioned earlier on working the way. They're trying to go 3 abreast. It's not going to work. And eventually, Sandenberg Senior says, I'm going to pull behind you guys. We can't go 3 abreast into Saddle Sweep.
Well, I tell you what, Donnie Sonnenberg Senior is having a right royal time there in that little R100, enjoying it there. He's behind Late Hutchings, and he uses the rotary mic there, 13B, to make his way down. So the leaders on their last lap here now as we look now towards coming there into the Golden Highway. Couple of slow markers going through.
Ah, there, I see that.
There comes Michael Hitchcock, Cross Cape Forklift. Lights ablaze there, and Mark's ahead of him. Mark Hayden Bogart leads out. Mark Hayden Bogart is leading out on Michael Hitchcock, and Mark has got the lead. Mark is going to be relishing this opportunity. Is Michael Hitchcock going to come back at him? Mark goes defensive. They're working their way down towards Cape Town Corner. It's Mark Hayden Bogart and Michael Hitchcock. They go down into Cape Town Corner, and Mark has closed the door firmly shut there in front of Michael Hitchcock. It's checkered flag time. As they're going to come towards the line, the checkered flag beckons. Here comes Mark Hayden Bogart, lights ablaze, and Michael Hitchcock looking around the outside. They're going to come towards the line, and Michael takes the lead. Michael just blows past him. Brilliant Mike there.
Yeah, but he's slowed down.
He's slowed right down on the stock. So Michael Hitchcock takes it away there. Boetie van Zyl comes through in P4, followed by Roy Ulrey, Trevor Momberg, Eric van der Merwe, Jared Evans, Robin Forbes, Ian Richards, Bruce Van Taplin, Ferdy Maton, Donnie Sonnenberg Senior, and Dave Rowley.
Well, this race isn't done yet, because here comes Boetie to the line. Behind him, it's Roy Obery. Here comes Trevor Momberg. Eric van der Merwe crosses the line, and he finishes in P8. Here comes Brian Evans, and right behind him he's got the Stingray of Robin Forbes at the checkered flag. Then we've got Ian Richards. Here comes Ian. Right behind Ian Richards is, it is Sandenberg Senior that gets to the line. The head of Van Taplin, ahead of Hutchings, ahead of Maton to the line. And then we have got Rowley that crosses the line, Dave Rowley in that Volkswagen Beetle.
Right, a couple of stragglers coming to the line now. The likes there of Free. There's Rowe.
Nicholas Free, yeah.
There's Rowe. There's the other row coming through. Then it's Jared Thompson in the 3-litre Cortina. Nice to see Jared back. Great to have him out there. Lovely stuff. Here comes Rowe Jr.
Yeah, that's Matthew in the BMW 2002. He will finish a bit further down.
Well,
he finishes in, where did he finish?
The others are finished. They finished under the flag, so everyone is done. A pity about Franco Donadio's car giving up the ghost. But a great drive there from Michael Hitchcock after a bit of a layoff.
Well, guys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, that is that. And we're going to hand over, Francois and myself will say our goodbyes. He will hand over to Jordan and to David to say their goodbyes from their side. For myself, what a day, what a race meeting. It's been everything we wanted it to be and more. Enjoy the weekend further. A big thanks to IMUSAT, to our photographers, to the videographers out there, to all the marshals. I say thank you. Enjoy the weekend. From my side, God bless. Goodbye, everybody, and see you soon.
Well, Frankie's thanked everyone except the King of England. So I just want to say to the drivers, thanks for the entertainment. It's been an absolute, drivers and the riders alike. It's been a sublime day's racing, some contentious racing, and just made for absolute brilliant viewership, especially for those roaming around the circuit. Lovely, lovely day. A couple of highlights on the screen there for you to watch in the closing stages. To my colleagues, thanks, guys. It's been real.
Yeah, and while we hear a thanks to all the riders and to the drivers, we've got to also say a huge, huge thank you to the marshals, to the track staff. It's been a chaotic, busy, busy weekend. We've probably had more work for them to do over the past 24 hours than we have in the past 3 to 4 months. So they've kept calm under pressure. A huge thank you to them, and a huge thank you for all of the awesome action we've had. Huge thank you to our YouTube audience as well as we go through the replays of our final race of the day. Again, huge thank you to all of the spectators here trackside. Join us next month for round number 5 of the Power Series. It's going to be more of the same. So for myself, David Christie, all that's left to do is to hand over to Mr. Jordan Hoban for the final thank you.
Well, from my side, as the picturesque sun sets in the distance off the coast, what a beautiful way to end off a fantastic but chaotic race meeting here for the 4th round of the Killarney Power Series. Catch us in about a month's time, back once again for round number 5 with just about the same, if not more, action. End of June, in actual fact. End of June, exactly a month. And we hope to see you there, if not here at the circuit, where you can fill up the stands on the live stream. We'll read through your comments. As from myself and the commentary team, from myself, Jordan JT Hoban, thanks for sticking around, and we'll see you very, very soon. Goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap for us for the Power Series Round 4. Jason, what has happened?
It has been an absolutely incredible day. You can hear the bikes in the background. Racing is still going on strong, but there's been so much happening this weekend with racing and incidents. But you know what, I've got to give it a proper shout out to Killarney.
Yeah.
Whatever's went down this weekend, they've handled it like a true professional racetrack that they are, and racing is still going on.
Absolutely. Huge shout out to Killarney for all of the improvements that we are making. Like we say, even if it's just 1% every month of improvements. Huge shout out to all of our marshals, our medics, and everybody that support this. And Line Property Management, thank you so much. For all of you viewers, thank you for watching, and we will see you next time, right?
See you guys next time.